where was I going with that? Yeah, basically putting myself, like remembering the same feeling I had right now, remembering where I was, I can extrapolate myself in the future and have that feeling in the future.
Yeah.
But I'm now. Yeah.
Yeah. Future pacing the self.
Yeah. I mean, that goes into the whole etheric pattern and all that stuff too, but
Hell yes. It all of this ties in intricately, seamlessly
seamlessly.
with the occult principles that are actually that are actually legit, and with the yoga stuff. Like it's all one science.
Yeah. Especially with like the top what Shuddhi. Oh man. Like the VAKOG are the elements. Like
yes.
So it's like, fuck. I don't know, like, yeah.
I think that's the work for us to have to put together. I think that Franz Barton was really close to what he was doing as far as the attitudes and the different expressions of the personality and how they connect to the elements. But to even connect it to the VAKOG, to tie those two things together, I haven't seen that anywhere yet.
Wow. Yeah.
Pretty much like a full comprehensive list of how the elements express themselves within the human being. Yeah. I haven't seen that yet.
Because with the whole like in some Kaya Darshan on the cover, when you get to the Tamasic Ahamkara, the Pancha Mahabhuta, those are the 5 senses. Like the 5 element what is it, elements? Yeah.
Yeah.
But the elements, they have their sense organs of perception are what we are VOKOG.
Excuse me, Alex Becker's channel.
Thank you. Yeah. The subtle elements, the Panchabhutas.
Yeah. So what you use for the senses are VOKOG, or they use for perception.
And that makes sense to how when they were saying in that book and taught with Shuddhi how the sense expression is one and the same with the sense receptor. The enandrias and the commandrias are made for each other, basically. Yeah. The sound is made for the hearing organ. The taste is made for the tasting organ.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's on page 51.
This is taught with Shuddhi?
For some Darshan, like it talks about the karma indriyas and the gana indriyas.
Okay. You said
51 of Samkhya Darshan.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And then, so that's on the left side with the Sattvic Ahamkara, and then the Tamasic Ahamkara, it goes into the gross elements. And then the subtle elements of hearing, touch, seeing, taste, and smelling, which is VOKOG.
Analytical process. So just taking a look even at that little square right there, how out of Sattvic Ahamkara comes Manas. And we've got the 5 Karmendriyas and the 5 Jnanendriyas. And then we talk about the oath of the abyss, how all of the external reality becomes one with the internal reality. So we've got the Jnanendriyas, which is the receivers, and the Karmendriyas, which are the doers. Like unifying those and taking it back up the tree to Manas, to Sattvic. I don't know. I think what I'm saying is that seems like a pathway to go back up instead of
it does. And okay, so what you're saying is what I thought that Snyder was saying in one of his lectures. He talked about there is some awareness that's primary to the internal representation that we are using to relate to. He says that there has to be an observer of some kind. So when we talk about consciousness or that there's a basic identity within us that is not necessarily based in the neurology, but does relate to it. So that would be the ahamkara, like that I.
Yeah.
That's not based in the neurology, but relates to it.
that's not based in the neurology but relates to it
via the karma indriyas and the jnana indriyas.
Okay, the I that relates to the sensory experience, but is not the sensory experience.
Yeah. Like, so Snyder says that his form of NLP is how the neurology interacts with itself to create the experience, which will eventually come out in our language. And traditional NLP is how the neurology interacts with language to create your experience. So Snyder has like a subtle twist to it.
Yeah.
But that twist is it's subtle, but it makes all the difference.
So what he's talking about, you said the neurology that interacts with itself to create the experience, as opposed to the neurology that interacts with the language to create the experience.
Yeah.
Big
so,
difference.
So the neurology that interacts with itself that produces like our experience that comes out via our language.
That's a gem right there.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, so one path Snyder talks about is how the neurology interacts with itself to create the experience, and the traditional NLP is how the neurology that interacts with the language creates the experience. So NLP focuses on the words and how the language affects a person, whereas what Snyder's talking about takes it a step closer to essence.
Yeah, because
like
it's really that it's me interacting with my internal representation of reality.
Yes, the map is not the territory type shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, I mean, that's what I was reading from that, and it's literally that's the title of not the territory. That was my note.
That's the catchphrase. That's the NLP catchphrase. If you know, you know, I suppose.
Fuck yeah.
So this is exciting shit because instead of going through life blindly just doing random stuff, if you know what to look for and what to look at, you can streamline your performance for excellence. You know, if we're paying attention, not only, first of all, if you are paying attention to the language that you're using and how it creates your experience, that's going to improve the life. But if you pay attention how your neurology interacts with yourself, how you interact with that map that you've created of the world, that will improve everything, because that is everything that you know.
Yeah, because I mean, he literally talks about how, like, for a couple of minutes, how there's no such thing as objective reality.
Oh, damn.
That there's only that internal map, and everything we do, say, hear, think, smell, or taste is all just relating back to that internal map.
Yes, that goes in with that page that I posted the other day. It's, if you live in a world where it's dangerous and it's bad and people are out to get you and there's reptilians and there's all kind of stuff going on that you got to prepare for and be afraid of, that is literally a map that you created of the world based on the given data. Yes, there are things out there, but you created that map to live in.
Yeah.
That puts the power back in the individual now.
And then talking about how, like, before I was under the impression that it would take time, like it takes time to change and time heals all wounds and all this bullshit.
Right.
But like now it's like like that shit can be done instantaneously.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that goes into the, like, if that works for like chronic shit like illnesses and stuff like that, like time distortion for meditations and all that, like no more have to like 50 years of meditation type of shit.
Oh my gosh. So when you do start studying He Who Shall Not Be Named, you're gonna really see that shit in action. He's got full, I've got a bunch of his books where it's nothing but him in his sessions doing this. And I think they strategically picked which sessions because they're common problems. So if you have those problems, you end up healing them yourself while you're reading the books.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Now, see, Bandler tried to do that also with I think it's Magic in Action. I think it's another gold book of his, but he tried to do that same thing, and it's effective. But just understanding that there is a source,
Yeah.
Change can happen quick, not over 15 fucking sessions over 12 months.
Yeah.
What kind of world would we live in if people actually went to a therapist and got healed?
Whew. And I mean, for me, I've noticed that I just have to get my values in line.
Yeah. That's
like,
another big one.
Because I mean, he was talking about how all the strategy, what's it called? Like basically the submodal, like using the submodalities, like we have a strategy for everything. And the same strategy that I bought these Sharpies with is the same strategy I buy everything else with, either subconsciously or consciously.
True.
And like that has a direct correlation with my values.
So when you put it like that, that really puts a strong emphasis on us really clarifying our values, because it literally is a predicator of everything we choose to do. It's the basis of that map.
Yep. That's why I was like, when I told you, I was like, yeah, I can't, like that shit with the trainer at work. Like I got her number, all that shit. But I had to look at myself with that information. Like I can't not.
Right.
I feel like it's like a fault safe or whatever, like a safety trigger in the NLP mechanism. Is that like, at least for me, like I had to like look at myself like, okay, what are my fucking values and where are they? Because that's why I'm not getting quote unquote what I want.
Yes. For everyone in the chat, greetings and thank you for showing up and joining us. But the values aspect that we're talking about is really important. It would be very beneficial to you to sit down and really think about what your core values are in life. Like, what are 3 things that are extremely important above all else that you're living for, that you're working towards, right? Whether it's freedom, whether it's money, whether it's, just kind of boil it down to its most simple aspect and make a list of like your top 5 values. And you'll see that everything that you do is based off of those values and the order that you put them, of importance. Do that if you have not done it, please. I noticed that freedom and money was in my top 3. And I noticed that everything I've been doing for the past 6 years has been towards those things. And looking back, I see that every year I get a higher level of money and freedom. Like it's continuing because those are the top of my values.
Yeah. I have, I liked I forgot who the guy he mentioned was, but he said that this one, he does NLP too. I think his name was John. It was like Bandler's like secondhand man, I guess.
John Grinder.
Had what did he have? Freedom, fun, and then money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freedom and money, and I'm pretty sure my second one is actually something to do with access to relevant information to push me forward.
I was thinking about like knowledge of self, but then I had to like go deeper than that because like I could have information, but if I just have information, I don't utilize it or put it to practice, then that's not of value to me. So like it'd be like knowledge of self that I can utilize.
Yes.
Or X.
Yes.
Yeah.
To make it hyper specific like that, it only benefits self, Oh, just knowledge. No, what kind of knowledge?
Yeah.
Information.
I was thinking between power and money. too. And I stuck with power because then I could just have the power to get money or to get X amount of resources.
Right. Well, I have relationship in my top 3 when I got money up there.
What's going on with y'all, man?
That was good stuff.
What up, stuff? What's going on, Alora?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo, what's good?
Greetings, Winter.
What's up?
And good evening, Curve.
Yeah, I definitely think on that list, it's like you can want money or whatever, but it's knowing how to utilize it. Like that's how my shit's changed a lot, because mine was like freedom or independent living, and then having like knowledge of self and all of that. But you're absolutely right. Like, you have to be able to utilize it. So now it's kind of changed to like, I want the resources that I'm able to utilize to continue to establish or to have my independence and freedom in any environment, as well as being able to accept and acknowledge the realizations of self. Like Amar was saying, like, you can have the book right there in front of you, or the treasure chest right there in front of you, but if you don't know how to use it, it does you no good.
Absolutely. And I think that a part of that and making everything better has to do with streamlining those values. For me, I found that if you connect them together, they work with each other. It's like you were saying, everybody wants money, like duh, but things are better when you have a purpose or a reason or an intention for that money. And what I've learned from the yoga is when you align your purpose with some way to serve humanity, it's almost as if reality works along with you to push that forward. Because what is nature but an all-providing mother, always giving? So if you can align your values along with that energy, it's almost as if the stream carries you and does most of the work. In other words, I want a bunch of money, but not just for me to sit on it. I want money to make change in the world in a positive direction. But, of course, be specific with that.
Right. Or maybe it's not even money, but just like the resources, because you could then end up with like $1 million, but the US dollar turns out to be like the value of shit. So,
right.
So like, allow me to utilize currencies that are the most valuable or whatever, have the most valuable resources in order to continue moving forward in that direction. Yes. Whatever that direction you choose to be.
Or even an emphasis on learning the skill of influence, because power isn't money, power is influence. So if you've got, just for me on my list also, I wanted to learn the skills of influence, because if you have influence with people, with money and power and access, then, you kind of have those things too. You don't have to own the house if you don't want to, you can still live in it. And when you're done, you can live elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
that's why I was debating with exactly like power, influence, and money. Like I was going through that, and like which one basically contains all of them. So
yeah.
It's like the story of Solomon, ain't it? He had the wisest man in the world, so he was the richest man in the world because he had all of this wisdom, and all of the things that he wanted fell under that top category of wisdom.
Absolutely. And all that get understanding.
Do that.
Bible got gems. I will never throw that book away. Fuck what these dummies talking about. The Bible's got gems.
Oh yeah. You know where to look.
Yo, I think my like me breaking down like the Quran is gonna take me at least a decade.
Whew.
like yeah, it's crazy.
Well, hey, if it's worth it, what is time, right? What is time?
Like I say that like I say a decade just like as like a filler expression of a big amount of time. Mm-hmm. I don't think it'll be a specific amount of time. Because I don't think like the point where it's like always be able to find like a gem, even though like you read that book 50 times.
Right.
So it's like the same concept. Because that shit is crazy. Like,
yeah, I want to hear.
Know what, like, I mean, like, yeah, basically like the same, I guess the same feelings that you guys, like Christians, that you guys that were raised Christian had with the Bible. Like, I didn't have that feeling when I found out the Bible was like that, like esoteric, because I wasn't like raised with the Bible, so I didn't have that like attachment to it.
Right.
But yeah.
I mean, to be honest, the big three, you know, the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, they all were written in a time period that was close enough. I mean, you know, I hate to put it like that, but close enough to the golden age, you know, when the Vedas were written and all that other type of stuff was going on. So they were seers. They did see the truth, you know, and they recorded it. It was just heavily manipulated, but
yeah,
it's still there. The gems are still there.
Yeah, exactly.
They was just using that NLP, man, to control everybody.
I mean, that's one of the other presuppositions. Like, you can't not do NLP. Like, everyone's already manipulative as a default.
Right.
Like,
right.
That's default of existence. So, like, anything we do communicative wise is technically manipulation. And
yeah,
it's hard for people to accept. You know, I was trying to talk with a friend of mine yesterday, and I was just asking her about a lot of the stuff that she does, and she likes to give, she likes to donate and help people out, and people are always calling her to, you know, for rides and for money and all this other stuff, and she says she feels good about doing it. But I was really trying to get down to healing that, because that's what she said she wanted, and it has a lot to do with I was trying to ask her, where's the personal gratification in that? Oh, well, I'm doing it to help others. Yeah, but there's a reason that you're doing this for you. And basically it comes to boil it down to the fact that coming up in childhood, she didn't feel like she had value or she wasn't worth anything. So she's making herself useful, making herself of value to people. Everything that we do is for, you know, there's a personal aspect to it.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't think before I fell into the trap of like labeling that as good or bad. But now it's like, is that useful? Is it appropriate? Like, are my values useful and appropriate to my goals and what I want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
no such thing as good and bad. Like, that's
right.
Yeah.
Right. There's appropriate and useful.
Is it useful? Is it appropriate? I'm telling you, that's the criteria right there.
Yes, that's like, that hit the nail right on the head, for sure. For sure.
And speaking of values, that's the value system. When someone says, is it useful? Useful to what? My top values. Is it appropriate? Appropriate for what? Attaining my values. There you go. Fail-proof system. You don't got no inner turmoil. You ain't got no struggle, no doubt. Keep it pushing.
Hey, can y'all put those books that y'all study on this subject in the chat?
Ooh.
Oh, I do YouTube channels.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Well, that and the structure of magic. That's.
Let's put that in the chat. These are some
Yeah.
These are some unspoken of titles here. God forbid these ones get sold out.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey, question for everybody. With the dashas, because I know my dasha changed last month, I believe, or like literally like last week. Has anybody felt any change? Because I went from Mercury, Sun, and I think it was Venus to Mercury, Sun, and Mars. And like last month, or since like January in a way, I've been feeling hella more tired. But when Mars entered, my energy has been up.
Oh shit. Wait, so you said Mercury, Venus, Mars is the one you went into?
Nah, for me it was Mercury. It's Mercury, Sun, and Mars, I believe. Hold on, let me check.
Okay. Because I went into my sun moon. Like I went from my sun to my sun moon. Like last 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago.
Yeah, for me it's Mercury, Sun, and Mars. If you check Cosmic Insights, they show you the 3 that you're in.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm in my sun moon.
And like I felt it the day it changed. That's the crazy thing.
What you like felt the shift?
I don't know if it's because of the mantras or whatever, but like when I woke up with way more energy, way more willpower to do the things I need to get done to get it done. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, energy, willpower, that sounds a lot like Mars.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what made me hop on and was like, all right, let me go check what changed. So then I went and checked I was just checking the chart and seeing the current transits, and then I was like, oh, my dashes changed today.
Oh shit. Yeah. That's lit. That's lit that you noticed like that shift and that movement.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just had a whole bunch of change happen right at the same time. Like I'm starting massage therapy school this weekend and a new job today. So
Congrats.
Thank you.
At the like you're starting at the next place?
Yes.
Laura, did you check if your dashes changed too?
I don't even know how to do that, but I know that like a whole bunch of shit's been happening because like, I mean, I've been planning for it. Like I've been planning for all of this, but it all happened right now. And so I'm definitely interested. I thought it had like an Aries aspect to it.
Mars for me, but
yeah, I gotta I don't know. I actually have to look into the dashas because I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, dashas are like I mean, from what I haven't looked into them that much, but from the lectures that I've listened to, they're basically what like this time period I'm in right now, sun, moon, moon. So it's controlled by the sun, and then the moon, and then my moon in my chart. So it's like, I guess the way I think of it is like this time, everything is filtered through my sun and my moon. Like those are the planets that are controlling this time in my life.
Yeah, I need to look into that.
Does anybody have Akasha in their charts?
Akasha?
No, Vikasha.
Vikasha?
Yeah, I have it for my destiny point.
Oh snap! Where is it? Is it in your what house is it in?
My house. It's
your
like
what?
it's on 6th house. It's not like the cusp of Virgo and Scorpio for me.
Oh yeah, you're definitely serving people in this life. I was literally looking into like the different meanings of destiny points and houses and stuff. It starts with the B, just the BB point, but yeah. So like I was looking into that. That's very interesting. Mine is in the 8th house. But Vikasha is kind of like object heat in a way. It's like it faces a lot of turmoils, but it overcomes everything. Because I was just looking into that because I have Vikasha and Rahu.
Oh shit. That's like, yeah, what I heard from Vikasha, it has like a very strong like sense of purpose and like direction. Like once it chooses a decision, like that Vikasha represents like I guess like a point of the branches, like the point where they diverge.
I didn't see that, but go ahead. Something new I'm learning.
Yeah. Well, that was basically it. Just a strong sense of purpose and direction.
Okay, yeah, makes sense because it's on the cusp of Libra and Scorpio.
Yeah. 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 You said 8th house Rahu?
Huh? No, in my regular chart, it's in the 4th house.
Yeah.
4th house Rahu in Vakasha.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah, we talked about that 4th house Rahu, like that access a little bit, like a while ago, though.
Yeah, we already talked about that. I remember that. Does anybody else know where their destiny point is?
No.
If you guys have a computer, there's a website I could drop. It's a free software you could download basically to get all that. Hold on.
Yeah, what is it?
Hold on, I'm looking. I'm getting it right now. I'm gonna drop it in the chat.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, it should give you like your fortune point, your destiny point, and all that. And I remember when we were talking about Venus getting gang banged. That's why anybody that had Venus like as a dominant planet was feeling tired. Remember we were saying that? And then literally Venus was in my Mahadasha and I was feeling hella tired. And then as soon as Mars came in, that's when I felt like different. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I've definitely been like sleeping more. I mean, it kind of like died down, but within the past like 2 months, I was sleeping more.
Yeah, me too, but I thought that was just stress.
Nah, Venus was getting gang banged. She was getting tired.
Oh, we're all feeling that one.
I think Trav said she busted last week.
Venus was combust yesterday.
Oh, she busted yesterday, finally.
Oh, okay. Free software. Hey. It's not downloading. Well, so be it. We'll test it out.
Amar.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that recently you've been paying attention to submodalities when interacting with people. How do you think this changes your perspective on individuals, on culture at large, and maybe even what your overall view on people in general? How do you think that has been impacted at all?
Yes, for sure. I feel like it's for sure been impacted. And my biggest take was that everybody has these VAKOG filters, and it comes out unconsciously. So like what I just said, like someone that would be trained would be able to tell you my lead in primary just off of what I just said. And that's something that that's like a skill I want to have utility wise, because like anyone I interact with, I'll be able to like talk to them in the way that they want to be talked. Like if someone talked to me in all my submodalities, all that, like you'd be able to see the expression on my face like light up and all that shit. And I think that's like the best way for someone to be talked to.
I agree with
and
that.
And then I think that answers the individual. And I guess culturally, I've been like paying attention more of like basically what's happening out now is more like a case study for me now. Like before, I didn't give a fuck about anything that was happening, like outside wise. But now it's like I said, a case study in human influence.
Hell yeah. I definitely agree with you on that. I don't really care about what's going on in the world. But instead of ignoring it, like you said, I observe it as a case study, because things are still happening and people still do care about the things that are happening. But what's less important to me is what's actually happening. What's more important is how people are receiving the experiences and translating them in their realities. And that's what this is all about. A lot of these things that people are complaining about and are afraid of aren't actually happening. But the whole point of these things is that these events and experiences and threats cause reactions within individuals. For example, when the 5G thing, not 5G, before that, the chemtrails, right? There's chemtrails, everybody, no one knows anything about that. Sure, some people might, but we can agree that the mass majority is usually ignorant and usually exaggerates things. But the thing that is actually happening is people pay attention to these type of subjects and they make their own conclusions without any research. So what are the conclusions based on? They're based off of memory and paranoia and all these other influences, because we're dealing with subjects that no one can get all the data on. So we're forced to fill in the gaps. Usually it's negative.
Yeah. And I mean, even another example would be the like calcified pineal. And in that Ajna Chakra book, we found out that don't mean shit.
Right. And why is that word more important than, say, someone like, I don't know, Brother Panic or anybody else that mentions the third eye? What would make that book, what would make it more qualified than something that he would say?
Because that's where we're getting all the information about chakras and third eye, like all the like Shiva, Shakti, all that comes from this tradition.
Man.
So if like all the other shit about the chakras is coming from that source too. So like to deny that would be to deny the other shit.
Right. To deny the fact that a calcified pineal gland has nothing to do with anything whatsoever. To deny that, you might as well throw away everything you know about chakras.
Yep.
That's the beauty of this science, is that you can't cherry pick. You got to take everything or nothing. But yeah, the submodalities, that is something that you know, I also think that this will take a decade to learn, but I'm down for it because it's the best way to communicate with anybody. If you just listen. This is all about listening. Old folks say you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. It's better to listen because people express who they are. And if you can receive that without judgment, just with the intent of getting to know who and what you're interacting with, you can respond properly. You can save time. You can see where the points are, the pressure points. You know, if this person's coming to you to help, if you listen, you can hear what they need. Because a lot of times people have difficulty articulating what they actually want out of life. If you know how to navigate the human experience better, you can help that person with things they didn't even know they needed help with.
Yeah. And I mean, now I'm finding out that most of that boils down to like the values. Like, that's why I skipped values the first time I read like 7 Habits of a Highly Effective Person and like all those other books. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what do values have to do with any of this shit? But now I'm like, oh man, like it's literally everything. Like everything we perceive is filtered through our values.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they say know thyself, they are not talking about go study Egypt. Know thyself means, what are you processing this reality through? And as we've come to see, those values that play a huge part in this whole thing. Me learning what my values are, they help me to skip a lot of unnecessary actions and spending unnecessary money and all this other stuff. I think part of the reason this the self-help and all these online courses and stuff are so successful is because people don't really know what they want. So they impulse buy and they quickly spend money on a bunch of different things and aren't actually going anywhere because those values aren't clarified. I've spent countless thousands of dollars on freaking self-help and growth and all these courses and stuff like that, marketing courses and internet marketing and all that stuff. And it took me maybe another 5 years before I could even make my first dollar, right? Remember this one? I think even Curve talked about how he dropped $3,000 on one of these courses. I spent about $1,000 on how to do Shopify. No, I think it was like $2,000 on how to do Shopify. I never made a dime. Well, later I did, but during the process of that course, hell no. But then again, I didn't know what I wanted. I just wanted the money. I didn't want to go to work. Once I figured out my values, I figured out how I could help people, what I actually wanted to spend my time doing every single day, what was important to me. Then I knew where to look, what to do, and how to apply everything that I accumulated.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because like the neurology doesn't care what it plays. Like it can play a bad script. Like if I put in, that's what Snyder says. Like if you put in a seat, he gave his age when he said like tape recorder. But if you put tape recorder, like the tape recorder doesn't say like, oh no, I'm not gonna play that shit. It plays whatever the fuck you put inside of it.
Right.
So like our neurology will play whatever the fuck we set it to. And that goes back to that post you're talking about. Like if you're setting it to all this like negative shit that's happening, then that's what you're gonna get.
That's what you're gonna get. Even when people say like self-depreciating or like self-demeaning jokes and stuff like that, and I'm like, don't say that. Or, I try to neutralize it. Like, oh, well, I'm just joking. I'm just fucking around. Yeah, you might be, but do you understand how your subconscious mind works? It doesn't matter if you think you're joking or not. These are words that are coming out of your mouth and you're hearing them and they're attached to memories and experiences.
Something that happened today. So the owner of the Planet Fitness was at work with us. So like he was talking about like his like cult, like he's Muslim. So he was talking to another coworker about like these like culture values and shit. And I was just like observing. And he like when he said these words, like it clicked something for me. Like, so he said that he was talking about the business. He's like, I don't deserve any of this. And I looked at him like, what the fuck? But he was like, I don't deserve any of this. Like, I think this is just from like me taking care of my parents or something like that. And then I'm just like, yo, like I had like a total misconception of like people that like he owns like 2 Planet Fitnesses. And I thought that you had to like be like, know your values, like all this shit to be successful like that. But it's like, you don't at all. Like, the moment he said, I don't deserve any of this, I was like, damn, I kind of like lost respect for him. Like, I was just like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, I actually had a similar situation with this girl who I knew. She was older than me, and she had gotten an inheritance from her father's passing that was like a lot of money that she was able to buy a house with and all that. And then she got and she was upset about that because she knows people who couldn't, and this is what she was telling me while we were taking a hike or whatever. She was like upset because she knew people who were still living out of apartments or whatever, right? And then she got an amazing return on her taxes. And she said that she started crying in the office about her return because she didn't want the money because she knew all these people who weren't like getting the money or whatever. And so she got so upset about that the tax people were like, oh, we never had someone crying about their return. Like, all right, well, we'll give you this random fucking charity that you can donate your return to.
Yikes.
And she's like, yeah. And she was like, oh, great. And I got so pissed off because I was like, dude, you were just talking about how you personally knew people who were struggling to pay their bills. Like, first, you say that you don't deserve any of this shit, which is bullshit because you got it. And then secondly, like, you're so stuck in how you don't deserve it that you're not even willing to utilize it to help other people that you know. You know what I mean? Like, you could have used that you could have helped pay someone's bills right there who you knew about. All those people that you complain about knowing personally who like live in third world or whatever, or blah, blah, blah. You totally fucking shorted them because you were so stuck in your deprivation that you just gave your money to the first random charity that came up. Yikes. Instead of thinking how to utilize your wealth. That's why you don't deserve it now.
You know, if you talk to her and you listen, I just from what you said, and I could be wrong, but I pick up that there's a deeper issue there. I think if you talk to her, you might see something that's more personal about her not deserving it. Damn, where was I going to go with that? And I think that just the whole charity thing, you know, obviously it's just a cover to express that inner, you know, thing that she feels. I bet if you listen to her words, you could really find out why she feels like she doesn't deserve it. That's an example of what I mean by people not knowing what they want. You know, we're emotional creatures and we feel certain ways, but sometimes it might take someone else to help us really know what we mean.
Yeah. And well, but then it takes ourselves to walk ourselves out of it. Cause like that woman, I had to stop talking to her because she knew her root reasons for like all of her problems, but it was almost like a stimulant for her to stay within those issues.
Right.
Instead of walking out of it. Because let's face it, if we live a life where everything was perhaps unfamiliar or abusive, we stay then what's familiar territory to us. That's where you get, you know, like what someone really wants. Yes. But then you as the individual have to then take that and utilize it for yourself. And if you don't, like, no one can do that for you.
Nope.
Some people get a kick out of staying in that place too. Like you were saying, some people like, because they get the attention, you know what I'm saying? The attention that brings, you know, and it may bring negative attention, but, and like Trav was saying, it goes deeper. It could go, you know, they didn't get attention when they were a child. So they found out that, you know, it with the way that they express themselves, they get negative reinforcement from people, and negative reinforcement for some people is better than no reinforcement at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Like the young lady that I was talking about earlier, she's always complaining about how people are using her constantly and she's losing money because everyone is just using her, yet she has this bleeding heart to help the world. And I'm trying to point out to her that there's something internal that you have to deal with if you really want this to stop. Otherwise, you're going to keep creating situations where people can use you. You have an active role in this. And if you don't realize that, don't complain to me about it. Because there's nothing that can be done.
Right. right? And I think that we live in a culture that very much supports the negative reinforcement. So it's easy to continue living, eating off of that negativity. It's easy to live like that.
Sheesh.
I mean, we live in an insane society. It's insane. So yeah, I think we're masters of negative thought, but if it comes to positive or even just getting to the root issue, because really it's getting people to face themselves and then doing something about it. It seems like those are the 2 points that just really tear people apart.
Uh-oh. Now we get into the meat.
Mm-hmm.
Own gristle. Know thyself ain't got a damn thing to do with Kemet. Why are you doing what you're doing? What's the root issue? And what are you going to do about it? Nah, let me learn about how we was Kangs and how I got a better pineal gland than yours because I got melanin, which I have no idea what it is, but it sounds good and makes me feel good today. So I can face my boss and my bills and repeat it. And smoke this weed so I don't have to deal with my issues as well. Drink this liquor, so I don't have to deal with my emotions as well. Fap all night on Pornhub, etc., etc.
Damn, bro. that NLP shit, that shit worked too good, bro.
Who can turn away from that intro? We're programmed to know that once you hear that little quick do 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 do, you about to get something nice. You about to get something real nice. Programming at its best. What's that called? That's called an anchor, right? So you've got that little sound bite and that little visual, and it's anchored to a positive stimulus because you're already feeling some kind of way. And if you keep hearing that specific sound every single time, then it's called an anchor. It's going to trigger those experiences again, or at least the feeling that comes with those experiences.
Yeah, they use that even as a calming method, you know, like you close your eyes and envision your favorite scent and you imagine smelling that scent, whatever it is. Maybe it's honeysuckle or a vanilla candle or something like that. And so anytime that you're in a moment about to be triggered or about to be stressed or whatever, you envision, you imagine the scent and your body will reenact that whole moment and replace the negative moment that you were about to have.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with what Amar was saying earlier about the Sattvic Ahamkara, right? Because what you just described, Laura, was an internal process. There's no smell floating around, but you have to go within and trigger that smell. Well, that's going to be the Jnanendriya, right? That's the internal sense of smell that we're accessing to change our reality.
Right. And what's interesting is that for me, that's further confirmation that we're actually in a trance because everyone is able to smell, to actually re-experience that smell. Like if I were to ask people to imagine smelling a vanilla candle, like I know it's just ego at that point if they're saying that they can't do it. Like they must be, you know, the rebels or whatever, because reality is that you're able to actually re-experience that because we're sensory beings and we're in a trance. And so we're able to literally create a different reality.
Yes.
That we're already in.
Yes.
I mean, I think even on an unconscious level, I mean, I realized it consciously, but even as you said, like, imagine smelling a vanilla, like, scent, like, everyone already imagines that subconscious just by you saying, imagine this. Like, right. They start imagine it, yeah.
And NLP that's leading.
Or even still, if they're not imagining a vanilla scent, they're imagining the reaction that comes with smelling a vanilla scent, which is just as good.
Yeah. Regardless, it's a thought that's coming up in your mind when I say certain words like that, or if I present a type of experience for you to have in that moment. That's how we program each other.
Uh-oh. This is how magic works.
Yes. That's why what you say, be careful, because it's all a spell.
See, what we call this is why we don't live in reality. Reality is unconditioned. That's ultimate reality. This ain't reality. This is a map. This is our personal map of our experience, but this is not reality. If you can sit down and imagine the smell of warm coffee, hot coffee floating through the house, that right there, you may not actually smell it, but it's triggering a little bit of something in your subconscious mind and you're having a reaction to it. Now, if you're able to, do that with visuals, with sounds, you can hear your favorite song right now. Anybody can do that. So, I mean, how much of this reality is actually concrete? Objective reality.
Like, have you ever done something as a pattern? Like, say, like you get in your car and every day when you get into your car and drive to work, you listen to specific music. And then one day you're just tired of it and you decide not to listen to music. But in your head, the music starts playing when you enter your car anyway.
Yes. Or so you say you listen to a particular song while you're getting ready for work, right? You got a little playlist that gets you pumped and amped. You don't want to go to work, but the playlist gets you up and excited and you're ready to go. You keep doing this for months. Say you're off and you don't go to work. If you play that playlist again, you're still going to have those effects because you've created a chain of events, a process, a ritual.
An experience, an alternative experience.
I mean, those are all anchors too. Like, I mean, what's an anchor? But like, yeah.
Anchors in action.
So now it's being able to identify that when communicating with others and establishing those anchors, as well as being aware of the keywords or trigger words that people use. Excuse me. Sorry, my dogs went insane.
You triggered them, huh? Anchor.
Yeah, apparently in that moment. But yeah, like that's, when that's how like you listen for, that's where they say, like, when, like, as you were talking about earlier, like you listen to what people say, you realize they're trigger words.
Yes.
Words that they'll keep using that trigger an emotional response from them.
Yes. And it's not even, when we say trigger, of course, that usually has a negative connotation, but it's an anchor that causes a stimulation.
Right.
If you listen to people's language, we express these anchors unconsciously. It's not something you can hide. It's how the human being operates. The key words that we use, and we talk about these modalities, that's which sensory aspect that we operate in primarily, instinctively first. Everybody has one. Are we visual? Are we auditory? Are we kinesthetic?
Mm-hmm.
To become skillful in identifying, the person that you're communicating with, their modalities, it makes the communication flow easier, because how I'm speaking to you is how I speak to myself. So if I can speak to you like you speak to yourself, it's almost as if you're speaking, to yourself. I don't think that came out right.
No, makes sense.
Talking to yourself. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
You might as well hate yourself. Oh, go ahead. Oh, thought I cut you off.
Mm-mm.
Hell no.
That right there was a trigger for me, because I remember that video of like a lizard where it's like when your ex tries getting back together with you and it runs away and it goes, hell no.
No, listen.
Literally replayed that video in my mind. That went into a different trance right in that moment.
God forbid we pay attention to when this happens, when we watch the movies and the news. They're manipulating us. They're mind controlling us. Yeah, well, how? How? If you understood that process, you'd stop complaining.
Mm-hmm. And you probably stop watching a lot of stuff too.
Oh, shit. You mean I don't have to watch the news anymore?
No. Yeah, and that's something that I think is a constant learning process. Like we all have, like it even goes beyond just our words, right? It's like our physical expressions as well, because communication goes well beyond just verbal. In fact, verbal is kind of the last part of communication.
Yeah.
The rest of our communication with each other and with ourselves is through physical states. So you're able to see someone's mental state just by the way how they're sitting or standing, or the way how maybe they're moving their hands. I noticed that one of my tics, if I'm like thinking a lot or something, I do this with my hair, especially now it's growing out. I'm like, ah, but it's actually like a self-soothing thing that I do, especially when thinking. So like there are ways that how we process information, and our body has these somatic responses that then create us to act a certain way. And if you pay attention with certain people like that, you'll know when they're thinking about a specific thing or what emotion they are now enacting within that moment, which allows you to better predict what exactly they're communicating to you or what their subconscious thoughts are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Which is the shit. Because then you can really move forward understanding the true intent of someone. You're not sitting there guessing anymore.
Right.
You're actually observing what's going on.
No more guesswork. And the observational process now becomes a study and a tool, right? It becomes, instead of me just coming at you, throwing words, talking, now I'm able to listen to what you use in your toolkit to communicate with yourself and use those pieces so that the communication can flow just a little bit better.
Right. You can echo back.
Becomes a thought form. Not thought form, becomes an art form. Thought form too, but that's a different topic.
Right. But yeah. And then once you have more awareness of that, you're able to actually, like, I love being able to then use certain hand gestures or like common hand gestures that are received when communicating, especially if I'm talking to someone and trying to introduce them to like a new level. I'll use my hands a lot, but in gestures that are pretty commonly known as like open or and accepting and like step by step. You become a lot more aware of how you're able to then use your physical appearance to make someone else comfortable. Like they say in NLP all the time, someone who's asymmetrical, that's like a relaxed position. And so it's a lot more welcoming. It's also pretty flirty. And there's a lot of like flirtation. If someone's flirting with you or something, they may all of a sudden become like more asymmetrical or or whatever, or it's because it's a more friendly thing. Also, when they're facing you, their heart is open. You're open, so you're able to have more of a conversation. So there's a lot of subtle things that you can then do with your body expressions in order to bring someone into your thought form that you're creating.
So the body becomes a tool for language as well.
100%. Always has been. It's just a matter of you getting up and driving it.
Oh, yeah. So if that's what it means when you're being asymmetrical, what does it mean when a person is symmetrical?
They're like this, and they're just awkward. They might. Yeah, what does that mean? I mean, I guess it would depend on the context, but when we think of rigidity, I think of like Saturn, I think of limitation or authority figure. So like that rigidity oftentimes is associated with that. So someone may have a reaction like that. Or maybe to someone else, though, that might be quite fatherly or just something super masculine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that hits close. I like that you were able to tag that to the planets as well, because all this is intricately connected. Like nothing that we talk about here is disconnected.
Oh, the planet's got the strongest NLP game ever. The NLP game is
hands down.
They don't call
That's
them the
an
archives for
NLP
nothing.
game right there.
Hands down. That's true. Like I've been looking into, so I got this Kabbalah clip off and Goetic magic book. Fuck yeah. And they've been relating the tree of life to all the planets as usual, right? But it's really interesting to then see the effects of planets and like what they really mean. Like what was it? I was reading recently. Like the primordial spark, right? Like Kether is often associated with Pluto, you know? So like, if you think about Pluto, like generally I thought, okay, maybe Pluto has to do with like change or some type of movement or knowledge of self or something like that. But what it is it's like, when it's related to Kether though, it merely is, but is unable to define its existence. So Kether is the first step in the process from infinite existence to finite existence, from the divine realm to the material realm. Kether exists, but lacks, I can't read my own handwriting, but lacks form. It is a non-being. Kether merely formulates I. Kether is also associated with the primordial spark of the universe. So if you look at Pluto in that way, Pluto is like the spark of the idea. You could see it as like Pluto being like a spark of the idea, but not actually necessarily the definite form of it. So if you're thinking about thought processes and you think of Pluto, like, you know, how does that all of a sudden change your mentality towards perhaps where Pluto is in someone's chart or how Pluto is playing out in someone's life?
Oh, so to have Pluto in such and such house, you'd have to apply ideas like those that you just mentioned there to where it's located.
Right. Like maybe they're getting the spark of an idea from where Pluto might be placed in their house, or that might have some type of like that might be the indicator of their initial spark for something that they're going to be doing or whatever. Like I've been kind of fucking with that a little bit because yeah, all these things are related. All these things are related and in infinite ways, and they create infinite circumstances. So the way how we move, the way how we communicate, all of our thought processes, if we're getting down to the roots of it, then we have to really get down to like the I before the I am. And then how is that playing a role with these planets in orbit that are obviously affecting us and how we move around?
Have you been able to look at your own chart and to see so far how any of these relate to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Has the Pluto, does that kind of pan out for you?
So it's interesting. Yeah, like Pluto is in my first house. And so like I've been exploring that relationship to like Kether in the sense of because before I was seeing it, like I definitely see it as the intent that I have, like everything that I have, its initial intent is related to me being truest to myself or most true. And I want to be as in, and so therefore the way how I come across or everything that I do has this, every way that I look like, down to what I look like, has a specific intent to it or behind it. So then I can further communicate who I am. So I see Kether acting out as Pluto in my first house as like somewhat a subconscious modality.
Oh shit. Okay. Something you just said sparked an idea, like how Pluto be sparking shit. So you said you said Pluto as a submodality. So all right, so if you look at our charts and how the planets communicate with each other via aspects, so like trines, conjunctions, inconjunctions, opposites, those are the submodalities the signs are using to communicate with themselves.
Yeah.
So like applying the submodality of NLP to astrology with like how the neurology interacts with itself. So now it's like how the planets interact with themselves. Because like, I think that's the whole point in us being the observer, is like us observing, like especially in meditation, where it's like, I'm just observing my vrittis communicate with each other, AKA my different submodalities and expressions of them. So like you streamline that to the chart and to the planets, and they have submodalities and different ways of communicating with each other too.
Mm-hmm.
That's heavy.
Yeah. Because even if when you relate to it, to the tree of life, right? The tree of life is the same thing. One can't exist without the other. There's always like creating a balance. This
and it has that
we know all them.
that step down all the way. Yeah.
Yes, down to Malkuth. And all of them up to Malkuth are generally associated with planets. So perhaps these planets are how they are you're right, are how they are communicating to each other, and therefore creating this specific grid or balance.
Yeah. Wow, fuck yeah.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah, so then, interesting. So then right after that would be Chakma, which is the first positive experience that can define itself in relation to something else. Its fatherly male primordial force formulates the I am, which is often associated with Uranus. So you might find the second submodality within someone by looking from their Pluto to then that Pluto's relationship with Uranus, and then so on and so forth, then down to Saturn or Neptune, then Saturn again, because then we get into Thoth, then Jupiter. I wonder if you would do it within that order as well. Like, I wonder what would happen if you were to look at, like, say, your own chart or something like that, or the way how you, and like relate to the planets in that way. Because generally you go with like sun, moon, and ascendant. But what if you were to actually just go straight to the planets and where they are and try connecting those dots as to how they communicate? I wonder what structure you would find.
Can you see that last bit again with the communication with different planets?
Like, I wonder if you were to, like, instead of going with, you know, this going from like sun, moon to ascendant, if you were instead to go from like, say, like Kether down to Malkuth, so that means you'd be looking at the interactions between Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter, Saturn, then Neptune, then back to Saturn, then Jupiter. And then just like kind of creating that bounce off effect, like what you would have, you know?
Okay, to kind of catch up with and, you know, maybe process, because this is some heavy shit that y'all are opening up here, just to kind of bring it all home. What you're saying is applying astrology to the tree of life as far as the structure of importance of where the planets are on the tree of life and in your chart. So if we were to relate Pluto with Kether and, you know, Neptune and Uranus with Chakma and Bina, and just looking at how essence consciousness flows to the tree from Kether to Chakma to Bina and so on all the way down, you're talking about looking at the aspects of your chart in that order of importance from primordial all the way down to manifest, which would be the moon, which is where all the energies collect, and the moon is kind of like that repository, that cup. And that would make sense why the moon is so important in Vedic astrology, because that's where all the energies are collected and dispersed into Malkuth, which is you. And then Amar added that the way that, just like on the tree, you've got Chakma being over here and they communicate this way, and then say Chakma and Gidula, just said, communicates that way, and so on. What you threw in was, let's look at where the planets are and their aspects in your charts. For example, if it's trine, if it's conjunct, if it's an opposition, if it's sextile, that is an expression of these planets communicating with each other, maybe even the submodality of how they're expressing each other, whether it's an aggressive communication or a, working together styling communication.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I think now that you said it like that, like I think Vedic astrology low-key already does that. Like, now that I'm like thinking, I'm like, oh, what doesn't that show? They already do that shit. Maybe not like, yeah.
Right, because we know they don't really pay attention to Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus, but
Yeah.
Still, because I
like with like the planetary strengths and dignities, and then like the Atma Karaka, and then they have the list going from like the Atma Karaka, which is like the king of your chart, to like who's the general, and then like the whoever the general goes to, like the officers and all that. There's a like a dignity of planets basically.
I'm under the ultimate conviction that we are not wasting any time, not allowed to. It's not even a reality. So everything that we are learning is in alignment with what we are to be learning. So the fact that you just said that Vedic astrology is low key doing it in this way that you guys are coming to present here, I think that we came from it through this NLP gateway for a reason, in order to understand it more comprehensively, but also maybe to add to this science. Maybe nothing too profound, but for this new generation, these discoveries, I think, will make things a lot more clear and easily digestible for new people that are coming into this.
Yeah. Like I definitely feel like it's like a distillation of like kind of basically how the tree of life works, with the moon being the receptacle and then distilling it to Malkuth. I feel like that's how each of us have our own kind of like niches, and then we each distill it down, and then how we were talking about last week with the different parts. So you put that all together and it becomes a bit like a sum that's greater than the parts.
Yes. And if we're to look at the middle pillar, oh shit, and even look at it from the pillar standpoint. So we got that middle pillar, and we got the moon, which is the repository of all the influences. Thanks, Dion Fortune, for letting us know that. Just a step above, we got the sun, which is, the second most important aspect of the chart, which is also a collection of, the upper two triads, which would have to do with why they call the sun, dealing with the soul, dealing with the, I want to say the Buddhi, possibly, because I know moon deals with Manas, which is also a collection of everything above it. Yeah. So I wonder what Doth would be, because we've got the North Node, South Node, Rahu, Ketu, and we got Ascendant. So I wonder where Doth would fall into play with those.
Well, in my book, it's saying that Doth is associated with the sun. Is it the sun? No, wait, I'm sorry, Saturn, because it's the abyss. It can act as a bridge over the abyss. I'm sorry, it acts as the bridge over the abyss. So it's Saturn, because it brings that, it bridges the gap, I guess. It brings that, maybe that's where the authoritarian of Saturn would play out.
And you still was correct when you said the sun, because don't forget that Saturn was once considered the dark sun, or the bright sun of the morning star.
Yeah.
The sun is not a planet. The sun is a star, burning star. So Saturn would still, when you say Da'oth, that's what I know. That Da'oth is a sun. It's a solar. It's a solar point.
So I wonder if there's a part of the chart. I mean, if the moon has North Node, South Node, maybe the sun has something like that as well.
Oh, I was doing research. Basically, I was going through the of the Vedic astrology that's in Hindi. I can understand like the gist of the sentence. So it's like I'll be able to understand like let's say 50% of the sentence. And so, but they give like way more information in like the ones that are in Hindi, and the so a Rishi, Rashi, which is like the term for like a planet or like a star, Rashi. One of the people were saying that they get that Rashi is Rahu and Ketu put together, but Ketu has another name that starts with that phonetic sound. So you get Rashi by Rahu and Ketu coming together, like the names for Rahu and Ketu coming together. So I think that because she brought up the bridge, so I think that maybe how Rahu and Ketu have to do with that like demonic energy that was split. But if you were to work with them in a way where you could bring them together once again, type of thing. Which is like, I know that like the mythology is like they always like they never come together again, but yeah.
You know, Trav, you said something that was pretty profound just a little while ago when you mentioned about you wonder if the sun has you just said something if the sun has
north and south node.
Yeah, so that right there just shows you that it just gets bigger, how small of the galaxy that we're talking about is small. Our sun is just a point that's a part of a bigger solar system because we live in the Milky Way, you know. So it is beyond the planets that we don't see. So it doesn't mean that they don't exist. We just are not aware of the influence as it gets bigger and bigger, or we say it gets smaller and smaller. That's why, that's why the axiom, as above, it's how far does it go above? Is it only, we think it's only just what we perceive, where the International Space Station is floating around in the ionosphere? There's different spheres. It's like we correlate when we look at the chakras. The Sahasrara is not inside the body. The Sahasrara is a chakra outside of the normal connection of things. It's still it's a spiritual center that's not a part of a physical form. It's no different than Keter. Keter's a part of the tree, but Keter's really not on the tree like that. Just like Malkuth is a part of the tree, but it's really not a part of the tree. It kind of has a separation where the energy, it's an energy pool. They all are held together in this their mode, like you said, submodality connection. But then when you take that tree and you just put that tree, and it's just a dot, because it's, like I said, it's a part of a whole bigger structure that we have to keep going further and further away from what we know from this deduction that is bigger than this. The sun, it's millions of suns.
Mm-hmm. Just like there's countless trees, right? We've all seen the diagrams of the tree is actually reflecting itself infinitely. There's a tree on top of a tree on top of a tree. I think that goes to show the type of dimension that we're in. I think that from what I've seen, it looks like the tree is infinite. It looks like this material plane is infinite. Prakriti. I think all that is encapsulated in Prakriti. I think the Milky Way and all these galaxies, the universe, I think it's infinite. However, I think it's all within Prakriti. That triple blackness of space, that infinite nothing is really an infinite nothing.
What if Prakriti is the Milky Way? Or what if Prakriti is encapsulated only just in a small spectrum of the planet Earth, because Prakriti is all the physical manifestations of. So it's within a specific sphere, whether it be, while we on the planet, we live in the troposphere. That's what we got until you go, you go 500 centimeters or whatever above the Earth's surface. You get into the ionosphere and stuff like that, and the different, there's like 7 different spheres. So like you said, Prakriti is this composition, or it's just composed, solidified, vibrate energetic energy, solidified, sound turned into form, like clay. Like, how you can buy a certain type of molding clay, it's soft. You could have it sitting in the jar forever. It's not even aware of what it can be made into until you touch it. As soon as you form it into something, then it starts becoming hard. So that's kind of like Prakriti. It's just this compound. So I'm just thinking as, because our consciousness can only it can, unless, well, it can, but it takes a lot of work. Our consciousness is not going beyond the experience of planet Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Venus. We're not going any further than our logical understanding of this particular solar system we live in. You know what I mean? So the more, but there's also different variables to that. What I said, because we're studying to see. So like everybody, like even the Lord, how she said that, how when you apply the tree of life to the to the Vedic science, and when you go through the multiple different componentries, because they all are specific faculties representing another vibratory energy that's divine, that's defined into an action that we play out here on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different than Vedic science. Like you got 5 states of mind, and there's multiple different levels. There's multiple different levels of yoga. There's 4 stages of klishas. There's 4 kind of avidya. There's 8 rungs of yoga. This thing is component like that. Each sphere is applicable to any of those demonstrated actions of a human being. So it's all sewn in together. So everybody's right with the tree of life. Yeah, that thing is without a shadow of a doubt. These hermeticists and alchemists, they definitely was enlightened by the Eastern candle, lighting the way for all. They would take it. Say like you come from a specific area in your culture, you discovered the Kabbalah. You would have to go to the East just to make sure your shit was authenticated. It wasn't vice versa. The East wouldn't come over there to you, and so it can. No, they've been dealing with authenticated galactical information. So the more we go deeper and deeper, the more we see that all of this information, and to become like aware of this information as we're studying, is only it's only for the purpose of understanding that we're totally none of it. We gotta go through that. We basically gotta go through a lot of bullshit, mind rambling and mind fixing and all of that to get back to the point where you reach absoluteness. And there is no definitions. You can't use the tree of life no more. You can't use Vedic science no more. You can't use the yoga system. You don't need the mala beads no more. All of that becomes not needed as you keep filtering finer and finer grades of consciousness. How you said granule, then that's what you use. The words you use is gradients, right? Correct?
Granularity.
Mhm.
Granularities. So you just keep shifting it. You keep sifting it more and more. Like you got to take flour. Some people think flour is already good to use it out the bag. No, you got to sift that thing to make it more finer, so it blends in into the liquids. It don't take a lot for it to melt down when it's fine.
Yeah.
It's filtered. So that's the same thing. We're filtering all of this particular energy. It's like taking a prism and taking a flashlight and just flashing the light through it. What you don't even see the light come out the flashlight, but you see the cause of it by going through a prism, and it comes out in multiple different colors. But what you don't see is all those colors was already there when you turned on the light. You just didn't see them. They was moving too fast. So when you put it through a solid form, you filter it through solid, an earth essence. Now it slows down, and now you get to see the fucking rainbow now. So that's the whole way we got to. First, why we got to go backwards for Malkuth, Yasad, and all of y'all was correct when you were saying about what if you take your birth chart and you apply it to that. That's absolutely correct, because we know each Sephira corresponds to a planet, and we know that these planets. So we gotta filter all the way backwards until we get to the. That's why Uranus and Pluto, they weren't used in the Vedic astrology, because those are fine granules. Those you couldn't see them, you couldn't see them with your physical eye. Actually, I can't even say that, because some tribesmen and indigenous people were capable
Mhm.
of seeing those planets with their physical eye, but
But
they
like
were so.
the Deutsch astrologers knew about Pluto, Uranus,
They
and Neptune.
definitely. That's what I said. They definitely knew
Yeah.
about it, but that is such a fine. That's a finer grade of existence. That's
Yeah.
very filtered fineness. So we can't give that type of vibratory energy a definition. We can't. We don't know how to simulate it.
That would make it heavier. It wouldn't be fine anymore.
It would exactly
To define it.
So
see how degrading you degrade. That's how we do. That's why we use the application of chaos. That's why Durga and all of them got to do these dances of destruction. They have to degrade what was built so they can rebuild it. I was listening to this guru yesterday speak, right? I wish I can remember. The name would come to me, but he was saying that it might have been Sadhguru. He was talking about like viruses and things like that in the body, and he said it takes basically like a virus and stuff. It's like a detergent. So once it comes into your system, it filters it out like a detergent. So he gave the example. He says that we use soap, but the byproduct, once we utilize the soap for its purpose, it drains down. The soap becomes dirt. So soap is actually waste. So a lot of the things that we are experiencing is like a waste products. It's useful because we have to use the same broken mind to make the mind not broken. So we have to utilize waste for the purpose of filtering it so we can drink it. That's why these yogins actually drink poison and don't die and shit like that, because they have filtered their system. They have taken control of the very mechanism of the human machine that they, once they put something into their mouth and digest it, their body is filtering out anything that will destroy it. So that's how we got to do. We're basically got to become so refined in our consciousness that what comes in through the senses, because this is a sensory planet, that we still got to utilize it. When it comes in, we filter it, and we're able to take the poison out like a Brita water filter.
Yeah, the filtering process. Neuro
Filtering process.
in the chat says, but when you sift down to more and more granularity, you will eventually dig down, exploding down into infinite space again. Zooming in and out lands you at the exact same space, ether Akash.
Well, that's because when you go, okay, that's perfect, perfectly said. And you know why? Because when when you deal with the 5 elements, where do all the rest of, where do the top ones come from? Where do they all originate from?
Gosh.
They originate from space, vastness. You see, it comes from filtering is purity. When you get back to pure, you filtered out any modifications. You filtered out any additives. There's no more additives.
Purity, refinement. Okay, so look, that's a powerful point you just made there, about the granularity, right? And you got the fine and the gross, and they keep talking about the fine and the gross in these books. To define it, to degrade it, to destructure it, you're taking it from the fine to the gross. So we, in this shuddhi, whatever shuddhi you want to do, because there's a couple of shuddhis, that's the process of refining it, regrading it, restructuring it to its most primal and pure essence, to where there's no other type of impurity in it, because that's the eternal existence right there, going back up into those unmanifest elements. But it takes a granularity to do that. Otherwise, all we can see is the earth element, the hard, solid, gross, tangible.
Dr. Svoboda, to quote him, he says, every substance in the world is made up of 5 elements and requires the 5 elements for its growth. An example, a carrot requires earth as its foundation. Water is the cohesive factor which holds it together. Fire enables it to ripen and mature. Air makes it grow, and ether gives it the space to manifest and develop. So we have to apply that same understanding to ourselves, and that's the same thing when we deal with the tree of life. We're dealing with the 5 elements. We're dealing with tattvas, especially when we talk about planets applied to them. We're all like a bunch of motion simulators. You know what I mean? That's basically because we've been solidified. Like I said, it's like the sound. You know, we study a mantra. You know that everything comes from Om. So Om becomes, once the sound becomes filtered through the atmosphere, it becomes slower, and it becomes solidified into form.
Right.
Then we got to go backwards. Once we comprehend the earth, this here, our karma and dharma, once we reach the comprehensive level of that, and then we release ourselves from it, then we go back there. We refilter the mind back into its pure form. We would back to the essence. That's what makes NLP so powerful too, because it's dealing with elemental forces of a human being, dealing with the senses and their portrayal of a mental atmosphere. You're changing the mental atmosphere of an individual based on knowing their atmospheric changes, which is the elements that composes them. What element are they simulating? And like Travis said, for the future generations, that's dangerous information. You're mixing. Think about what we're mixing together. We're mixing together high componentry of this ancient yoga. Like we're not basically from which your platform, you're educating people that some people may not even know there was different levels of yoga. People got to keep it a buck. They know that they didn't know that.
Right, right.
Keep it a buck. When somebody said yoga, instantly your mind, your awakened consciousness saw someone with folded legs. That was the whole thing. You thought yoga was anybody I know just meditating. Meditation is such a high level of on the scale of yoga. Most people ain't even meditating. They're sitting very quiet and nice.
Yeah.
But it's just like I said, this thing is with simulators. So we take these simulators and we modify it. You NLP, you take what's being simulated and you modify it to a whole nother output. You understand a person who's brainy, you begin to know that's dangerous. You begin to understand a person as soon as they walk. They don't even have to say anything. You look at the way they walk and how their body language is doing it, and you automatically know what type of individual just stands in front of you.
That's why
that's dangerous.
Chinese did in Dr. Snyder. He said that the Chinese had that for thousands of years. They're like face reading. So like how like different marks on the face will be basically different emotions.
You got to dealing with, they know how they can automatically don't deal like I said with the yogic. Now it's about knowing what part of the cortex that this individual is operating from. That's real science of NO. That's what makes neuro-linguistic programming a science. You're dealing with the superior colocus and the brainstem and the cord. You're planting vibrational patterns of change in another human being's mind. And it's not always for the bad. People might think just because you're doing it, you might be manipulating a person's mind. No, that's what we're doing. We're NLPing ourselves with fucking a yogic mantra.
I manipulate myself every day.
I manipulate myself every day.
Exactly. You know why? Because you have to. Because you've been manipulated for years. And to keep it, and I ain't never been to the military, but Trav, you was in the military. You was a part of the world's greatest NLP workers on the planet, the fucking military.
Hell yeah.
I watched the video the other day.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Army, I was watching this video of Army officers in MP training all getting fucking tased. You got two people, one holding the other arm, both holding your arms, and you, okay, just hold tight and breathe, inhale, and then shoot your ass with a taser gun. What other structure that they're changing your whole mind state to be able? They're putting that's a what better way to change the mind but through pain?
Well, and through just the physical shock, they're changing their neurological order. Let's not forget electroshock therapy is a real thing.
That shit
they're now
you could die of a heart attack.
Yeah. So literally they're causing a neurological change within you and implementing a specific intent and emotion that is now part of your neurological mechanism.
Which we call in yogic science, samskara, embedded memory, a victory. As soon as you see a taser gun, you can pull up how that shit feels when it gets you. So see how seriously this is actually dangerous information that we've been going through in this pattern that is presenting itself. Because if you realize it's presenting itself in a pattern now we're still in the Vedic, but we're unfolding and we're talking about neuro-linguistic programming now.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's a pattern that's unfolded.
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, nice. You guys are in unison. Yeah,
right on point.
We're leading up to it, gradually. We don't want to throw anybody into it too fast,
Yeah.
Do a little bit more yoga before we dive into it, but we about to get real deep into this mind control.
It's totally interactive.
It's all that there is to do.
Like,
you can't get away from it. There's nothing else to do. If you interact with people, it's something that must happen. Like what Amar said earlier, there's no getting away from manipulation. So just like with working with demons and spirits and all that stuff, that was a big thing in my channel in the beginning, because it's time to desensitize the judgment of these words. You can't go anywhere if you think it's good and bad. First, throw that out the window. Now let's work with it. And the same thing goes with this mind control. It ain't good and it ain't bad. Manipulation, it's not good and it's not bad. It is the way that humans express themselves with each other. So in order to understand it, the first step is to take away the stigma of judgment.
How many of us go to the grocery store? Everybody, right? Soon as you walk into any store, you're instantaneously bombarded with manipulation, stimulation, colors, smells, sounds, shit all in the aisle. As soon as you walk in the door, they got something advertised for you. Something
like, I was just gonna say, before you walk in the door, like as soon as you have the thought, I'm gonna go to the store, your mind is already simulating all the other times you went to the store and what happened.
I forget every time I go into the grocery store what I originally went in it again.
Oh yeah.
I laugh at myself all the time. I gotta walk around in there and don't touch nothing, but like, damn, I came here for that. And now when I catch myself in a whole nother aisle that I'm not, that's desire brought me there unconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is energetic.
Don't go there hungry.
Huh?
And don't go to the grocery store hungry.
There you go.
Oh, it's over.
Oh.
You got to learn that lesson.
You'll be buying full hamburger meat and cut and all kind of deli meats and cheese and all kinds.
Yeah, I have to eat before I go. Like that's mandatory. Eat before you shop.
So it's see, that's another thing. See how you have to place yourself under control. That right there is the real demons. The real demons are desires and uncontrolled impulses. An uncontrolled impulse would be considered a demonic force. And anybody who's read how to invoke a demon, whether it be Andras or any particular demon, that the demons are always not very nice when you don't treat them a particular way or do a particular thing. The demon is you. You are angel and a demon mind states.
Yep.
Think about how garbage. That's the point that I'm coming at now. That I've been doing so much self-analysis, yoga practices, that I've time traveled in my past, and I have like shoveled up. I then took caskets out and all kind of. I got all kind of bodies and shit laid around because I'm inventorying it to rebury it all again. So now it's buried properly. You know how they say you got to give a proper burial. The shit that's what drives us, the human machine, off the edge, because the things that we hold in our shadow self we didn't bury it properly. It was buried in a potter's grave. The spirits never died in peace. And the spirits meaning all the stuff that we hid. If you was I said before, if you was the kid who was bullied in school, they took you as soon as you walked into middle school, you got served off the fucking top. Humiliation. If you was that kid, you buried that shit when you got an adult, but it was buried in a shallow grave. It wasn't buried properly because you covered it up. You didn't face it and say to your inner child, it was okay for you to feel afraid during those times. You got to talk to your child. So as I'm doing that, I'm seeing that a lot of this shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I made a post earlier, you got to get rid of your waste. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot the human being collects a lot of internal waste during the winter solstice. So when the summer solstice comes, you need to get rid of that. It's like a fucking bear that goes into hibernation. You know what it takes for that system to get back active and shit like that? And bears eat a lot of nasty stuff before they go into hibernation, so their digestive tract can be impacted the whole time while they're asleep. So that's just like us as a human being, man. We gotta crack the code. We a piece of work, man. The human machine is a piece of fucking work. Like I said, everybody know their own individual self, and you know how far you've come along in this path, and every individual know that their self. And you all, like you said, you always, that self becomes a person because it's been manipulated and influenced by everything outside of itself. It never got an opportunity to be its own identity, unidentifiable by things that that make it what they want it to be. Everybody wants to see you the way they want to see you, because just like this guru said yesterday, the Swami said that when you search for a guru, when you find a guru, you should be very uncomfortable around this person. He says, because if you comfortable and the guru is happy and nice, that means you didn't find somebody that you like, somebody that fits all the traits, because you still want to be comfortable around people. He said you have to learn to be around people and things that make you uncomfortable. He said that's where you learn from.
That sounds familiar. So that's what Laura, do you remember bringing that one up last week?
Yeah.
See?
Was that Sadhguru?
That was Sadhguru, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the same thing that we got to do. We got to we're making ourselves uncomfortable. Anybody who's afraid of making themselves uncomfortable by their learning process, they'll never reach the next degree.
That's right. Growing pains hurt.
You're supposed to.
Not comfort pains, growing pains.
Growing pains.
That's a
sign. Like how many people had to get their wisdom teeth pulled out because that shit started coming in when using the door? What makes it so wise? That pain is what you're learning from. You're learning the ultimate pain is something that is universal. It makes you strong,
Running from pain, running towards pleasure. The default programming for the human being. But it takes a level of strength to be able to sit with that pain, understand it, and work through it, not run from it. Trav, what demon do I use? What magic do I use to run from this pain? Well, I could be shiesty and charge you money and throw some words at you and make you feel good for now. Or I could let you know, instead of running from that pain, why not analyze why it's causing you pain? What part of you is attached to it? Because that's what's causing you pain. What can you do inside that can liberate yourself from that? I don't want to hear that. What demon to use? Yeah, you.
Yeah, what demon do I use?
Demon of self. And it's really a great time to realize that. To realize that the demon is actually you. The angel of mercy is actually you. How are you going to invoke it? How are you going to arouse its attention so you can utilize it? Think about how many times we anoint an altar, or we anoint objects outside of ourselves, but never once anoint our own physical self. How many people anoint their self as much as they anoint their altars? You got to anoint yourself. Some people don't even do that.
Nope.
If you know Bible history, you know what I'm saying, you know that you couldn't even be a king unless you was anointed by somebody. You had to pour a whole fucking vessel of oil over your head. You know what I'm saying?
It's a thing. All right, it's a thing.
He anointed my head, my cup runneth over. That's why they said that shit. We have to anoint. We're not anointing, or we're not invoking our own self. We don't. A lot of people don't even see themselves as strong as the demonic force they're trying to conjure.
Yikes.
We lost that in this.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just
No.
gonna say we lost those rites of passages, like you were saying, anointing oneself or being anointed was like a rite of passage back in the day. But we don't have rites of passages nowadays, you know. So people kind of just stay in this kind of limbo stage because there is nothing to tell the mind, that deep mind, that you going from being a boy or a girl to a man or a woman. You know what I'm saying? Or further, you know, like you were saying about the king or stuff, but we don't have those rites of passages in this culture anymore.
And
hold on to that. Keep that right there, because that's extremely important. We don't have something to tell the deep mind that we are going from one level to the next.
Yeah.
So if we're not given that, the only natural course is to create that for yourself, or find that process where it exists.
In mystical Kabbalah, says that life is the greatest initiator.
But you always gotta have. There's always someone that's wise in front of you that can tell you, you know, hey man, don't you follow this path, don't walk over there, because that right is holes over there. You'll fall in a hole, you know. So you have to have some sort of, even if somebody points you in a direction, they don't have to walk with you, but they can point you, like Dorothy, you know what I'm saying, you know, follow the yellow brick road. They all kept telling her. They didn't go with her, but they damn sure did a nice song, and they was skipping around and shit like that. So they celebrated with her. They go to path, let's celebrate, turn up. But then when it came to it, like, you gotta go yellow brick road on by yourself. You'll meet some people. You know what I'm saying? You'll meet your own aspects of yourself, your heart, your cowardly. That's your different levels of ego and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't realize a part of their ego was cowardice. The ego is not always an aggressive ass. The ego is also an overinflated coward. Some people's ego is like that pussy ass security guard that's always extra security guard and shit. Following you, like, yo, why is you following me, man? I'm good over here. That's the ego of some people, that chump security guard whose pants are always too tight.
He's like severely overweight and like waddles behind you.
He looked like he just ate, which he did. And when he go back to the office, he got some more shit to go eat. So he's a freaking sloth, slobbering sleazeball.
If anything were to happen, he would be the least effective person.
Because he's a coward trying to mask his inflated cowardice with a security badge and a uniform, and it's because you got some mace and a stun gun that's supposed to mask the cowardice. And that is nothing but an outward demonstration of a lot of individuals' inner world, their mind and shit like that. So when a person don't ever get like stuff just said, no rites of passage, when you gotta go through something, like we need to dissolve this cowardice in you so you can become a productive individual within the society. We're gonna have to help you with that. String your ass up in a tree somewhere and swing you all the way down. Some kind of a shock therapy or something like that. You know, that's kind of what the Boy Scouts tried to emanate, and that's what the toxic, what was considered a toxic negative version of rites of passage is gang life, gang mentality. You know, boys, what boy don't want to be part of a group of individuals considered tough?
Right.
That's boy shit. You know what I mean? But it's an out of order structure that turns into a pack of what it's kind of like the reversing of like the Lion King, that you know lions don't rock with hyenas, but being that Scar is so toxic, he then integrated shit into the culture that don't ever supposed to exist together.
Yikes.
You mix a young boy with insecurity, poverty, and give him a high-powered weapon and 8 other dudes to roll with. That's a dangerous group of individuals right there without no guidance for that insecurity, because that's the platform that they standing on. All these killers and gangs and all that shit, they all insecure nowadays. These 16-year-old boys they all insecure.
Right.
They unsure and shit about all kind of shit. And they don't do nothing but reflect an aspect of human society and humanity too. It's a lot of cowards nowadays.
I was having some thoughts yesterday and the past few days about the society that we live in. And I had a friend of mine who was saying that she doesn't know sometimes what accounts or maybe speakers to trust, you know, because she's really new to all this stuff. And you know, because sometimes people say outlandish stuff, and knowing what we know, sometimes we can tell if it's coming out of an insecure place, or as we like to say, coming out of ego. And I just got to thinking, and I asked the question, like, so how many, and you can think about these questions too, how many people in your life do you know are going through some kind of mental, physical, or emotional trauma? Right? Everybody. So then I ask, how many people do you know do a pretty decent job of covering it up and making it seem as if they got their shit together, everything's okay? Damn near everybody. Well, most people do a pretty good job at covering up. So then I said, magnify that on a global scale. You know, first a community scale, then a national scale, then a global scale. So we've got a whole world of people who are going through physical, emotional, and mental trauma, going through it, not healing it, going through it. And I said, how many of our actions, how many of our words, how much of our day-to-day thought process is affected by this physical, mental, or emotional trauma? All of it. So if you got someone who has gone through racism, right? If you got somebody who feels hurt by the cultural bias, then of course it doesn't matter what kind of spiritual information you're going to learn, it's going to be filtered through that trauma. So if an individual is not doing this kind of work, I'm talking about sitting down, yoga, meditation, shooty of any type, if these things aren't taking place in this individual's makeup, the information is going to be tainted by some kind of trauma.
Yeah, like they're gonna have like all of like, you know, this lifelong trauma like bias is that they're just going to be like working against, you know, like regarding like this information that is obviously like more positive than like what they're working against. So like being met with like this positivity, they're just like, they don't know what to do with it. It's just like, because like trauma, just like as somebody, you know, like me who has PTSD and shit, it's just like, it's like a muscle. Like your brain is like so accustomed to like working like this negativity when like you're met with like, when you're met with something that goes against it, you're just like, what? Like this isn't what I'm used to. Like, what do I do with this? You know, it's like such a new concept that almost like people want to work against it and like be doubting, because like, you know, that's what trauma shapes your brain to be. Like it literally like reshapes your brain chemically. It's like, yeah.
It really does.
Weren't you
There's
just telling
people
me
who go to
yesterday
work.
about? Yeah, Alex, weren't you just telling me yesterday about a dude who got this information straight from God, and then after just a few months of just being praised as this prophet, I suppose, now has his insecurities and racism filtered through even his teachings? White women only, yeah.
According to like the for everybody who doesn't, I mean, I wouldn't expect anybody else to know what Travis and I were talking about, but I knew about this dude, this programmer guy, who created like this bizarre ass 64-bit
operating system.
Operating system called Temple OS. And he started because he was convinced that he was an incarnation of King Solomon, and that he wanted to build an operating system that was a temple that you utilize, that you gave like offerings to and such. And so that was already a really interesting concept, especially because like it did not have network connections, and like that's not what it was supposed to have. I suppose like he did that intentionally, but like the more that he like went down and down and down, like the more like bizarrely like racist he became. Like one of the things that he said was that like he claimed that white women have sex in order to reproduce, but black women had sex only for pleasure. Like, okay, dude. All right.
White women everywhere were disgusted with that. Like, what do you mean?
Acting like fucking pogs don't exist, bro. What the fuck?
He just blew it for all the women who wanted him to pleasure them. You know what I'm saying? You ruined it for your own self, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of shit? It's like so hilarious, this type of shit. What woman doesn't want fucking pleasure?
Yeah.
That's the thing, how this trauma, we know now everybody's got it. We know it. But if the steps aren't being taken to neutralize
that dumb shit off his chest for years.
Waiting. If we're not doing the necessary processes to like neutralize this trauma that's going on, if we're not actively doing something about it, it will filter through everything we express. It don't matter if it is divine. He could have got a divine message. He could have been the reincarnation of King Solomon.
Yeah.
But as long as that humanity is in the way, you're a human.
Exactly. Like he was operating so much by ego, by like all these bizarre fucking like notions of like how he thought that people should be, and you know, like, you know, calling like fucking everybody the N-word and shit like that. Like, all right, yeah, that's enlightenment, bro. Like, all right.
Like, Jesus Christ, Solomon, you're digging in, man. You know?
That is not enlightenment for any white woman.
You know?
No.
Where's Umar Johnson when you need him?
You know,
I knew
I beg your pardon.
Umar Johnson to come up sometime.
Oh my God.
I beg your pardon.
I beg your pardon.
Beg your pardon.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You see, man, we live in this thing is a computer simulated. That's what we live in. We live in a computer simulated reception, perception, and comprehension. People, this thing is one big we are in the Temple OS operating system. This should be discombobulated, you know? There's so many viruses and wormholes eating through the system all the time. Just like I was gonna say, there's people who go to work. First of all, they wake up and they dread going to work because they don't like working there, but they may get a good check. But when they go to work, they're fucking harassed by the supervisor all day long. Everything they do, the supervisor's never happy with them motherfuckers, but they're there. They never get fired, but they're tormented all day by the supervisor. You know what kind of person? I mean, that's some people's existence. Look what they got to go through. This the human being just to pay rent in a place that's become your prison.
Yep.
You go home and imprison yourself in there, so you don't have to deal with people, but you got to go to a place you hate and are tormented at, so you can pay to live in the prison.
I've been there. We all been there, but I've been there. I hate that
shit. Is horrible, man.
That's not that's not an existence for me. That don't fit my value system. That don't fit my goals.
And tell me, Trav, how some people don't even understand that it's capable for a person to generate currency to live on without going to punch somebody's time clock. A lot of people don't even comprehend that. They only know going to punch it. They be like, man, how you pay your bills, man? I don't never see you go to work. You don't work. Now I'm gonna make a couple of investments. I'm good. I'm living off some money that I had. They don't even comprehend that kind of communication.
Yeah.
I came to the point today, decision earlier, that I'm not even talking to people that's not even in my peer group anymore. I'm going to really treat life just like a science. You cannot present scientific research to a peer group of individuals who have no knowledge of what you've been researching. You got to give it to those who are on your same level of understanding.
Because look, it even took you a certain level of purification, a certain process of refinement to even come to these understandings. So how could we expect someone who hasn't to properly receive what you're giving?
Because all they're going to do is be opinionated based off of their lack of understanding of what you're giving. So what's being received is being filtered and distorted through their perception. So once it gets to their comprehension, it's generalized.
Yeah.
They couldn't even filter that thing through abstract perception. That no, as soon as it came in, it was perceived distorted. It became instantly distorted.
It becomes defined, degraded, deconstructed.
What happens to a thumb drive when you pull it? You keep pulling it out without shutting it down. It becomes corrupted.
Yikes.
That's the same thing with the human being. This individual consistently perceiving information through a distorted lens becomes corrupted.
Pearls before swine.
Yeah.
Indeed. Beautiful. The mind is a beautiful thing to understand, even when it's working in ways that we may consider fucked up. It's a beautiful operating system to understand, because the more you learn about how yours works, the more you can figure out, maybe why someone else is doing something else. It's been pretty interesting to me to just observe the decisions people make. Even if I don't agree with them, I always like to kind of just put myself in their shoes, so to speak, and try to come to a conclusion or try to understand as best as I can why someone did something. For example, I saw a post yesterday that, it was kind of bizarre, kind of hilarious, kind of weird. I'll share it on the screen here. But, it has to do with the whole vaccine stuff. Of course, I don't care, but just interesting to observe here. I'm sharing my screen now. All right. Come on. Well, No, it's not doing. There we go. Well, anyways, it's not showing. But basically, apparently they're giving out donuts now for your vaccines.
Oh my gosh.
Apparently now, if you go get your vaccine shot, they're giving you a single Krispy Kreme donut as a reward.
Oh,
You're joking, right? You're joking, right?
No, I'm not
Oh
joking.
my
Check this
God.
guy out.
A donut?
Oh yeah,
Got my
I
first
saw
dose.
that.
He got his Krispy Kreme. Look how happy he is.
I saw
Krispy
a
Kreme,
whole bunch of them.
you know.
Got
She said, "Don't."
It's just
Krispy
one.
Kremed up.
It's one of those fucking donuts that just like you bite into it and it's like biting into like solidified sugar water. I don't know
Oh
about that, man.
my God. Oh my
About it too
God.
now. You, hey,
Actually, this is
I heard they was giving people weed to get giving black people weed to get a bags of weed to get a vaccine.
Yeah. Neuro-linguistic advertising programming at its finest. That right
Yes.
there shows you the very shit
Yeah.
that we all talking about. Very stuff we're be better you. So we won't fall into that right there.
Laura, is that a donut?
The
Yeah.
power of a donut.
It's a
The power of
sugar-free
a donut.
vegan homemade donut.
How did
The
you get that?
irony.
How did you get that donut?
Huh?
Where's that from? How did you get that?
Krispy
made
Kreme. Krispy Kreme.
That was a trigger for me, so I had to get my donut.
Oh man.
Because you know, if you listen to Travis Magus, you can also get a donut.
I know. I'm about to get mine.
I'm telling you, living in
I want a
Florida,
blueberry cake donut, Travis.
I got
But
blueberry.
no,
Okay.
those are my
living
favorite.
in Florida, they're throwing the vaccine at people. They're like, they must be making it here. You understand what I'm saying? Because I remember like last year when the virus first hit, there was supposed to be a company in this city that they said was one of the forerunners of making this vaccine. Because I was like, interesting. You know what I'm saying? Then you didn't hear anything else about that. But here they got COVID testing stations all over the place. They got you can go to you can. It seems to be very accessible to get you some vaccine, and they love Krispy Kreme will shut the whole street down when that red light is on.
Oh man.
Because the red light means that the donuts are hot right now.
Imagine getting your shot, but by the time you get it, the sign is off, so you got to get a cold one.
What about you get the shot and you lose your whole sense of smell and taste, so you can't even enjoy the fucking Krispy Kreme donut?
Well, and
There's
here's
a
the
lot
thing
of
about the
what ifs.
Well, and here's the thing about the NLP shit, right? Like, people are completely bypassing the fact that donuts would lower your immunity. Like, you should, if we're in flu season or whatever, you need to be upping it on garlic. Like, they need to give you like garlic chicken noodle soup or something, or like.
Well, see, let's look at the value.
Soup. Like, what the fuck?
That would imply that the value is to help you get healthy. If the value was to help you get healthy, then we would be giving you good shit. But
right. But along with this shit that we inject in you, we're also going to give you some shit that you can just consume on your own too.
That's the
haram ass fucking glucose attack.
They got what's it? They
One
got
diabetes
the reality
with the
map. They don't even offer you anything healthy. They offer you a 1 coupon for 1 Krispy Kreme donut.
See, this is where I shouldn't be a dictator, because I'd be like,
a
you
sandwich
get
from Trader Joe's or some shit like that.
Guess what? That's a good money for me, my brothers and sisters.
Hey,
make skinny. I'm looking right now. I'm looking for electro. Oh my God, how do you call it? I'm looking right now for electroporation type of machine that can help me out to give some good electro penetration of products into the fat belly and help the patient to lose the weight through electroporation
So
machine.
go.
I didn't hear
eat your
anything past
Krispy Kreme
penetration.
donuts and come straight to you.
Exactly.
There you go.
All I heard was electropenetration.
Yeah.
I got stuck right there.
Of course.
I'm gonna have you eat,
right.
I'm about to
Of course, that's all you heard, Draft.
I heard fat belly. So I'm gonna...
Fat belly and
Fat belly and
electropenetration.
electrical penetration.
Sounds like a good night.
Oh,
Haram.
So this body business is a good business. Sadly enough, I don't know.
They're not even trying to be intelligent no more.
What can I do? What can I do to help people now? Like I help people to lose the weight.
Electrify their bellies.
Yeah, electrically penetrate those bellies.
Oh my God! And you showing me this?
They're not even trying to treat people like they are intelligent. They're giving you fucking donuts. Look at
they're fucking pigs. They're giving you
what they're doing. It ain't like they even giving you. Listen here, man. We'll give you $100 to just go ahead and get it. They're not even throwing money at you. They're throwing donuts.
Yo, you get a donut.
What have we evolved into, man?
Not even a dozen.
We're on iPhone 13, aren't we? But they can throw donuts at you, and niggas is fucking lined up.
And
I
happy.
saw a comic strip with two mice. The one mouse said, "Have you gotten the COVID vaccine yet?" The other mouse says, "Nah, I'm still waiting for it to be tested out on the humans."
Nice. Nice.
They ain't even get his vaccine to mice yet. You know what I'm saying?
But here we have a perfect example to just observe. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not always, I'm liking that I move out of the realm of this is good or this is bad. Who cares what is useful and what is effective? I like observing this because you can see the mentality of the general populace. You know, everyone's not doing it, of course, but there's a large chunk of people who are passionate about getting these vaccines and are passionate about getting a free donut. I mean, just you can see with your eyes. What's up?
Well, it's the same behavior when we donate blood. Like every month, if you go like every 3 months or whatever it is, if you donate blood, they will give you as a reward, right? They will give you a little card with the blood type of yours, and to remind you when is your next appointment. That's a reward. And also they will give you 8 ounces of orange juice with a cookie at the top of that.
I gave blood before they gave
Oh
me.
yeah, I love eating sweets after having a fucking orange juice.
They gave me orange juice and Nutter Butters. I was like, damn, you're sugaring me up right now, you know.
Hey, Nutter Butters hit though.
They do hit.
Nutter Butters be hit.
Amar's like, I don't know. It's pretty tempting.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, man, look at how they're treating human beings. You know what I'm saying? It's like we we're not gonna say fuck it. We'll excuse your whole income tax. You don't have to pay income tax for the whole year. We're gonna give you a fucking donut.
Now we got something to bargain with. You know, now you got a little bit of something to bargain with. But single donut.
Even see, that's how wicked. That's how wicked that the mechanism of delivery this vaccine really is. You know what kind of rigorous health process toothpaste has to go to before it gets to the fucking shelf for public consumption? That shit goes to. Man, I used to work at this place years ago. It's called Signature Brand. Signature Brand makes all that cake icing and the candles and shit that you see all in the aisle. You know, them hard candies that you put on the cake, happy birthday and shit like that. They make that. They got a whole quality control department that come out there every few minutes to come and do their scientific testing of cake icing. They'll shut the whole machine down if something is not right with their numbers in their little science lab. I'm talking about they throw away the whole bat of cake icing if something doesn't come out right with the testing. but they giving out the motherfucking COVID vaccine.
The donut.
We haven't tested this on absolutely nothing or nobody. We ain't even use a fluffy rabbit. We ain't even go get all those dogs that nobody want at the motherfucking dog pound that they're gonna euthanize 90 dogs tomorrow. You could have tested it on them. I'm just saying.
Skip the book.
Test it out on all the pedophiles in jail. Test it out on them motherfuckers. Test it out on people who did murdered children and niggas sitting up on life sitting in jail for life. He get fucking 3 hots in a cot. Test that shit on them and see what happens if he grows a whole nother throat or something.
Extra throat.
Extra, so you can handle the you need more oxygen because your lungs are gonna shut down in 3 years.
His throat turns blue from swallowing the poison.
My God.
It's stupid, man.
You know, I don't even really, I have extremely less of a beef with the promoters and the pushers. I think that really, if we were to blame anyone with being good or bad, it would have to be the consumer, because each individual makes a choice to get this vaccine for a donut. That is you knew beforehand that you were going to get a donut for taking this shot.
It's an initiation.
It shows that it really was, it wouldn't take anything. That's how low of a value you have on yourself, that you'll sell yourself for a donut. So it would have been a matter of time. It would have been anything. A pack of M&Ms, a peanut.
Everybody who's taking this vaccine is being initiated into something that they have no clue. They're going to use this as an isolation and separation tool, first of all, from the ones who are vaccinated and those who are not vaccinated. It's going to be used as a fucking tool. So they're being initiated. It's no different because it has to be of your own free will and accord. So that's the same thing with masonry. No, you can't be coerced to become a mason. It's supposed to be of your own free will and accord. That's the same thing. They can't make you take this vaccine, make it mandatory and shit. You know, people that would be that will get people killed. They'll be, remember motherfuckers was going in abortion clinics shooting the abortion doctors up and shit like that. You don't think that somebody would have did that shit if they're making mandatory vaccines that people ain't walking up in these clinics killing the fucking nurses? And I'm not saying that's something to laugh at. I'm just saying they couldn't force it on people like that. So now you got, because we crazy ass Americans. Americans love guns. We love violence. Motherfuckers will kill somebody over that shit. They can talk that.
We love our freedom so much.
We'll give it up. We'll mandatory. No, you got to go for free will and accord. It got to be of your own consciousness. You're going to sit there, and these nurses are going to inject you with something that you have no clue of what it is.
Yo, Shango, they already started dividing people, bro. If you look it up, the Miami Heat is only letting vaccinated people come to their games.
Yeah. A couple months before they even had the vaccine, New York was talking about you can't even like go into the baseball stadium. You gotta be vaccinated. So that's what I'm saying. They're using it as a separation tool.
That's
this is the Walking Dead.
Just don't go to these games if you don't want to. Like, none of this stuff is necessary. Like, I don't.
That's what I'm saying.
The impact that people seem to be putting on this it's bigger in our heads. Like, oh my God, I can't do this. Well, it's like, do you even really need to do that?
The reality map and the desire map are all mixed up. There is no, people are not living in a true reality of self-awareness and how everything in this existence, does it apply or does not apply to them as an individual. They're living in a map of desire. Everything they're always stimulated by something, so it always gives them more desire, more wants, more fears, more lack. We're always lacking something. We need more security.
Well, and let's break. Well, let's break that down a little bit more in the sense that, like, you know, for example, those games, right? They're not allowing people who aren't vaccinated to show up to those games, right? But as Travis said, you don't really need to go see that game. But what it becomes is a power struggle. That's what they're fucking with you on. They're fucking with your ego.
Exactly.
They're saying,
if you're wrapped up in all
do
that nonsense.
this.
See, like that doesn't affect me at all because I have no desire to go see no dumbass game. And if I did, I had a TV for that or a phone. Yeah, only if we put ourselves in that little chess game, then it becomes a power struggle. Because it's like no one can play a power struggle on me if I'm not playing with you. Like I don't have an authority figure. I don't have a boss to threaten me. Like I don't have anybody to pull any of my strings because I'm not in that position. So it's a non-issue, and I mean that shit.
And they are
out here complaining about that. You're choosing to do that. This is
and they're masters of chaos, masters of chaos, master chessmen. Not just one chess master, thousands of chess masters manipulating the shit. That's they allow it. Just like here in Florida, what was it? It was spring break. Thousands of people came down here. Was in Miami, wilding out. You know what they had to do? They called a fucking state of emergency down there. It was out of control. They had to call a state of emergency. They're shutting it down. People all gathered up. Nobody has fucking masks on. That shit is a fucking fallacy. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to use situations like that as springboards for the reasons of this is why we have to get the vaccine to everybody because we can't control the population of people that want to gather without masks on and blah, blah, blah. It is a whole, this is mastery movie making at its fucking finest. They're shifting the narratives. It's just like this whole new thing. And I only bring this up because we're talking about NLP and we're talking about mind and people and science. This dude who cheated on his wife and he was supposed to be like a fucking relationship counselor or some shit like this. I haven't heard of this fucking dude ever. Like I've never heard of this guy ever. And that's what you call an op. These are psychological programs that they upload into the system of people to throw you off to some shit.
Yep.
Like who the fuck is this dude? Like I never heard of this fucking dude.
Think about how easy
fucking with people.
How easy would it be to inject something like that? Let's just say, for example, you said you never heard of this guy. I damn sure never heard of this guy until it came across my stream. With enough money and with enough understanding of how social media works, how easy is it to create something like that and promote it at large? Now, everyone that sees it is like, I've never heard of this guy, but obviously it's popular. So let me get the tea. How easy would it be to inject things like that into today's society?
And that right, and those be little things to distract you from something. We always need something to distract us.
Right.
And I don't want to talk about that it was a black dude and it's always got to attack the characteristics of particular people and make them look always out of fucking control. These are injected narratives. So it's no different than just 2 weeks ago they injected a narrative of they utilized Kirk Franklin and his son. So they throw in these narratives, and then 2 weeks after that, you got this dude who supposedly relationship counselor and blah, blah, blah. Now he's sitting up there with his wife and she's looking like a robot the whole fucking time, sitting there. It's this is how dumb people have become, man. Like y'all don't see that this is a fucking movie that they're unfolding in front of you. Like you don't see this.
Crazy.
No, because then they
so
relate it to like a mental illness or something. Like I went to this big.
They create the mental illness.
Exactly. I went to this big convention like a couple years, like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And there was a therapist there, and I swear to God, he had that exact story. Like he was like, I cheated on my wife, and then she stayed with me by God's great blessing, and then I went to therapy, and then I cheated on her again, and that's when we had to talk and realize that I had this addiction to blah blah blah. And I was like, no, you just didn't want to take accountability for your fucking actions.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh,
what's your disability? Come on,
like,
man.
like you can control yourself. Did you know that? You can.
Yeah.
There's this thing called controlling your actions and taking accountability. I know that fucking sounds wild, but Egg, don't leave. See, he doesn't like that. But yeah,
He's
no,
like,
so many people aren't like fucking willing to like face that part of themselves, especially like when it comes to shadow work and shit. Like,
yeah.
That's how sick. And why do you think some of these mantras you have for it to do what they need to do? You got to say it 100,000 times. I get it now. People, it's like taking a shirt and washing it 100,000 times because it's so fucking dirty. One wash is not gonna get it out. So I gotta wash it 100,000 times. That's how fucking dirty we are as a human being. We are so. People are just so covered up with toxic characteristic traits, and they act it out on a daily basis, and it's just spread it all through society and demonstrated in all kind of low level knuckle dragging behavior.
Yes, this is why I said what I said. How many people do you know in your life have physical, mental, emotional trauma? How much of their activities are filtered through that trauma? Now take that to a global scale. Everybody that you encounter has physical, mental, emotional trauma that they're putting on a mask as if everything's cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like everybody is fucked up in some way, but a lot of people they're not willing to face it, or like they act like it's the norm.
Right.
They don't even recognize that it's something to improve on. They just accept it as their reality. They're just like, oh, well, I'm fucked up, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
That's all I literally have to say about
me.
it, because like that's a mental process behind it. There's just nothing.
Well, how many of those people too think that something greater than them is outside of themselves?
Oh yeah, most of these people are like edgy ass like atheists, like and like I was talking about this with a friend the other day, how the prominence of like super right wing like Christianity started became more in prominence in like popular culture in like the 1980s, and how much like that influenced like the mainstream media. And so like of course like there would be like this strong resistance against it. So you get all like these fucking edgy ass atheists who are like, no, that's not real. Like, and they won't even they won't open their minds to any kind of nuance, like any kind of esotericism, because like, oh, religion is the opiate of the masses, bro. Like,
oh, where'd you hear that from? That's cute. Where'd you download that quote? You just read it yesterday?
Like, it's just like, dude, like your like edgy ass fucking viewpoints, whether you like it or not, you're running directly parallel to like this mainstream culture that you're so against. Like you are playing into like this zeitgeist of like these two polar extremes. Like, miss me with that shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that.
And all of these narratives be played out. A lot of this stuff be the same narrative being played out over and over and over and over again. It's just like I had to laugh at my own self. I was watching I was watching this thing on Netflix. I think it was called the Crack. It's called Crack. So I said, I gotta watch this. You know what I'm saying? That's the era I grew up. I said, that's the era I grew up in. Let me see how they're going to portray this narrative. So they get to Ronald Reagan, right? Ronald Reagan wins. He was at the Republican National Convention. It was like 1993 or whatever it was. And guess what he says? Let's make America great again.
Oh.
I said, oh, Ronald Reagan came out. I said, that makes perfect fucking sense.
Yeah, because
Ronald Reagan said, let's make America great again.
Yeah, because a lot of people underestimate like the influence of like Reaganomics and how like it trickled up into like, you know, like conservatism, and then like this extreme sort of like Trumpism and such that like also enforces. But
you know who was a bigger Reaganite than Donald Trump? Barack Obama. When you look at Barack Obama's his policies.
Oh yeah.
His policies were based on Reaganomics. This dude was a fucking literally like a Republican Democrat.
Oh yeah. And all like a lot of people fail to recognize the fact that Democrats and Republicans, they're just like different sides of the same fucking coin.
They're like a lawyer and a prosecutor who go at it in court, and then once their work day is over, they go to the local fucking pub and drink beers together and laugh about the people that they just put in fucking jail.
Like, ha, we just bombed Syria, but I put LGBT flags on my bombs. Ha. Like
that's the whole
figuratively speaking. You know what I mean.
Thing. So yeah, these narratives are completely played out through multiple times. It's the same recycled experience of bullshit. That's why nothing is new under the sun. There's man's mind cannot go any further than where it's at right now. And the only further it can go is on a spiritual level. It can't go there's no more knowledge to discover. There is nothing that can be said that's greater than all the great shit that's being said right now. So when I saw that shit with Reagan, I said, you know what? I said, that makes perfect sense. That Ronald Reagan would be the one to implement that, to put that into the atmosphere. So all these presidents do is that they get briefed and they get educated on what particular platform that they're going to run, and they model themselves after previous fucking presidents.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like there's a mold that they have to fill, otherwise like that they're not suited to be president, you know?
Right.
Like it's so the same kind of job description.
Why reinvent the wheel when it works?
Yeah, precisely. Like no fucking critical thinking, no kind of like revolution, because then other than that, like, you know, the Senate, etc., would just like work against them, you know, like, you know, the media, etc., would just like, they would not fucking have any of that, because, you know, they have like these two parties to push before everybody else. Like anything else,
there's a bird needs two wings to fly.
Yeah,
I've never seen a bird fly with one wing. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's a bird can fly with one wing. Me personally, I've just never seen it. Maybe you've seen it. I don't know, but I know that what a lot of things that's being pushed as division or separation is like there is no division, there is no separation. It's how they're writing the storyline of the narrative, how they're writing the storyline of each book is being pushed as always some aggressive separatist type of thing. Everybody's in the same melting pot. We all bubbling in the same pot together. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to really look back when, you know, when you do the science of self and self-analyses, and it's not just the inner workings. You got to think about what the whole geographical area that we live in. So if we live in America, what other country has bombarded the individual human with so much input of war and separatism and economics and mega companies and monopolizing, and all of this shit has been fed into us. The red coats are coming, and you know what I'm saying, and Paul Revere and all of this type of shit. That shit in doctrine, that shit was, those are vaccines. They've been vaccinating us for hundreds of years, our fucking mind states. To the point now, till they got to the real point where the human now is accepting someone taking a needle and pushing a liquid into their body, and they're not questioning what it is. So go ahead and let
true. It is so true. So true. I gotta say, now that you're saying that, when I used to work in one of the offices, the patients used to go and see the doctor, and when they were going inside in the doctor's office, hey doc, how's everything? How's your wife? How's your sister? How's the dog? How's this? How's that? And you know how we have 15 minutes time to see the patients, right? Like the doctors had those 15 minutes. You're wasting your fucking 15 minutes and asking how's the goddamn fucking dog, instead of you discussing what the fuck is happening to you.
Yeah.
So the doctor comes and says, this is very typical. Doctors comes and they say, well, how is your day today? Oh, doc, you know, I had this, I got that, I got this, I got. Okay, I'll give you some. So I'm gonna give you some pills. So these freaking patients, they will get out of their office, the doctor's office. They will go inside, they will come in front of the lobby and the reception area for check out, right? Because they have a check in and they have check out. And when they get out of the office, they ask me, what's the doctor gave me? Well, the doctor give you this medication, a name of the medication. Well, what is it about that medication? I'm like, don't you have 15 minutes to discuss that with your doctor? Oh, I was just talking to him about, you know, family. I'm like, if I was so pissed, but I couldn't be mean with the patient. I was like, you know what we're gonna do? I'm like, you see all the line of people waiting for him? You're gonna have to wait for all the line of people in order for you to ask your doctor what kind of medication you're getting. Now, this dude was like Xanax. Everything was Xanax for him. It was a good business, guys. Good business. Xanax. Everything was Xanax for this guy. Like everybody was depressed, stress, and pain. So Xanax has those three kind of functions. When they're supposed to be treating Xanax for pain, I don't know where this idea came from, which is not for pain to begin with. It's for psychological issues, right? Who only psychiatrists supposed to prescribe these medications. Now it went out of the control. Now all the MDs do Xanax, at least in New York. So now all of a sudden, you're starting giving Xanax for pain. So of course, this doctor was like, if a patient comes with pain, what was the first thing he would do? Xanax. So she comes and she asks me, what is this medication for? I'm like, well, you know what? I'm not going to tell you. Now you're going to have to wait for everybody to get in line in order for you to see the doctor back. And you can actually sit and ask the doctor, what is this medication all about? And then she said, well, what is it? Well, I'm like, well, I'm sorry, it's HIPAA, which is privacy at that time. So that's the one way that I get away with it. I was like, it's HIPAA, so I cannot discuss your conditions in the front of people. So you're going to have to wait. So I made this woman wait for the next time. She will actually concentrate on her appointments, and instead of wasting the time and saying, how's the dog doing? You know, it's just nonsense. So
you know the whole thing. You know what's going to become the new drug?
The
vaccine.
Yeah, the vaccine.
What if somebody hijacks a whole truckload of vaccine?
Because
that shit hits the street.
It's already happening. They sell it in other countries.
You know I got that vaccine, right?
For $200.
You could be giving that out on the street, people paying you to get. You see how weird this whole thing is. People are. This is what I'm saying. They're setting this. This is a storyline. This is a mythology, as Christian would say, that's being played out.
Yeah.
They don't even, you know how many different vaccines they got created for HIV, but they've never they never came out with it. They might as well release all the vaccines now. Fuck it, just give shit out now.
Yeah, like like in Cuba, like they came out with either like a vaccine or some kind of treatment for lung cancer successfully.
They definitely don't want that. Come from Cuba.
Yeah. Oh no.
Cuba has some of the greatest medical science that you could possibly get. Modern medical science.
Yes, absolutely.
But they don't. Mexico too.
Just wanted to tell you, I went to Cuba actually a couple of years ago, and I saw this doctor in there. Of course, I was just going on vacation, but I always like medicine, and I went directly to see what's the medical system in Cuba. And when I went there, I saw this doctor named David, and of course I was talking to him about whatever medical stuff we were talking about, and then he told me that in Cuba they learned all of it. It is not a separation of a cardiologist. There's not a separation of neurologists. There's not a separation of family practice. There's not a separation of osteopath, naturopath, chiropractor, acupuncturist. There's no separation. He's like, we learned everything. I'm like, so that means that I can talk to you about my medicine? And he's like, yeah. And then I'm like, so how do you do when you guys do surgery? So he said, let me tell you something. In Cuba, we are trained to be doctors, not separated. We are trained to be doctors. He said this, if I have one knife, the only thing that I need is the patient's name, one pen, and one knife. And from there, I can do heart surgery, kidney surgery, muscular system surgery. I can do everything. There's no separation in that medicine. And the funny thing is,
indigenous medicine. That's like Ayurvedic. An Ayurvedic practitioner knows everything.
Yes, exactly. And so it's us Chinese. We study everything. I study Western medicine. I cannot diagnose you in Western medicine because it's their scope of practice. But when we go to school, we study the Western medicine. The only difference that we have is that Western doctors, they treat obviously with prescriptions. They have the power to do injections, right? I have the license to do needles, but they have the power to give injections. And I have the gift to give herbal medicine, but they have the power to give prescriptions, drug prescriptions. So there's no differences, but somehow there is differences. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to tell you is that in Cuba, once the doctor graduate, these guys, they travel to different countries, right? Because the schools of Cuba are so full already of doctors that they don't need that much of the doctors in there because they're fine. So now they send these doctors to do their practices in other countries, not to the United States. They go directly to Central America, South America. They send these guys in the middle of the jungles up there. They do their practices and then they come back home. And they already have their skills. If once they finish their residency. So he told me that when he goes to other countries, he sees that so many patients, they wait on lines to be seen by him. It could be other doctors out there, he's like, it could be El Salvador doctors, example. They were not going to see the Salvadorian doctors. They were going to go and see the Cuban doctors because they're the best. And I am so agree with that one. I'm so agree. They are the best, definitely. So a lot of the people from other countries, they go in and travel to Cuba and they get their treatments down there, including people from United States.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of medical tourism that people in the US will, do, like go to Mexico or like go to like Southeast Asia in order to get like fucking like dental care. Yeah. Dental care here is fucked. Like, why? You need your teeth in order to eat. What the hell? Come on.
Yeah, that's actually like really popular over here in Arizona because we're right next to Mexico. Like last time I went, I mean, I should say every time I go, really, like if you walk across the border, you meet people and you're like, oh, what are you going for? And they're like, doctor's appointment. Going to get my teeth fixed, or I'm going to get glasses. And like they trust the doctors over there more than they do over in North America. And it's cheaper. So it's like, because you get quality care.
Yeah. And like, dude, I'm even thinking about doing that because I have I still have one of my baby teeth. It's this fucking canine right here. It's like so much smaller.
It's a baby tooth.
Yeah. So I have that, and it's always been slightly loose for a long ass time. And so I have my adult tooth just chilling my gums, but somehow for some reason it's decided to be like, I'm going to turn the other way because I'm going to be a fucking dick for some reason. I'm a tooth. And so it's not going to pop up. And like, even if this tooth of mine like fell out from me, like, I don't know, biting into an apple or something. I don't really like to eat apples. And for some reason, I think that I'll want to eat an apple, then it'll somehow make me feel hungrier than I am. I don't know. But anyway, so I really want to get this tooth of mine replaced so I don't have to worry about it, like, breaking out of my face or what the fuck ever. So like, I just chew stuff on the left side of my face. And like I have state insurance, but my state insurance doesn't cover me getting a replacement tooth. Like, what the fuck? And so even like the kind of replacement tooth that I want to get a silver tooth, and it's my canine tooth, dude. I have a fucking silver canine tooth. That'd be like a fucking vampire. Come on, that can't be that expensive. Because most people are like, I want to look like my regular teeth. I'm like, nah, dude, I want to look like a fucking vampire. But no, my insurance will cover that shit. So sometimes just like, we should just go to Mesco and get my fucking vampire tooth, man.
It's a cosmetic type of treatment. Isn't that cosmetic? Isn't that considered cosmetic? What you wanted to do?
Well, this tooth of mine like is gonna have to come out sometime because it's been loose for a while,
It's gonna have to come out sometime.
Yep.
Soon.
Yeah. Have you tried the whole like string with the door?
I'm only gonna do that if I'm able to be able to have my fucking shit replaced,
Yeah.
Like, why don't you go take the COVID vaccine? That'll probably all your teeth will probably fall out in 2 or 3 months from now.
Oh hell no.
Maybe it'll give me shark teeth. I don't fucking know.
Dude, if they give you shark teeth, I'm in 100%.
Got it up point
or
right
tentacles
there,
or extra arms, but
yeah. Fuck it. I'll be able to like, work something on clay and then like draw at the same time. Let's chill.
You ever seen that movie that had Dan Aykroyd in it, and they
Conehead
and John Candy, and they was like these security guards, and they got this job as a security guard, and they had to go be a security guard at like some junkyard, and it was like some kind of a fucking toxic waste dump or something. And when they got there, the two other security guards came out, and they were looking horrible. They were like, he said, "Hey," he said, "I lost 2 more teeth today. Like, maybe you can go work there." You know what I'm saying? The toxic fumes, the teeth will start falling out. I did that. I did the same thing. I went to California a couple of years ago. Went to San Diego, right? And then I was with my family and everything. So we're on the little train to take us to another part. And I looked at the map, and this train went straight to the fucking border. You could literally get off the train and go straight into Mexico. This was like at the height of the whole build a wall around Mexico thing. So I'm in there. So I was talking to the people in the train, like, what y'all feel about this wall shit? Californians was pissed off about that shit. They love Mexico. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, they kind of had me, or had the East Coast believing everybody is supporting this in California. These people was not in support of that. They're like, we go there all the time to go get our dental work done. As you go to Mexico, some of the best dentists are in Mexico. So like y'all was saying, they get on the train, get off at this last stop, and walk right into fucking Tijuana or some shit like that. No passport or nothing. I said, isn't this something right here?
Interesting.
And we here in America, we supposed to be everything is supposed to be so top notch. But when it comes to medicine, it is so Stone Age. In such a money business, they'll let you die before they give you something. You can't even go to the ER and get certain stuff, but you can go get a fucking vaccine for fucking free and all of this. No way. Something ain't right with that shit.
That right there.
Bro,
I mean, there's a donut. Like, there's a donut.
They're giving you a donut. Like, I mean, what if you got like severe diabetes? You done already got 2 feet cut off because you're diabetic, but you got to go get the vaccine. What they giving you? They still giving you Krispy Kreme donuts?
Yo, guys, let me show you what I got in the mail from my medical visit. It was apparently overnight. I didn't, but here's a list of the things they did while in the emergency room, and a bill that says $8,000. $8,000. So like, it was insane. Okay, so the way they make it sound on the list too, they make it sound like all of this stuff, like in order to power on the machine, it's gonna cost them $800 to flip a switch. Like, okay.
Wow.
Let's see how I turn my camera on.
We turned the on button on. That was 800.
Right.
That was 800 right there.
For me to clock in, that was another 500.
Here it is.
We got to mail you this letter out. We're gonna go ahead and tap on another $650 for that.
It says.
Let me see the bill. What's the CPT codes? The ICD. You got ICD codes in there?
What is that?
ICD codes.
I don't know what that is.
The little
pineal decalcification.
What is that?
How much was the pineal decalcification right there?
Ain't none of that in there. All they did was give me drugs and put me under. I don't even remember any of
what happened to you.
This is from that mushroom incident.
Jeez.
How much I owe.
That was a
hell of a
$71.
Them goddamn money.
Man, that trip kept going, boy. That was a serious motherfucking trip.
I just passed my probation classes. I just finished that, and I got this handy dandy nice certificate here. Cost me $300. Yay!
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty guitar.
That's extortion. That's a hustle.
That's
Lit.
The hospital, the medical industry is gangster, the new mafia.
Like, I thought I was in there for a few hours, and then I'm finding out like recently, like, nah, you were there overnight. I'm like, what? What? Huh?
Leave
Y'all
the
could've just
gun.
took me home.
Take
That
the
would've been all right.
cannolis.
Well done.
There's one way that you can escape from that bill.
Cry.
Go to Mexico.
No. Seriously, there is a way that she can escape from it. She can actually go back to the hospital, and you can tell the hospital administration that when you signed that paper when you were in the hospital and you were so dizzy and you were like completely off, they make you sign the paper. When you sign the papers in the hospital, it tells that you are obligated to pay the district. That company to pay.
You
I
have
don't
to
even
say you're
remember
under
signing
duress.
any papers at all.
At least that you
Well,
remember.
if they exactly. So if they have any papers that you probably sign in, because you have to sign papers, honey. You cannot be treated in a hospital if you don't sign in no papers.
What if someone else signed it for her?
They because you have to sign a paper when you get into the hospital. You have reasons to do. You give us the permission to treat you in a hospital. That's one reason why you sign in those papers.
Consent to treatment.
To give the treatment. That's something that every hospital is going to have. Number two is the billing system. So if you get service in the hospital, one, you sign because you get the service. Two, because your insurance companies are going to pay for that service. But if you say you don't have any insurance, or your insurance denies the payment of whatever timing that you were there, what you can do is you can always go back to the hospital and you tell the hospital, listen, I signed a paper. I was over. I don't know what happened. I was in the whatever drug that they put you on, or maybe you were, like you were not in your mind when you signed a paper.
Night Creatrix never went to the hospital. That was all a figment of the shroom.
They had
trick.
my hand
So
strapped
papers,
down.
She actually made that. She made the paperwork and everything while she
was
had my
hand
off
strapped
of
down ever since the ambulance.
Wow.
And I came to.
Oh
I was
no,
still, my
someone on
ankle
psychedelic.
and
Therefore,
my
they're
wrists were
dangerous.
just still like strapped
I'll
down.
get hospitalized like once or twice every 2 weeks if they got that shit for me.
Bro.
So what you can do at the end of the day, what I'm trying to tell you is that you have to go back to your hospital administrator, tell them that you signed many papers, you were not aware of it, and that you're not aware where is this $8,000 payment come from.
Right.
Basically say you didn't sign
literally
anything.
just got it within the last 2 months. And this happened about almost a year ago.
Right.
And the thing is, on the bill they gave me, they have it written. It was just like, oh, your insurance information's already been collected. And I called them just like, no, we don't have your insurance on file. I'm like, why would you even print that on the bill? Like, you just paid a whole $8,000? Like, no.
So if anything, you come back and you tell them that you cannot afford it. So what they're going to do, the hospital system, what they're going to do is they're going to ask you for proof of your income. So if you have low income, try to show the most lower income, like the most lower paycheck that you have. So when you show them the very low income, they can adjust the prices of that bill that you have, the $8,000. You can convert it maybe for $200 or $300, depend on your income.
Okay.
That you make at the year. So you can
they gotta treat homeless people.
Yeah, you can do
We all
that.
need to just trip off of LSD and do the Gayatri mantra.
I mean,
try and let me know how that works. I usually help people like that. Yeah.
I definitely will.
I would prefer to not do any mantras as I'm on LSD, because whenever I close my eyes when I'm on LSD, I see these, you know, fucking fractals and shit. Like I'm watching a Tool music video. I'm like, I'd rather just be chill right now.
You must have been. You must have been so high.
Dude, I'm just trying to appreciate some colors, and you're making me look at all these alien fractals. Like, calm down, man.
Yeah, I tried DMT and I was just like,
Look into the mind's eye of the
I'm
fractals.
too afraid of DMT. Oh my god. No. No. I can't do it. I don't think I can.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts.
They're still hitting you with the Christmas cup too, the holiday cup.
You know, all of this is NLP right here. Like people watching this are
No
remember
one
this.
will tell me what that means. What does it mean?
Neuro-linguistic programming, Alex. Neuro-linguistic programming.
Ah.
Yes. Yes, we are changing the neuro-linguistic programming of your being.
So basically what that involves, you know, you got three words: neuro, linguistic, and program. Program relating to the fact that our minds operate in patterns and programs, right? From A to B to C, the mind operates in loops. That's the program part. Neuro has to do with the body, right? Linguistic has to do with language. So this is all a study on how language impacts the body and how it causes loops, how the loops are able to be changed and manipulated. It's the science of language, body, mind loops. Mind control of self.
My body all over your body, baby.
Your body, baby. So speaking of which, Alex, have you been able to take a look at this book?
I did. I started reading the first chapter, and then y'all were just like, "Hey, let's read the top with shoot." And I was like, "All right, well, I'm gonna start reading this Yukio Mishima novel." Woo!
That's a good book. I really love that book.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and say this for everybody in the chat also. So it looks like that's gonna be the next book study taught with Shooty. Now, as far as when we're gonna start it, that's kind of still up for grabs because I'm not sure if I want to maybe take a month off to really prepare a lot of material for you know, a lot of people who are joining up that are new that might be helpful as far as like a bunch of summaries and PDFs and little short videos about the basics to have people catch up.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, because like some extra work could go into it. Like you can like we can all kind of like relay upon like our experiences from like reading what's wrong with me? Oh yeah, I have a memory disorder. From reading the Kabbalion, you know, and so like we can analyze like, you know, how it was that we worked on that, and then just be like, oh, like, you know, the next book it is that we look at, like we can like do all like this additional, we can work with like this additional material with it, you know, like make it more like effective and like just add in some like extra implements and such.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to have prepared to help, because, you know, for us that are involved, and also like I said, for some of the people who are just now joining and kind of new, so that's going to be the next book. So just for everyone who is in the chat to be prepared, how we're shooting. It might be in a month, maybe a month and a half. But I think that's a perfect segue.
That's a good one. Yeah, I like that book.
Yeah, especially because like, I don't know, I wish that I'm trying to get more on track with like being able to read multiple books at a time. But because like I got the Taught with Shooty, I started that, then you guys were like, hey, let's do the Taught with Shooty for the book study, and I'm just like, yeah, like it would be better for me to absorb the material, like you know, with the Kabbalion, if like I'm able to discuss with other people. So I'm just like, I'm going to read like these 2 books that I wanted to read, you know, for fun. I mean, you know, like I just started on like Freedom of the Known, which has been great so far. And just like, you know, I just started like Yukio Mishima book, like just like a fiction book, just because like, you know, I've wanted to read some of his works for a while. Like this fucking nutbag, like
Is that the guy in
conservative,
Japan?
yeah, conservative gay, like Japanese dude who like committed seppuku when like he tried to overthrow the Japanese government. Yeah, fucking nutbag. But his writing is beautiful. Like his bizarre political ideals aside, like just because like you read a book doesn't mean that you need to agree with all the ideology. Like if you can't separate the two, like congratulations, you don't have any critical thinking, that's cool. Like
right,
but yeah,
right.
like I said before, his writing is beautiful. I really like it a lot so far.
I've seen some of those memes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure I posted some.
That's all that I know about him. He's got somewhat of a
Interesting
meme
dude.
culture.
Interesting guy. Yeah, just like yeah, he's like possibly the earliest like gay like Japanese like prominent like literary figure, you know, and yet like he was like so conservative and he was obsessed with like you know, samurai like codes of honor and such, like had like this fetishism for like militant imagery and such. Weird ass dude.
I love that same kind of stuff. So that's considered a fetish, huh?
Well, no, like the way that he the way that he thought of that stuff, like it was a sexual fetish for him. Yeah.
I definitely don't think about it as sexually.
But like he did, like it started like that for him at an early age and then like evolved into like what he believed after that.
Interesting.
But yeah, like I mean obviously that was just him, you know, that was his problem.
Fetish.
Yeah, because like in Confessions of Mass so far, like he like has this, he like starts talking about like this turn on that he recognized like at a young age, like connecting like figures of like honor, like these knights and such with like filth in a way. Like one of the first male figure it is that he winds himself being attracted to is like this well-built man who like whose job it is that like he like is a person who like cleans out like toilets or something.
Wow.
And so he's like, yeah, so like he's fascinated between like, you know, the beautiful and like the kind of filth. It's like, it's very like, you know, like Georges Bataille and shit with that, like bunch of fucking weird ass pervert dudes.
A lot of those in this world.
Yeah, they've always fucking been around.
Maybe that was his meditative process, you know, because you know you get into different levels of tantra. Some of them went in that direction. You know what I'm saying? They went into that extremisms and
he was definitely a weird extremist, like for sure, like regarding his political ideals, like yeah.
Agora. Yeah, wasn't he pretty much considered like a philosopher or something like that?
Yeah, like he was he was a figure in like, you know, post-war Japan who like still was like obsessed with, you know, like honor, like militant, like samurai kind of code. Yeah, like and like all the conservatism that came with it, and yet like his like writing and like his sexual ideals were, you know, like he was bisexual, like more leaning on like towards like the gay side.
I'm glad in my self-analysis I didn't find any or discover any weird sexual things. I just like regular, normal sex. It wasn't. I didn't discover anything too weird.
Lucky.
Yeah, and that's and I'm sure you're not like suggesting this like that like his homosexuality is anything out of place, but especially just like the his thing with like filth and such is kind of that's not my thing. Very but also like especially back then in Japan, especially like having like these transgressive like sexual ideals and such was like very much, especially in like Japanese culture, like very much like going against the grain at the time, and like still is. I mean, like onsens in Japan still to this day, like there's only certain ones you can go to if like you have tattoos and shit, and like having tattoos like is like still heavily like associated like being involved in the Yakuza and shit. And yeah, and so like only in like bigger cities like Tokyo and Osaka and shit like that, like tattoos are kind of not really seen as like that much out of the norm, especially with like youth culture and such. But like yeah, a lot of the culture definitely is way more conservative than it is here.
We're filthy Americans. We're filthy Americans. I've seen some weird stuff sexually. I've been to New York back in when they used to have when 42nd Street was full of filth. When they
Travis,
had all
you
the,
open up a fucking bag of Sun Chips or some shit. Ooh.
Green
Those
Mojo, it says?
Those look good.
Multi-grain tortilla chips.
You guys are hilarious.
Focus.
Travis.
Focus.
This shouldn't be this difficult.
Focus.
That bag must have the COVID vaccine inside of it.
I should have went for donuts.
Yeah. Right here, brother.
You never struggle so much, man.
What were you saying about New York, Chungo?
Oh, I was saying they used to have all those weird that we would go in there, you put like a fucking quarter inside the wall, and the wall it goes up, and there's like a girl behind this fucking thing dancing and shit. Then it'd be like 2 minutes and the fucking wall goes back down. Pretty weird. It was some weird stuff. I've experienced pretty weird, interesting things, man.
Wait, say it again. You went to New York in a club.
No, they used to have a lot of like live porn shows, live strip shows. The whole like 42nd Street was like full of like craziness. They this was before they put all Disney. They like changed it to like Disney theme and shit like that. But before that, you were able to go inside of these live shows, and it would be like a glass window, but it was like it had like a dark freaking thing there, and you would put your money in the slot, and that dark thing would go up, and it would be like a fucking chick dancing back there, and then it'd be like a couple minutes, and it would just go back down. And it was a lot of it was a hell of an experience to experience that.
Interesting.
It was one step away from a horror movie that had filthy sex going on in there. It was like dark. It was like dinky. It was crazy.
Yeah, I'm still naive when it comes to that kind of thing.
It was fucking crazy.
I mean,
man.
I know it exists, but
I believe you, but like the way how you said it just has me cracking up right now.
I see
you seem very
it in
amused
my
by this.
mind. It was like I can see myself for the first time experiencing it, and I was like, yo, man, was that supposed to happen? Was that a real giraffe, or was that a fake giraffe?
Oh,
it was like weird like that. Like, was that a real gorilla, or was that somebody dressed as a? I'm totally getting out of here. I'm confused.
Oh man, that
Yeah, it was
sounds
crazy
intense.
shit, man.
Yeah.
I would get back on the train to Connecticut fully traumatized after that. Like, why did I even go in there?
Yeah, I've seen shit like that in Brazil, but like it wasn't like you didn't have to pay for it. Like people were just having sex like on the streets, or, like anywhere. Oh God, and someone would be like peeing right next to them. Oh, it was like fucking crazy.
Were they working together?
Life is interesting, ain't it?
Yeah,
I went into this one strip just.
Man, those places were like my favorite places to like people watch, because like I saw this guy, his girlfriend was selling like beer and she was pregnant, and he was I was in an apartment above a samba bar when they were having like this carnival, and like it wasn't carnival, it was like Festa de São João, so it's like a farmers festival, but like they just fucking partied for like a week straight, and like this girl was selling beers and her boyfriend was like drinking all the beers. And then this chick comes over and she's like dancing, and everyone, you know, like is like half naked out there, like just because it's so hot, and you know, then everyone's partying and dancing, like you just are always in your bathing suit or whatever. So she's like dancing and flirting with the boyfriend, and the boyfriend's flirting with her and shit, and he's trying to like, and he puts his arm around her and he's trying to like come like hang out with her or whatever, and the girlfriend's sister like comes up and like smacks him. And then he like let go, and he's like, what, blah, blah, blah. And then his girlfriend like is like, you know, she like shouts back at him like, ah, like stay here or whatever. He's like, all right. And then the girlfriend keeps like flirting and shit like that, and she like, and then like she walks down the street, and then he follows her. And the girlfriend is sitting there and her sister's sitting there, and they're looking down the road, and the girlfriend like looks at her sister, and her sister looks back at her, and the girl like waves her finger, and the sister like goes off after the dude, hits him again, and then like grabs him and brings him back to their cart, and then he just like sits down and like continues drinking the beers. Like
that's like your ass back in here.
Yeah, like it was wild. And then on that same corner, there were people like sniffing coke. Someone was pissing. Another person who couldn't keep their balance like was like pissing on the sidewalk, like right in front. And then there were like two people trying to have sex, and it was like all on a line, like all the way down.
That's what you call a party.
Yeah, and the next morning they have these huge trucks that come, so everyone's water gets turned off for like a week before, because they use that water, which is bullshit because they live next to an ocean, but they use the water from the people's apartments to like fill up these trucks, and they drive the trucks through town, and they just spray the streets with like soap and water, and they just hose it all down. Yeah, and they hose it all down, and everyone's like, yeah, that shit was crazy. That's like the craziest stuff I've seen, is just like over there.
So people who don't understand why I've undertaken this particular study, it's to wash away the filth. so much filth. So much filth. So much trauma.
So much trauma.
I don't know, man. That shit to me was hilarious. That was like
I'm telling you the truth, man. I've been doing self-analysis. I've started calling people from like back in the day. I called like my cousin to like talk to him about when it's like his mom's passed. I was like, man, do you realize like that I was traumatized when your mom passed. Like, it was horrible how she passed away, and he was little, and like I had so much stuff that I had to like release this thing so I can build up to the next level. And that's what with this information, like walking around wearing these Rudrocks and doing these meditations and chanting these mantras and eating differently and practicing these shuddhis and taking all of these cold showers and making sure you all kind of stuff. That stuff starts to really clean. You start cleansing yourself out. My dreams are totally a whole different. It's just crazy. So that's why I said I'm starting to remember a whole bunch of stuff too. Like just like going to New York and looking at those crazy freaking shows and shit like that. Like, damn, I forgot all about that.
Isn't that
so
interesting?
Much stuff
What do you, sorry to interrupt, but what do you think of that? Like stuff that you forget, but it's still within your subconscious. Like when it comes up again, do you think that because you become aware of it, it doesn't necessarily go away? Like, how do you then, and you can't necessarily compartmentalize it. So like, what do you do with it? How do you cleanse yourself of the filth? You know, like if part of that process is remembering all of this shit
like I analyze it and release any guilt, release any shame. What emotion was attached to these things that I packed away? Did I feel guilty by doing that stuff? Was I in some sort of a mind state where was it unhealthy to experience these type of things? So whatever, you know, once the memory comes up, like, oh shit, I forgot about that. Then I can go into self-analysis. I can be in a conscious, contemplative state, a dhyana type of state where now I can analyze this and see if I was, like I said, did I carry shame? Was I guilty? Was I hurt? Was I angry? Was I frustrated? And once I face it, relive it, and go through that, it basically dissolves its own self. It's not like you have to do anything. You don't have to, like you said, compartmentalize it or repack it away. It turns into a gas, and it goes back into the ether. It's not needed to be stored in the memory no more. So that's my whole thing, basically, is analyze it and analyze my attachment to it. What was the reason? Was I guilty? Was I shameful of this? And that's maybe why I packed it away. So like you just threw it in the back of the fucking trunk of your car and put all kind of other shit on there so you can't find it. Why did I do that? So that's once I went through that analysis, it just basically it faded away on its own. It ceased to exist. There was no need for it.
Yeah. Has guilt ever really like propelled you as an individual to analyze your actions, or like do you kind of view it as like sort of like a needless kind of go nowhere sort of emotion, or like do you view it as like a point of growth?
To go past the guilt, or
yeah.
It's
I'm
basically
just like your general opinion of guilt, you know.
Like guilt
Mm-hmm.
is you have to learn what particular mind state was you at as an individual that you were guilty. Why did you feel guilty about that? Why was that the emotional response to that situation? You know, so that right there is getting to the root source of the guilt. What brought about, what did you plant that grew guilty? Like a guilty flower. And why did I plant that? So once I go through that process, like I said, the next step of that is it eliminates. That's moksha. I've become liberated from all of the attachments to those stored memories based off of what emotional attachment I placed upon it. So once I be like, that's done, it's over, so mote it be.
So here's a question. Do you think that our emotions are connected to our physical body or to our astral?
It's definitely connected to our physical body. Emotions are in your physical body. Don't you feel your emotions?
Mm-hmm.
Emotion.
We feel them physically, for sure.
That's Ranu Bandha. Your body, your emotions are attached to your works with your autonomic nervous system. That's an antibiotic and like
catabolic.
A catabolic state. Those things work with your chemicals.
Mm-hmm. So, because I'm thinking, since on this level of density, our emotions are like another sense, right? And if they're strictly physical, then on the astral, if people are within the astral or within the astral body, does the astral body necessarily carry that same or similar vibration to what we would in this physical body call the sense of emotion? Like, is there another set? There has to be another set of senses, right? That you experience if you're in the astral body. But we have this connection to the physical body. So I almost feel like there's like a bridge, or there has to be like some type of similar frequency that allows for that astral to still remain within the physical. And to me, what comes to mind is the thought of it being connected somewhat to our physical memories.
Yeah, physical memory. That's what you would call, as the Vedic side is called, a Ranu Bandha. That's you're bound by the experience of what you're taking in through the senses of touch, through the senses of smell, through the senses of the sight, what you hear. That those are the things that become implanted, because we know we have the mind, but we also have the brain. The mind is what you can't autopsy the body and find the mind. You're going to only find the brain. So the brain is the chemical components in the electrical circuitry that operate the whatever we call the emotional state. The emotions are based off of electrical circuitry and chemical components being broken down and disseminated through your physical being, through the blood, through the breath. That's why it's important once you study the yoga, pranayama, and pratyahara processes, sensory withdrawal, and knowing how to control your breath. Because once you control the body, you control the mind. And once you control the body and mind, you control the emotion, you control the sensory perceptions. So that's what this earth is. This earth is all sensory based. As soon as you come out of the womb, you're crying, you're shocked with all the lighting, and they gotta suck out the mucus from your throat and your nose, and the people are touching you and shuffling you, and it's cold. You're already shoved into a sensory world. You're basically being born is your first trauma.
Yeah. You're
birth.
brought, like,
What if you were dropped
into this
what
world?
If your mom dropped you? You would carry that. That would become a Ranu Bandha. That would become a body memory. That might lead to you. That might lead, if you didn't deal with that, that might lead to separation anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the whole thing. So once we begin to, it really is self-analysis. So as you said, with the astral body, when it comes to doing between the astral and the physical, we really can't apply the physical experience to the astral experience, because it's two different perceptions. You can only perceive what's in the astral based off of basically it's an individual experience of what they're experiencing within their astral sense or their, because the senses are not going to be the same as it was. Your astral body is not going to have the same operation of the nostril. It's not going to need the auditory nerves. It's not going to need the bones in your eardrum to move so you can hear the sound of voice. You're not going to feel wind in the astral body. It's going to be a filtered experience of you're not going to be physical. So anything physical stimuli is not going to be applied to the astral realm.
Right. This is why we have to take into consideration about the essence of things. This is what's also talked about in Tattvashuddhi and Samkhya Darshan, how you've got the Karmendriyas and the Jnanendriyas, but there are subtle senses. I think they're the Tanmatras. And these aren't manifest in the physical, but they're perceived in the subtle realms. This is why the mantras work and the yantras work and things like that, because they're tapping into the same sources that cause effects in the physical plane. That's why I think they did a good attempt in the book Demons of Magic, where if you want to work with a particular demon, it tells you what to focus on visually, auditorily. It tells you a taste to visualize, a smell, because they're trying to tap into those subtle essences that essentially create a subjective reality for you to operate within.
Yeah, but like that Demons of Magic book, like for every demon that he lists, like he suggests that there's like a feeling and like a smell that comes along with like every demon, and so like that will like further like encompass you into like the atmosphere it is that you should be in order to like draw like that essence in.
Right.
And that's using emotion. That's how emotion is a part of a magic of the magical process. You can't do magic without emotion.
Exactly. Like it's an energy, it's a power.
It is. You have to harness it. That's why I go to Star Wars. I reference Star Wars all the time. That's why they go to the dark. Feel the anger. Use it, Luke. That's the fuel of the dark side. The dark side is fueled by passion. That's why their mantra is there is no peace. There is only passion. Peace is a lie to a Sith or to a Dark Lord. They don't deal with peace. They only deal with passion. They deal with what generates their energy. If they're pissed off at you,
it's obviously a form of energy. It's a force. It's
that's what
force.
it is. And
exactly.
all we're saying, and when we say energy and force, you know what we're saying? No different than the Tattva.
Yes.
Exactly.
Because they explain it like when you go, like I was just reading earlier, going through the Magical Tattva cards book, ether is they have this involuntary scaling from subtle descending to gross, right? So ether, the element, the manifest state is the stellar space, and the symbol would be an egg, which represents the cosmic symbol, and the shape is an oval. So whenever you see an oval, you're actually seeing the element of ether, which is in a manifest state of stellar space. So the element air manifests state into gaseous vapors, and it's a sphere. But what I'm saying, all of these manifest states, stellar space, gaseous vapors, incandescence, which is fire, fluid precipitation, water, and congealment, which is earth. Those are what we're using. We're manipulating the elemental sources of composition, which we call matter, and then we're reformatting it back into a non-material form then we're manifesting it back in that we want it to manifest into our physical world. But it takes emotion, and that emotional content we call it belief. If you don't believe that Andros is gonna do anything for you, it ain't gonna do nothing for you. Yeah. You can have an you could have the authentic sigils that you really didn't had etched into gold leafing, silver, have the sigil on silver plating.
Yeah.
But if you don't believe it's going to work, or if you haven't generated Agni, fire energy coming from the solar plexus, because that's where your magic is generated. It's generated in the lower chakras. It needs fire.
Yeah.
Then it manifests outward
if you're doing like goetic magic, you know.
It has to be done with fire, and then you transform that into air, because you have to do what? You have to speak the words. So you're using the elements to manipulate the elements. That's the only thing. That's what the ritual movements only thing they represent is the planetary movements. So now we go back to magic really is nothing but movements of the planet. So you're actually unconsciously playing out the mythology of a fucking of orbits.
Right.
And rotations.
Less to do with having control over others, but rather a harmony with nature. I think another interesting thing
a harmony with nature, and being called a nature worker is what? A magician.
Right. Another thing to point out here about emotion is that when you really distill these emotions, because you said that the emotions are the source of the magic, coming from the fire element and the solar, regardless if it's sadness or anger or happiness or whatever, when you distill it, it's all the same type of thing. It's all energy and motion. It's just when it gets closer to the physical expression that it's filtered now and it becomes anger or it becomes greed or passion or whatever. But when you refine it and take it back to its source, like the Sith said, it's only passion.
That's what it takes for some of the X-Men for their X-Pop took some traumatic emotional event that triggered that shit to happen to them. It's no different than Magneto. When you watch the X-Men movie, when they introduced you to how Magneto became Magneto, shit, he was a prisoner in Auschwitz. They separated him from his mother and father. They was being put on the death train. Then when they closed that gate in front of Magneto, that shit drove him into a state of misery where he was trying to get to his parents so fucking hard that shit turned into magnetic attraction, and he bent the metal bars. So it took that. So that's the same thing. That's the same kind of power that we have. Whatever you want to draw to you, you got to use, and that's electrical force. That's what, because lightning is a force of air and fire. Because don't forget, we can put tatwas together and mix it and create a whole nother type of energy. So when you mix together air and fire makes lightning.
Sounds like some Pokemon.
That's electricity. So now you have to generate that kind of force to bring forth something else. So when you speak your incantations, if you are weak, that's why there's different levels of mantra. Some mantra is non-verbal. Some mantras you're supposed to fucking basically yell them out loud. Some mantras you whisper, because those have different energies that come along with whatever purpose that you're generating. That's like if you say a mantra 100,000 times, you know what your mala beads, your mala rudraksha beads are energized every time you use them for your mantra. If you do a 108 count mantra, every time you spin those rudraksha beads, they're taking in the energy, and all the energy basically is stored in that one particular bead. That's the what they call the guru bead. So anything that you use for your magical purposes becomes a generated power source. A guru could take the vaccine and then utilize prana, because you can shift prana through different parts of your body. So if you was to actually take something, and if you are a high level master over your physical form, you could extract it from your body by using prana. You can put air, the air can push that chemical out of you.
Right, and that's not too far-fetched when you think about how when your body is in a consistent state of harmony, you naturally push out toxins and things that don't belong there. Like if you maintain your body in a constant state of harmony, things that you put into your body naturally starts to reject it.
Or you can breathe it out, because exhalation releases more toxins from your body than you having a bowel movement.
Yes.
You exhale the most of the toxins out of your body every time you exhale.
So like I'm saying, just like how the body naturally evacuates things like that, we're talking about granularity when we're dealing with the Vedic science. So if your body already has natural processes, if you learn the granule, maybe even the expert level usage of the body, you can begin to do things like that, right? Because everyone knows how to walk and think, but there's subtle aspects to walking and thinking. You know, we all eat food, but we learn from initiation into hermetics that you can actually energize that food with intent, right? And then we can see after practicing that it actually has an effect. There's everything that we do in life, it can be magnified. There's subtle aspects to everything. Even just communicating like this, I'm not just talking to you. I'm never just talking to one person, right? We can learn to communicate on multiple levels to multiple people with single direction of words.
And all of that is done with the mind. That's like, I go back to the military thing. That's why the military knows that they have to break your mind down before they rebuild your body back up. And then they rebuild, and they don't build back up your mind, they rebuild it to a military mind state.
Right.
That's why most people in the military, as soon as they say, like Travis, if you was in the Navy and you come across another Navy man, they're going to be instantly, they'll only talk to you. They'll become instantly biased towards everybody else.
Right.
Like because they can't relate to somebody who hasn't been in the military, and vice versa. I can't get in that kind of conversation and talk about military stuff. I ain't never served in the military. Because your
we're sitting here talking about this yoga stuff.
You talk about the yoga, you know what I mean? You can talk about that, but when it comes to like you could talk to my homeboy who been to the Navy, you know what I'm saying? He know all about that Navy stuff. But me, I'm gonna just sit there and be like, I don't know nothing about that, what they talking about. And that's what everything, because it's been you've been broken down and been rebuilt back up at a particular point. So that's why people be successful. They can send you to war. And that's all war tactics. That's been going on for thousands of years with a military training. And even before that, you go to the Bhagavad Gita, it's definitely going to teach you about military. Like there's a particular Arjuna was Arjuna. Is that his name?
Arjuna? Yeah, Arjuna.
Arjuna belonged to a particular tribe of warriors. And you know what that particular tribe weren't? They were not vegetarians. They were the only ones that ate meat. And they ate meat because they needed more energy to do things. That wasn't being a vegetarian wasn't applied. That wasn't an applied science to their particular branch of tribemen. But all the other ones, you know, so they didn't eat. That's why when you read the Bhagavad Gita, he had to basically what Arjuna destroyed was his ego, his questioning mode.
Yeah.
He didn't discovered something different than what your born mission is. That's what we all go through. We discovered something different, or we've been modified. So now we question all of this shit. Well, why do I have to go to war against my fellow man? Don't they deserve to live in the sun as well and eat and have a family and raise children the same as I? Listen, dude, they supposed to die.
Yeah, exactly. And like they're gonna come back or they're not. And like if they don't come back, then you're honestly doing them a favor of not like pushing them back into like samsara, so to speak.
So that's the whole thing. So we go through that same thing with our own selves. We question because we become, you know, that's like I said before. Just think about the people who, a lot of people didn't feel this was needed on their path to go through what point that we are, start reading all of these different yogic books and all of this stuff. And people wasn't feeling that. So they felt like that's not something that was that they needed. But the whole thing is, if they would have stuck in with it for a little while longer, they would realize that this is the applied science that they've been looking for. Everybody's always been looking for the actual technique. You got to have a strong foundation and understanding of what it means to go into ritualistic chant. And then what better science to learn that from but from the actual culture that originated that shit.
Exactly. Like my therapist for the longest time, like she's been pressuring me to do DBT, and I'm just like, I just started reading all this Vedic shit and that just rips entirely from this stuff. Like I'm going straight to the source and y'all are just like ripping from this and utilizing these annoying ass buzzwords. And I'm not trying to like say that it doesn't work for people, but I'm just like, miss me with that shit. I don't want to have to be like, oh, be self-soothing. Like, I'm not trying to baby myself, man. I need to get like fucking whipped into shape, man. Like,
that's like Seneca, the Greek philosophers in them.
Yes.
They came up with the philosophy of Stoicism.
Yes,
Stoicism is actually awesome because I was reading about that. That's actually an awesome process. And it's all, but you can tell that it was a watered down version of what they didn't learn when they went to the East. They brought it back to their area, and it was watered down. It was made for Greek people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Get up, do what? Take cold showers and all of that type of shit. What do you say, Trav? I'm sorry.
What is the DBT? I'm not sure. Is that a drug?
Dialectical behavior therapy.
What is the premise of it?
It's seriously just like based. A lot of it is based upon Eastern philosophy, but it's taught a lot in like a lot of like psychological practices. It's usually prescribed to people who have borderline personality disorder and with like PTSD because there's a lot of overlapping symptoms, and it's more like about like emotion regulation and like practicing like radical acceptance, but like without using the terms like detachment and like what is philosophically behind that. They just kind of like prescribe you like, oh, keep this diary, like utilize these buzzwords,
journaling,
like
and journaling and stuff like that
kind of shit. It's all like, it's
okay,
more.
A friend of mine, she's going through that,
and they always want to use self being in the moment of being in the moment of now and stuff like that. So all of that stuff was was created by doctors who were all once fucking hippies and shit, hanging out with fucking yogis that were traveling from the east that then came through and gave fucking speeches. And all these doctors did, they went to westernized schools and they manipulated the science that they was taught, and they formatted it for the westernized mind.
Exactly. That's exactly my issue with it. Also, like, I haven't known that many people that have utilized it, and I'm not trying to knock it that much from the people in which like it has worked with, to each their own, but like a couple of the people that I've known that have utilized it, like they've utilized it in a way, in a manipulative sense, in which they're just like, I'm not going to apologize for anything I've ever done. Any issue that you have, that's entirely on you.
Oh,
that's entirely you and your perception of me. And it's just like, dude, you've done like shitty, harmful things, man. Like you hurt other people, and like you can use that and be like, oh, well, you're choosing to be hurt. I'm like, you're making an excuse for you being an asshole.
Red flag, leave.
Miss me with that shit. Yeah.
I've got a friend who's going through it. I didn't know what it was before, but now that you mention it, she showed me some of the paperwork that she was given, some of the like worksheets, and it all read just like some of this yoga stuff about
exactly
being in the now.
Wow. That's where they got it from, Trap. You know that. Everything that we read now, you hear the whole same. It's over. It's like been. You know how like you move into a place and all they do is paint it over with that eggshell flat paint.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. You can once you start, you get real close to the wall, you be like, yo, this shit used to be fucking blue. You see the real color up under that. That's what we're doing. You start looking at you start getting a close-up view of all these Western sciences, you're gonna start seeing Sivananda and the crew in the background.
Mm-hmm.
See, the westernized mind never wants to be defeated. It has to be looked at as superior in mind. It can't be looked at as a carbon copy of something else. Like, no, how's that? How are we supposed to be superior when I have to say that I'm a carbon copy of something else?
That points to a cultural insecurity.
It's an insecurity.
For someone to try to put on airs as if they are more important than they are, or rather to borrow something and claim it as their own, that points to an integral lack of sense of personal value. I'm not important, so
they got a sickness.
Let me take something to make myself look important.
Mm-hmm.
That's the West. And that's what we see, right? We see people stealing each other's music. We see people stealing each other's art forms of all types. Isn't this how Hollywood works? You receive a bunch of scripts and then we just take the good one and, give it to whoever's the highest bidder.
I was watching an interview the other day with Rakim, right? And the guy asked him about when Will Smith made the song Summertime.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, man, when you heard that, it's like, when Will Smith came out with the song Summertime, what did you think about that? Because little do people know, Will Smith, that rapping style that he did, imitated Rakim's whole fucking rap.
Yikes.
Here it is, smooth, lightly transformed in the groove, and it was all of that shit was. And Will Smith admitted it. He was like, he said, I like Rakim, and I used his whole rhyme style. Summertime was one of Will Smith's greatest hits. So the whole thing that just shows that everything is all regurgitated, all, especially just to use that example as the whole westernized mind science, especially psychiatry and psychology. It is all a weak coffee of yogic science. Like, you think you drinking, they're gonna give you a cup of coffee, but it's so fucking cream. They didn't put so much creamer in it and sugar.
Oh man.
You don't even taste the coffee no more.
Wow. Are you saying that
Yeah.
there's nothing new under the sun?
Definitely ain't. And where does the sun rise? It rises in the east. So that's why it's always, even the fucking, as cheesy as the Bible is, the three wise men, they still came from the fucking east, and they actually called them magi. You know what I'm saying? And bring some gold, some silver, some myrrh. You know what I'm saying? Sprinkle a little bit of this shit upon you, and we out. You know, that was an astrological story any motherfucking way, because the three kings basically was representing the Sirius, the belt of Sirius. Yeah, that's astrology.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
So there was really none of them people were physical people. They all were basically stars, planets, moving through houses and shit like that. And local lore, local philosophy.
Kind of like how the Bhagavad Gita is a story of what's going on up in the heavens.
Exactly.
The mind.
Story of the heavens. Because they all start off, especially in the Upanishads, when it breaks down the whole story about Agni and Vayu. They personify them as a being. But if you're wise enough to read through the story, as you should, but you see that those aren't real people. Those are telling you about the four elements coming into manifestation. That's just like
the word. And the word was made flesh. That sounds like a kosh down to Christy.
Yeah, the word was made flesh. So when they're talking about the earth was void, without form, that right there is the
That's straight out of the Rig Veda. That is straight out of the Rig Veda. That whole section right there of the Bible, that I found that in the Rig Veda also.
Yeah. And it's talking about the Akash, the realm of space, where Shiva is just basically chilling, meditating the whole time. Don't even know, he knows nothing but the divine meditation.
Oh man. Okay. There's a verse, well, there's a small chapter or section that's called the Hymn of Creation. And basically this whole thing is talking about Genesis, that whole section where the spirit moves across the waters and stuff like that. Now, this is over 5,000 years ago, written, over 10,000 years ago, verbally, right? There was neither non-existence nor was there existence. There was neither air nor heaven beyond it. But essentially, in the beginning, darkness was covered by darkness. It was all indistinct wave. The void was covered by void, and only that which existed was born by the force of energy. Beginning was desire. Interaction was spread out across what was below, what was above. Basically, this is discussing principles that we're only just now coming to learn with modern day science. They didn't say that there was a creator man up in the clouds somewhere creating stuff. It says there was absolutely nothing that can be anything. Desire moved, and from that desire, everything else began to slowly and deliberately manifest.
And that's why physicists look like assholes once you start learning Vedic science.
Yes.
You'd be like, yo, man, y'all secretly, and then you wonder why they use the fucking Shiva symbol in front of where they, you know what I'm saying, over in Switzerland where the thing is at. CERN. They're letting you know, like, yo, secretly, man, we went to school for physics, but what they taught a lot of of Indian philosophy, man.
Mm-hmm.
We had to break down a lot of Vedas, talking about the light and sound and vibration and different wormholes and all of this type of shit. That shit was coming all from the Vedic stories. And as it got over here, it just kept getting filtered down more and more and more and more. It's just like they don't even, just like a lot of the Europeans were alchemists, you know, something like Michelangelo and them, and they drew the picture of the Last Supper. That ain't nothing but planets lined up.
That's the 12, that's the zodiac.
The planets just lined up a couple months ago, didn't it? Weren't the planets all aligned?
Yeah, they've been lining up a lot lately.
So when you look at the picture of the Last Supper, and you go through the planetary, or you go through a timing, because you know there's 12 disciples in one main focal point. You know what I'm saying? And you will see that those that's dealing with planetary alignment, and it's also dealing with the masculine and feminine energy, because one of them disciples was a complete woman. When you look at that picture, it's a picture of a woman.
Bonus points for whoever knew the name of that one that was sitting close to Jesus in that painting.
And if it wasn't a woman, he definitely was a very feminine man. You know what I'm saying? He was very feminine if it wasn't a woman.
That was the one in particular that Jesus said would not taste death.
Yeah. And then when you read I forgot what book it is, it always talked about Jesus kissing the woman on her mouth all the time. Exactly.
Look how close.
Look how she laid up on him.
That was supposed to be the disciple John.
That is definitely not John.
Right. But they're
John,
set in 3 groups, which is supposed to represent the 3 seasons.
And then look at the halo around the head, which is the emanating force of the solar disk, or Saturn.
Beautiful.
They all look like a bunch of freaking idiots, like they're all on a boat.
Wow. But it's just like the zodiac signs. There's not much meaning with them until the sun enters them. Otherwise, they're just positions around a table.
Look at the plates.
Man, so many sirens outside.
Sirens outside, you know what that means?
Yeah, it means that there's a lot of sirens outside.
Well, if this was happening in a dream, then what would it mean?
Gotta stay away from those rocks. Don't even go over there. You don't want to get caught up in the song of the siren.
On the words of Radiohead, there's always a siren leading you to shipwreck.
Yeah.
True.
So that's why they use those. Just think about how they use that for the sirens of fire trucks and the sirens of ambulances. They actually alert you to trouble.
Ouch.
A favorite Radiohead quote of mine that I still like to utilize to this day is, "You do it to yourself, you really do, and that's what really hurts."
And make sure you do it till you're satisfied too.
You do it to yourself. That goes back to what Amar was saying in the beginning of this about how None of us are really interacting with reality. We all have these projections that we've created, these artificial maps. The world as we see it is not the world as it is. Everything is extremely filtered, and that's a map, that's a projection, that's a simulation. And that's what we interact with. Like that page I posted on my story, you know, somebody might have these racial filters or Galactic Federation reptilian filters or whatever Christian filters that they have. None of these are true. None of these are true. They're all filtered. In order to see reality as it is, you got to take yourself out of the way first and foremost. You got to take them traumas out of the way, these filters out of the way, your bias out of the way. What would reality be like if you were not in it?
You got to realize who is the observer? Are you? Is it the self, or is it the modified person? And then what filter are you observing from? Like you said, what is the filter of definition that you're observing your world through? The yoga science teaches you that you have to identify the problem. It's like an engineer, you know what I'm saying? Like a person who can fix componentry. Some people be wanting to take everything apart to find what's wrong. But some engineers or mechanics don't take everything apart. They study the whole of the component to discover where the root of the problem came from. If I'm not going to take everything apart and replace everything that's working back. No, I'm gonna attempt to make this thing work, and then I'm gonna trace where the illness started from. Western science they want you to cover up illness with medication, or cover up the illness with another form of mental illness. Falsehood.
Filters. The map is not the same thing as the territory. That's a big thing when you're learning NLP. You'll see that quote passed around so much. The map is not the territory. The map is that projection that we create.
Yeah.
The map is the collection of all these filters. That's not the same thing as the territory. What's on the GPS screen, what's on the paper, it's not the landscape. That's just, how to get there. But the actual landscape, that's what you're experiencing. But if we project our map onto it, we're not seeing it as it is. This should be the real intention of this whole shadow work and everything. It should be to clear away these filters and to come to terms with understanding why they're there in the first place. Right? Why do I feel insecure about this? Why do I feel that I have to do that? Once those things are removed, now you can start to receive the world clearly. But until we get to that point, everybody is suffering and projecting their suffering onto the world. I kind of see why.
And that's why them techniques work in NLP, because what they got what, anchoring and reframing. Aren't those applications of the NLP techniques?
Yes. Hyper effective too.
Hyper effective, anchoring one into a concept or narrative, and then you're gonna reframe this thing into a format, a whole new meaning.
It's the best way of teaching, honestly. Because what are anchors? I mean, it's not as if it's not so much installing anchors into people, but understanding what anchors are already installed, right? For example, I use that little Pornhub intro from time to time in my stories.
It's really funny.
It comes packaged already with certain concepts, certain stimuli. 9 times out of 10, you're either going to keep watching it automatically because of that intro, or you're going to run away from it instantly because of some type of memory associated with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely polarizing is what I'm saying. And extremely polarizing things are great for tapping into the subconscious mind.
And why? And that's the reason for them even using that sound. Because you don't even have to look.
Right.
All you have to do is hear that sound, and it's already been anchored in your mind to associate that with Pornhub. Nothing else makes that sound. It ain't no different than the
pleasure in getting off.
It's no different than the movie THX. When it makes that you already know what that's assigned to.
You know what time it is. Yep, just like when you turn on your whatever video game you play, it's always got the little intro screen. Most of us ignore it by now, but it's still hitting the subconscious mind. Whenever you turn on the Xbox, you see that green flash. That's anchoring. If you were to see it out of context, it's going to trigger some of those same feelings that you have whenever you turn it on normally. That is literally ritual. Do you guys remember in elementary school where we all had to stand up for the national anthem?
Yep.
Anchoring. That is anchoring. And you were talking about the military. That's what we had to do when an officer walked past. They were a physical representation of the flag. So we had to stop what we were doing and salute them because they were a physical embodiment of the flag itself. A lot of subconscious.
Get your ass up immediately when the officer is on deck.
Instantly. That's
a crime. Now I do know that if you don't salute an officer, that is you're committing a crime. In the military, if you're an enlisted man, don't salute an officer and see what happens to your ass.
I'd rather not. Hell, to this day, yeah, you just trigger some scars. Just the thought of that, I'm like, hell no.
Damn, they'll ship you to Russia to the Huskow. Motherfucker you'll be picking potatoes and motherfucking cutting them.
Hell no. That's nuts. Regardless.
I'm gonna get going.
My brother was in the military. Peace out, Alex.
Peace.
My brother was in the military for years and served all in these modern wars and all of this crazy stuff. He used to tell me all the stories, and he was an Army Ranger and then became like the Chief Master Sergeant training Army Rangers. He's a complete nutcase.
Oh God. Chief Master Sergeant Army Ranger.
He can take you completely apart and put you back together and all kind of crazy medical. This dude is like amazing.
I'm sure. The Ranger part alone.
So the stories of that takes a lot of mental discipline, man, to get to that, and then to come back into the civilian world. Some people don't be able to even adapt. They done gave you so much Mazik downloads. You're so far from Sotvik, you can't even get back.
Right. I know about that. I was raised by an Army Ranger drill sergeant.
But they definitely know how to save lives. You know what I'm saying? My brother told me a lot of shit during storms and how to find water and shit like that. Shit was all kind of stuff, man. He told me they put into a process where they had to raise these goats, and then at one point they had to break the goat's leg, and then they had to mend the leg back together, and all kind of crazy shit they do to people in there.
Wow. One thing I do like about that though is it teaches you that there is no excuse. The job must be completed. That's probably I love that mentality. I could easily complain about being raised with such strict discipline like that. But one thing that I do admire and appreciate about that is those people who go through that type of training, there is no excuse. The job must be done, and that is final. You can't sit here and say, oh, well, this, or I got this disorder. No, it must be done. There's no option.
All the men that I grew up with, all my great uncles, all served all were military guys. All served in, especially the older ones, they all served in the Korean War and in World War II and shit like that. And then my cousins and them all served in Vietnam. Every last one of them were all ex-military guys. That's why I ain't never go to the military. They said, man, you in the military, don't go to school or something, man. Just stay away from the military.
Definitely a different lifestyle. I mean, if you go in there with a mind to learn how to navigate the world, then of course you'll come out fine. But if you go in there confused and young and silly like most of us do, you might not get much out of it. Matter of fact, you might
kind of sounds like how you supposed to approach mushrooms or ethnogens, right? You know what I'm saying? You approach it with a garbage mind state, then your experience will be garbage.
So I guess we could really apply that to anything of transformative potential. If it isn't approached with respect, it's going to do nothing but harm because there's misunderstanding.
Yeah. Traveling, everybody, I'm gonna check out too, man. It's Senate time. I don't want to miss my nightly routine, so I need to check out.
All right, spring break about over with. I said spring break is about over with.
Spring break is definitely over with down here in Florida. Tomorrow's no school though. Teacher work day. But Florida is always on some spring break craziness. Florida's a crazy environment. I love the sun though. I love the weather. That's one thing about it is I feel healthy living here.
Yeah.
But everyone enjoy the rest of your morning. And I should have looked and seen what nakshatra was gonna.
We're still in Maga.
Still in Maga? Okay.
We went into Maga about 12 hours ago.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Okay. All right. So Trav, everybody, man, peace out, bro.
All right, bro. Peace.
Be easy.
Peace. Oh, yes. So we continue. How are you guys doing in the chat here? As usual, I do hope that you guys are picking up some useful information here, or at least some kind of information that you can add to your current studies and your current practice. Give me just a second. Oh shit.
I'm a sandwich. Lettuce made of plastic.
Did you say lettuce, tomato, and plastic?
Yeah. I'm a sandwich. Tomato, ham, classic. Lettuce made out of plastic. What's happening?
That doesn't sound like a good sandwich.
I'm pretty sure that's what they're using in Burger King these days, right?
Yeah, that and antifreeze.
Antifreeze. Can't forget the baby fetuses. It's a big part of American diet these days.
That with a little bit of floor dirt.
And floor dirt?
Oh yeah. Sprinkle on top.
fuck it, I'm gonna be cooking all my food from now on, or at least all natural. I mean, you know, I'm not a food Nazi, so people can eat what they want. I don't really care, but I know for me and the direction that I'm taking myself, or the direction that I'm being pulled to, who knows? It involves better choices in what I put inside of my body.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Although sometimes I get confused. No, I don't get confused. I recently had those thoughts because, like how we were talking before, how there are those gurus that are able to, or there's yogis that are able to eat like poisons and then break apart the prakriti of it and use it throughout their body in a different way or whatever. And so I was kind of thinking I could just continue my habits, because I'm simply just thinking that I'm breaking it up and using it as a different way. But no, it's quite a separate practice. There's
right. Yeah, and it's I love moments like that. Those are teaching moments for myself where it's like, say for example, I'm still eating fat ass pieces of ham. You know what I'm saying? I love my ham. I'm not gonna give it up. I don't care about no parasite videos. I don't care about no cholesterol, none of that. If the gurus can cleanse poison from their system, then surely I can cleanse ham from my system. But I think the main thing to attack there is not, oh, well, you get parasites or it's healthier. I don't think any of that's important. I think the important thing is, why am I even saying this? Why am I triggered to have to defend this thing that I know I should be giving up? You know what I'm saying? If it occurred to me that this may be something that I don't need to be doing anymore, if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have made this excuse and gone through this explanation. Well, I can do it. I'm doing that because I know that I should give it up and I don't want to because I'm attached. I identify with it. And for me to call ham wrong, that means that I'm wrong. And that's harder to accept than the pain of detaching from something that I never needed in the first place.
Right. So then I wonder what the practice is for those who eat the poisons or whatever. Because, in our Western approach, it's like, well, you try little bits of it until your body can take more and more of it. But is that, so like, if you were to take a little bit of a Twinkie every day, your body would adapt to be able to take that Twinkie, right?
I do, but I use it for ritual purposes. Like, I'm being dead ass serious. I do have, it's not a Twinkie, but they make these white cupcakes. I use them specifically for one of my rituals. It's a magical thing. I'm not getting fat off of it. Hell, I'm losing weight every day. Just like, these people smoke cigarettes and they may take a shot of whiskey and eat a piece of bread. That's all they eat. And they're like 130 years old. Well, they're not smoking cigarettes like you. They're not drinking like you drink. It's got a different intent.
Yeah.
We talk about these gurus that are able to cleanse themselves like that. Well, the whole thing is they understand that science. Now they're able to do anything they want because they understand. We don't understand. So for us to do it, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Yeah, like that's where I had to give up smoking because of that, because I had to realize that it was an attachment. Just kept saying, oh, it's a part of a ritual. It's part of a ritual. It's in my chart,
Right. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah.
That thing happened to me too. Yeah. It's in my chart. Yeah. Kristen said that I'm Rahu dominant, so Rahu's a smoky planet. Then clearly,
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I can use it as an intent. But I was using it to deal with stress or to handle something else. I wasn't able to put it down. I wasn't able to control myself. And it is direct poison. So it's like, if you don't know how to handle or detach yourself from it to where you're not making excuses for it, in a sense, to just so you can continue like the habit of it, I guess. I think that's where the attachment comes in, is probably the habit of it. Because like, you could have a habit of using it during a ritual, but what's the difference between that and then smoking it every day besides the emotional attachment to it? Right? But then there are those smokers, like I was one of those. No, I guess
like, I don't know, I've seen people who appear to not have any negativity to it. And is it because that they're choosing to ignore the other factors that it does to their body? Or like, I don't know, smoking still seems to be a very complicated thing. Like at the moment, I feel like, you know, I shouldn't be smoking it, obviously, because I was using it for different intentions. Like I wanted to say it was for ritual work and all this kind of stuff, but I would also smoke it just to like fucking chill or to relax my emotional states or whatever, that kind of thing. It was more of a like a bad habit. And then it was also poisonous. So like that's why I stopped. But I wonder about those people who don't actually have any care in the world about what it does to their body, and they just keep smoking, and their emotional attachment becomes detached in a sense. So like, but I guess they have it like you ever see those chain smokers and they just kind of last forever?
Like, not all of them, hell no, but you know, every now and every blue moon you might see one.
Right. Like what makes them so different?
Well, you know, there are also factors that are unseen because we're talking about karma too, right? Karma is what makes up the body. But most importantly, I think that attachment aspect that you mentioned is probably the most important thing. What's going on, Jonathan?
What's up?
Peace, bro. Been a minute. Been a long
It's
minute.
been a while. I've been all over the place. No, I'm not even gonna hold you. Been all over the place. And it's funny that this is another notification for me that I need to get back on my shit. About how y'all was talking about how getting too attached to something. I'm now currently tipsy. And I'm like, oh shit, I might be using this. I might be overusing it or being over dependent on it. I'm like, oh. I was like, oh shit, Travis still on. Let me go come on here. And then I seen y'all talking. I was like, hey yo, you know what? Okay. It's crazy how that shit works out. It's like, wait, you know what? Yo, they're right. They're talking about smoking. Here I am tipsy. I'm like, you know what? They may be on to something. Like, wait a minute. I think I am over using this shit. Oh shit. I may have to cut back once again because I went 2 years without drinking. So I can do it. It's kind of like hearing y'all talk for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Oh shit, this is me again.
Funny how that works.
Which is fucking nuts. I ain't even gonna hold you. I've been so out of the loop on a lot of shit, but I'm not out of the loop because every time I think, I'm like, I ain't fucking with this shit. Something, nope, come here. Right. You need to read this again, like the Kabbalion. I was like, damn, I missed all the shit. My dude was like, hey, I'm doing a study group on Kabbalion. I was like, you know what? All right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just some of the shit is like you can't avoid. It's like once you're in it, nope, come on back.
You're in the stream and the stream is flowing, even if you're not.
Yeah, I'm so behind. It'd be like a thing here and there. Nope, come here. Nope. And just hear y'all talk about that shit. I'm like, yeah, okay. I was like, all right, okay. Now I'm like, okay, all right. It's been a long time since I've been on one of the calls. I was like, you know what? Travis still on. Let me show him love. Boom. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll tell you what, Trav, your ass keep doing these 20-hour shit. Panic on talk for 24 hours. You go make Panic do 24 hours.
No. I used to think them 9-hour videos was long. Then I started doing them.
Trav, when I woke up, I was like, oh shit, Trav is on. All right, I gotta go to sleep for work. And I wake up, you're still on. And I check legit and you're still on. I'm like, oh shit. I was like, I was on it when there was like 4 or 5. I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
When I'm on and I see 20, I'm like, so what the hell I missed?
It goes. I've been trying to shorten them recently, but
I think the shortest I seen you do was like 4 hours or something, or 5, and I was shocked. I was like,
the only way that happened was because I quickly dipped when everyone else was, at a quiet moment.
I saw one day 5. I was like 5 hours. I was like something happened. Trav only did 5. Mind you, I haven't been on them, but I've been seeing like the length. I was like, hey, yo, I was like, Trav was on some other shit. I was like 20 hours. I was like, Trav was really on here for 20. I was like, bullshit. And then I look at the shit. Trav was on here for 20 hours. Trav does not sleep. He doesn't sleep anymore.
It's been 3 days now. No cocaine, no none of that. No, none of that.
3 days straight?
Yeah, man. The mantras, man, the meditation. Plus, I don't really do anything else but study and do this. So what do I need to sleep for? I'm not exerting myself. I'm not throwing footballs and tackling people.
That is true. Damn.
Wow. You're just doing meditations and mantras?
As opposed to what?
Like, do you like, what do you do for money or for your living?
I do OnlyFans.
You do what?
I mean,
You want to see me fuck Lilith? Pay 20.
A lot of people want to see it, man. But, physically, I mean, I study, I meditate, do my mantras, and for my human shit, I might play Xbox with my brother for a few hours. I get the kids on the weekend, but I make them sit still.
Oh, that's cool. Wow. That's actually really nice.
That's what I wanted. And like I posted that post the other day on my stories, like, you ever just stop and look back and see that at some point you wanted this? And it continues. This is what life is. It's what we make it, literally.
Yeah, I have the next 3 days off. And like my goal since really getting serious into occultism and just like, I don't even want to call it occultism anymore, just like learning of self. Like all I want to do is study, train, like martial arts and all of that, and then meditate. And like that is such a happy life. That's a really nice life. Like I really enjoy that. Really, really enjoy that kind of thing. Yeah, and you're right. Like there has always been a point where like I've always wanted to do something like that. Like I'll go to mountains and I meditate on rocks. Like I don't even like I'll hike, but I hike to places so then I can just like sit still and just meditate or whatever, or feel that connection. Or like engage in some type of movement. But yeah, that's definitely the goal now, for sure. But yeah, I guess I still have somewhat of attachments to the stigma of, which is interesting because I also don't necessarily crave as much human contact, but the stigma that's often attached with like having a life or whatever is like, interacting with others on a regular basis, or like having a job. Like when you said that you meditated all day or mantras, my mind immediately went to like, what do you do as it for a job? Like you have to interact with this outer world here. There's no way you can exist with that kind of freedom to just do that, like that was almost, for a second, that was some programming that made it like inconceivable in my mind.
Yeah.
And within that, I saw my own limitations where I was like, wow, I would love to be able to have that freedom.
NLP, the map and the territory, right? You projected the map onto what I said. That's what this is. So
hey Trav, your last joint you posted about the NLP joint, I was like, whoa, what book is that from? Your ass never responded.
let me see. Oh yeah. That's one that I don't really talk about, but I'll send you the title. Don't tell anybody though.
Yeah, fuck them. That's just how. Hey, anytime somebody be like, "Hey, yo, listen, don't tell nobody." Fuck them.
Yeah,
I'm not telling nobody shit. Fuck them.
I give out the occult books all day. NLP stuff.
Yeah, because that's powerful
Yeah,
information.
because NLP is straight. Hey, yo, you do this. This is what happens. Like, oh shit. And it's actual, like, in case somebody want to doubt the shit, it's like, no, boom, here's the research.
Sheesh. Hell, you can practice it in your own daily life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
I mean, it happens anyway. Speaking of which,
Jonathan, how's the podcast going?
I had to take a break because I was looking at the stats and I was kind of like, as far as like how many people listen, I was kind of like, I'm doing something wrong, or maybe it's something on me I ain't doing right. And I'm kind of like, should I continue this?
Okay, so you said, thanks, Mac. Scene.
It's 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Mackenzie. They were together last time. No, they weren't. But you said that it looks like you're not doing something right according to the numbers and whatever. What does it look like when it's right to you? What's the criteria for when it's actually right?
Like I have one episode that I wasn't even intending on being like that has like almost like 500 listens, 500 downloads, and the rest are just way below it, like way below it. And then some episodes have like 4 or 5 downloads, and I'm kind of like, oh shit, am I not? I was like, but then also I had to remember, is like, what am I doing this for? That's kind of like why I haven't been on social media like that. Kind of like, all right, I gotta rebrand everything. I kind of got lost in that in a sense, and then kind of want to take a break from people and their problems.
Yes.
I had to take a break from that, and it's just one of those like, ugh. But like being away, not even doing any like spiritual shit, is just kind of like, all right, I see how this can play out. Okay, I need to get back on my shit. And then like seeing different situations play out and like interacting with different people, I'm kind of like, I've seen this before. This is a loop. I gotta get out of it.
Right. But
seeing it. My bad. Go ahead.
Looking at that one particular episode that got all those downloads, was there anything that you did differently for that one for that to happen? Like, was there something that you did for that to happen?
Nah, it was just one of those at the right moment and right time, and I think I know what it is. I think I provided a like there's a joint where after you finish an episode, something I forgot what joint it is, but it will like record what you say and put it and translate it on paper, and you can go and edit it like a script, pretty much.
Yeah.
I didn't do that for like a lot of episodes, so I'm thinking that could play into it.
When you did do that script, you're saying that the script itself, it posted with the podcast or somewhere else online?
Yeah. Like when I upload an episode, it'll post a script with what I said, and you can go back and edit it and make sure it's correct. For this particular episode, I did it like right place, right time type of thing, I guess. And that just kind of exploded. I haven't really done that with other ones because it hasn't really shown any dramatic change with it.
So do you think maybe it could have worked because the SEO could it have been that because the terms made it easily searchable?
I'm thinking that too. And I need to actually go back and listen to my other ones and do that. It's just I've been kind of in a funk in a sense. Like at one point in time, I was like, all right, I need to study this. Oh, this. And what like you and other people said, like you having too much access to information will crash you. I think I'm going through the crash. So, oh snap, demons. Oh, angels. Oh shit, Kabbalion. Oh shit. Wait, hold on.
Yeah. Easy to happen. And what I find for myself, I found that happened frequently. You get that overload because there's so much information, so many different topics. But what I found that helps me is that if you can find the connecting link between all these different topics, it no longer feels overwhelming. All these books that I have, it's like I'm reading the same thing. And that just makes it so much easier. Because now it's like, oh, I got to finish this book. Oh, I didn't finish this book. No, I'm reading one big ass book in different covers.
I'm noticing that too, because I remember you posted a couple shit. I was like, wait a minute, I have a book that talks about that. Wait, I have a book. Oh. And then I remember being told, like, the Kabbalion, read that. You study that alone, that'll explain a lot of shit. And then I remember when I was jumping into lives, the freaking NLP shits I was asking about. I was like, wait a minute. And then I got like 2 books on it. I was like, wait a minute. Wait. All this shit. Oh. Because I have the basics. I have the basic in mind. Like, it's really all in your head. It's literally all in your head. It's just expanding upon that and then staying consistent with it. That's my problem. Now that I'm talking with you, it's all coming out. I was like, wait, all right. I haven't been consistent with shit. And it's crazy because I could tell people about being consistent with shit. And then as I'm talking to them, wait a minute, I'm not being consistent. Because I could tell people, yeah, you know, I've seen that. Then I was like, wait a minute, I haven't done it. I shouldn't be talking about it so much. I haven't done it.
Or maybe you talking about giving you opportunities to hear it.
That too. I'm telling people, yeah, you know, oh, this is how it feels like. I need to stop. I had like at work, I told somebody else this. I had the funniest conversation. It's funny to me. I was like, oh, this is how I sounded like. It was with a coworker, and he was on some stuff. He had said something, and he was like, you know, God don't like Christian. He was like, you know, God don't like ugly. Like, look at me now, whatever. It was like a plastic stuck in a pallet. It was like, see, I'm working hard now. I'm like, yo, it's just plastic stuck in cardboard. You can lift it up and I can just grab it. It was like, yeah, but like, who caused this? I was like, yo, is you not paying attention to the plastic? They said, nah, God did this, man. I was like, it's plastic. All you gotta do is lift it up. It was like, who made plastic? I was like, a man did.
God made plastic.
That's how he was. It was like, yo, I was like, yo, it's just plastic stuck to a joint. Yeah, but see how hard I'm working to get it off? I said, bro, all you gotta do is lift it up and I can grab it. It was like, but who made this? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, nah, think about it. You know, I had said something. Who did this? I said, it's just plastic stuck to a pallet. It was like, yeah, but you see how hard I'm working it? Mind you, to his own logic, I'm right here. He's not asking me the pallet. So technically, by his logic, he's making it hard on himself. Or quote unquote, God's telling you, hey, bro, just ask him to lift the goddamn pallet up.
Yikes.
Of course, to his logic. But I'm like, it's just plastic. I could just lift it up.
Amazing.
He was like, yo, but he was like, who made plastic? I was like, a man did. Well, come on, who made man? I was kind of, and then in my head it clicked. Oh, you're one of them. Let me not. Okay. All right, you got it.
I would have said the plastic. I would have tried to fuck them all up and said the plastic.
Who made man?
Who made man? The plastic. What?
Nah, Kahir said, well, you can't go to my church. I said, bro, I ain't been to church in years. I think I'm all right. I was like, no disrespect, but I ain't been to church in years. I've been better off without it. I think I'm all right. But like talking when I was like, that's how I used to be. I was like, oh shit. Oh. Ew. Okay.
It's one of the reasons why I try my best not to judge folks who think differently from me, because most of the times we're dealing with somebody who has a lack of data. When I had a lack of data, I said some dumbass shit. But now that I understand better,
okay.
When I see other people saying some dumbass shit, most of the time it's because they have a lack of data with trauma mixed in with it. So
like when I had
maybe I can help with the data part.
Like when I had a coworker say some shit and I looked at him like, okay, I get it. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm gonna let you think that. I'm not gonna, okay. Even I'll say shit sometimes so that other people can grasp it to where it kind of like takes attention off of me. But yeah, thank God about, you know what? Yeah, thank him, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
God.
I'll be like, y'all got it, bro. And then I'll be like, okay, this is how I sounded. This is okay. I get it. I absolutely get it. Like somebody was literally like on their church shit. And I was kind of looked at them like, okay. All right, I get it. I'm not gonna tell you about yourself. I get it. It's okay. All right.
Right, because even if you did, it wouldn't even have a positive impact. They wouldn't be able to receive it in such a way that it would be helpful, you know?
And I was warned about that early. My dude was like, yo, I'm not telling you this shit so that you can argue with people, because either you're gonna, one, push them further towards it, or two, you gonna fuck up their shit and that shit be working for them, and you not replace that with something that's just as fucked up. I was like, you got a point. And then talking with people, I was like, yeah, I get it. I get it now. Okay. Okay. So when people say, I'll be like, okay, all right. Okay. You know, God. Okay.
But God. But God.
Travis, I'd be like, hey, I'd be wanting to say like, yo, which one? It's like thousands of them, bro. Say thousands, if not millions at this point, to be honest.
Oh, it's definitely millions.
Absolutely, billions. We might as well say that every individual has their own map of what a God is. There's a God for every person.
I'd be wanting to be like, hey yo, what's his name? It's God. God's the title. What's his name? Every other joint guy has a name. What's his name? Jesus. That's the Son of God.
Yikes.
What is his name? I be want to do that so bad.
Does not compute. Error. Offense.
But it's yeah. I be wanted so bad. Like, nah, I get it. Okay. I got a feeling soon I'm end up doing that though, and they're gonna be mad.
Yeah. I mean, I think especially if you get into studying again, it's like it just comes out. Like I have like no filter. I have no filter. I mean, I definitely don't wreck people, but like if they come to me, especially with religion or whatever, you know, I can't help but respond like, that's a matter of your opinion. That we're dealing with a belief system here. So if you're going to converse with me about this, be wary that we're going to be breaking down those belief systems. Do you want to enter that with me?
I'm letting you know first, so I don't waste my breath and you don't hurt your feelings.
Like, warning.
That I've learned too. It's kind of one of those. Are you sure you want to have this conversation?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, are you sure you want to have this conversation with me?
Exactly. Because
well,
after this
are
point,
you sure? I'm different once we talk about this. I'm different than what you used to seeing me as. Are you sure? You want to have this conversation?
right? Because I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not gonna, but I'm also not here to argue.
My new favorite phrase to kind of cringe at and smile at and laugh at the same time is when someone be like, "Oh, I'm about to go demon time," or excuse me. I don't heard it a couple times at work. Like, shit, nigga, I'm about to go demon time.
Okay, so hold on now. Just what is that? What is that supposed to mean? Like, really?
When somebody says that they're about to be extra aggressive towards somebody, and they think because throwing demon in front of it is supposed to scare somebody.
Demon time. So aren't we like Christians? Are we Christians?
When Christians say it, it makes me laugh. Trav.
But
niggas, shit, I'm about to go demon time on niggas.
What would Jesus do?
Exactly. And then I be wanting to be like, hey yo, you gonna say that to the wrong person one day? And I'm one of those people, like, you're gonna say it to the wrong person who actually studies demons and sends some at you, and you gonna feel away.
Ooh. But God, which one? I'm about to go demon time. Which one?
Which one?
Yeah.
Like,
me alone. Just trying to be human.
It's like you're not supposed to lean on your own understanding, I thought. So what are you? So people say, I'd be like, please don't. You're gonna say this to the wrong person. You're gonna say it to the wrong person one day. The absolute wrong person. And I'm just gonna look at you. All right.
I love you.
Being studying different religions and all that actually calmed me down a lot too. Cause I kind of realized, like, I can kind of fuck you up. The way it's like, wait, I can kind of fuck you up. I'm just gonna leave you alone, bro. I'm gonna just, all right, you got it.
Yeah. It's even better to not even get wrapped up in that nonsense.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. I be telling people, it's like, my type of anger is a little different. I be trying to give hints like it's a little different. Leave me alone. Just leave me
I like
alone.
those hints. Leave me alone.
Just leave me alone.
Pretty fun hints. That's good.
I showed a friend of mine my Kindle. He was like, "Oh shit!" I said, "Yeah, that's just in the Kindle." I was like, "Just leave me alone." I'm like, "Y'all lucky I'm inconsistent and shit, or I'd be fucking some shit up right now." But it's like, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Just leave me fuck alone. I don't do nothing to you.
That's the best tip there is.
So just, and then I try to tell people, talking to people, I was like, it's not what you do initially is what you got to worry about. It's what falls behind that. And I tell people, I was like, there's going to be consequence behind the shit. Oh, I'm not even joking with you. There's going to be consequence behind the shit. Like, just, you got to be careful who you fuck with. Like, there's people at work, they don't even know I talk to on that level that know the shit. I'd be like, hey y'all, and I've been hearing shit about them. I'm like, hey yo, they can fuck you up if they wanted to. They just chilling. All right. It's helped me look at people differently. Like, oh shit, you know what? I'm gonna leave you alone because I don't even want to. I don't even want to go through that with you. It's one of those hidden in plain sight type of things too. You don't even know what to look for. Like certain people say things, I'm like, hey, do you know such and such? Yeah, I know that. Okay. And I be telling people, you might want to leave them alone. I don't think you want to go down that route.
Yeah.
And then, like, I tell people also, I was like, they don't have to tell you what they know either. So you could be on some bullshit. And like, oh yeah, I know voodoo. Oh, they don't have to tell you. They know voodoo. There was a video I shared with somebody at work. It was a dude who got punched in his face. Bam. He was like, okay. He smiled. Okay. Pulled out a little purple rag. The camera paved away from him for a second. The guy who he was hyping up was like, yeah. He was like, yeah. Cameraman was like, yeah, go hit him again. Went next to him. He grabbed his little rag. Went like that. Barely touched him.
Yeah.
Seizure.
I saw that. He couldn't
saw
move.
that?
He was on the ground, just
Yeah, shaking. Seizure. Instant seizure. I was like, oh.
That was cool.
I was like, oh. Mind the dude smiling as he got hit in his face. I was like, if somebody smiles after getting punched in the face, you might want to leave them alone.
Yeah, you might want to.
The cameraman like, hey, you pussy. Ah. So okay. Grab a rag. I guess he had time to do whatever he had to do. Walk back. Seizure. I was like, oh. Do you know there's people calling that fake, Trav? I was like, there's no way that's fake.
That dude wasn't moving. Like, he wasn't moving. He could not move anymore until
he couldn't move
and waved in front of his face again. Then he was able to get up. And I bet you he had a whole new outlook on life after that.
He got up like, hey, yo, what just happened?
I wonder what the story in the background of that. Like, maybe the guy had been, because for him to get punched in the face by that dude, there was some sort of communication before that video was even made, right? So like, I wonder if the guy had noticed that maybe with rapid eye movement or with rapid movement that guy would like have a seizure, or the potentiality of it. You know, I wonder if he was really good at like reading that kind of body language on something, maybe watching how that guy made eye contact, or like
that could have
would
been
look away from certain colors, and then he just like used that to his defense. He was just like, oh, you think you're funny.
He was so nonchalant about getting punched in the face. Like, he smiled and walked away from him like, all right, I got something for that.
He was asking,
and the dude,
he followed that guy. He followed
him. I'd have just punched him in his face and probably been like, you know what? All right. But the cameraman was the dude who punched him's friend, so he kept hyping him up.
Mm.
So, and dude just smirked, was like, okay, pulled a rag out. I guess he had enough time to enchant whatever he had to say. He went back, instant dropped him. Dropped him immediately. Instant seizure for like a couple seconds. He was just, and then he just staring at him with the rag, like, hey man.
All fun and games until somebody's life is in danger.
And like the cameraman was like, hey yo man, get him back. He looking at him like, no, I don't. That joint, I was like, oh my God. I was like, it was so quick. Just literally, okay. All right, come here. Instant seizure. I showed a coworker that. She was like, yeah. She was like, nah, that's real. She was like, nah, that's definitely real. That is definitely real. She was like, I've done things like that, not like that, but she was like, nah, that's definitely real. Yeah, people on Facebook, that's fake. I was like, there's nothing fake about that, bro.
Non-fiction.
Y'all can keep Jesus, bro. Jesus not teaching y'all how to do that. I'm good, bro. Jesus just out here flipping tables. That's about it. It's about as mad as you get.
Yeah.
Yeah, here flipping tables. I don't know. fucking Horus and Seth going to war. You know, Jesus just out here flipping tables. That's cool though.
Also, everybody in the chat and whatnot. So, in case you don't know, we're doing book study every Sunday. We're still currently on the Kabbalion, and that's going to be ending soon. The next book that we're going to be doing with the book study is this one here, Start with Shooty. And I'd have to say this is one of the most important books that I've come across here in the past few months. Important as far as giving you a more useful and powerful outlook on reality. In reference to the origins of magic. So we're talking about the 5 elements here. We're talking about evolution of matter and how consciousness interacts with it. If you want to get to the point where you can understand these things and how they actually apply to your life, then this is the book that you'd want to get. And we're going to be going through it here. And like I was saying a bit earlier, I'm going to be working on some supplementary material to kind of help, you know, those of you who might feel like you're behind or not caught up. Because I know it's a lot of people who sign up for this chat but don't come. And, you know, like I reach out to people, and that one of the most common responses is, I feel like you guys are further ahead and I don't want to sound stupid. So I'm going to come up with like a little catch up kind of stuff. So yeah, just be on the lookout for that. Within the next month or so, we're going to be transitioning to this book. So if you haven't signed up, go ahead and do so, because the next book study is not going to be public. It's going to be private, because this is some intense stuff right here. So just be on the lookout for that. Taught with Shooty. And the supplementary material would be Samkhya Darshan and also the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. This is the occult. This is where magic came from. All this stuff right here is where everything that we talk about magic, this is where it came from. So to study this is like the master key of everything else.
Everything. Yeah. Truth.
You don't need to study demons of magic if you know this stuff, basically.
Yeah, like I got that Goetia book, and I was so excited to read it, and I still love it. But straight up, it's Tatwa Shooty and Samkhya Darshan. Like, it's literally almost word for word on like some of their passages that I'm reading. And I'm like, oh shit, this fucking really rare book and all this kind of stuff. I already read it. I already know. I know this.
That's why I go so hard on this Vedic stuff, because like I know the demon stuff is exciting, but it all came out of this. So if you know the source of it, you can master the rest of it without even studying the rest of it. That's why we're going in this direction. Not just because, you know, but there's a reason for all this. So like I said, if y'all aren't involved with the book study, please go ahead, get your copy, sign up. We're going to start this right after. Well, we might take a little bit of a break after Kabbalion so people can kind of, you know, rest their brain wrinkles. But we're going to go really hard on this.
Just funny.
Yeah, like that gave me a different outlook on Goetia and all that kind of stuff, because there really is no, because especially when you see it as as what we consider negativity or bad, literally just a separating force. It's not evil. It's what we consider a severe act, because it's something that is that separates or that creates a division in order for there to be balance, in order for you to be able to have an individual aspect of something like that. So when you kind of look at things that we consider negative in that sense, you're better able to balance it and utilize it where it's necessary without having all those negative effects, because you're using it properly. You're using the separation properly, appropriately, in order to gain what it is that you need or what you want or whatever. You're actually just learning how to balance out the forces.
Right.
Like, I think that, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just going to say that I think that was my biggest revelation in all of that, was because at first I was relating with Goetia with like chakras and all that kind of stuff, and like knowing that they were extensions of me, but not, and like, first of all, I never really saw Goetia or any of that as negative, because they're all like badass. Like, they're not, it's not negative, you know, like it's not even negative, but there was always like that potentiality that was attached to it. And I always wondered what that was, because even in an ancient astrology book that I read a couple years ago called the Picatrix, they were utilizing transitory planets for certain certain combinations, so you could do rituals in order to get specific events to take place. But all those events also had negative consequences a lot, or whatever. And so, you know, that really, I correlated that with the Goetia, and I was like, why does that keep coming up? And it was when I realized about the actual force of evil, which I do appreciate the book that I have now, because that really broke it down a lot, was the fact that it's just separation. It's that something takes something that was unified, and then in order for something unified to become more individual, it needs to separate. So this is what we consider the negative interaction, is that separation, as well as the confronting force of it, the ripping apart. And so that's where I was able to see, like, okay, these negative stigmas, or these negative aspects that are attached to Goetia or certain planetary combinations, are really just, if you're not combining them correctly or utilizing them in a combination that would be more appropriate. Like, you have to actually see it as the full structure for what it is. That's when like my rituals and shit like that kind of started to change a lot, because it was like, oh, okay. First of all, I was connecting to the force more authentically, but I was also able to configure my intentions specifically for a purpose that was more suitable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then the book that you're referring to, is that the Thomas Carlson one?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, but it essentially says all the same shit that it did in Samkhya Darshan and Tattva Shuddhi. It just goes into like, it kind of just revisits so far, like it just kind of revisits how like religion has us all fucked up. But like, this is the real shit, and I'm kind of, and so I'm reading it and I'm just like, yeah, it's good, but like, I know this now.
Yeah. There's no escaping this original information. This is the source. And
yeah.
It's only when you study the source that you see it reflected in everything else. If you never study Vedic info, you're going to keep jumping from system to system thinking that, oh, they've got it, or they've got the answer, or this. It remains separated. And that's kind of what I was hinting at when I said it. When Jonathan was on here just now, it may seem like a bunch of different subjects, but when you see that thin connecting thread between them all, I'm not jumping from subject to subject. I'm looking at the same diamond, just a different facet of it, from this angle, from that angle. We could go right back to tarot and we'll still be on the same shit right now.
Yeah. It really is a system. It really is a system.
It's almost like an octopus. We're learning how to use our different arms for whatever, whatever's necessary.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And I think also that recognition that it's always a process, that's what we're understanding is the process. That's where you see the process and everything. You're like, oh, okay, like that's why. But you can take a part of that system, and like Shango was saying earlier, you can break it apart in a million different ways and just go deep into it. And that's the veil of illusion right there, right? Like you can focus on any part of the system and spend lifetimes there, just exploring that one part of the system. But it's all the same. Like it appears to be this type of way of movement. But I mean, that's about as far as we can see or perceive at this point in time.
One of the most important things that this whole science is teaching me is that there's a bunch of outward manifestations, right? But there's a source that all this stuff emanates from. And the more that we learn about the source, by default, we learn about the manifestations. So by studying this info, by default, we're going to have a better understanding of Kabbalah, astrology, tarot, health, and Ayurveda, all these the elements, rituals, and demon, all that stuff is going to naturally make more sense because we're learning about the essence that it's all coming up out of.
Right.
So don't waste time with all that extra stuff anymore. Why do I need to buy another Goetia book when I got what I have right here? I could write my own Goetia book with this right here.
Literally. I got two Goetia book, including the one I just got. And I'm not doing shit that they say it is. I have the original, what is it? Sir Arthur or whatever, where they give you I'm not even going to pull it out right now, but it's it gives you a list of all of the Goetia, and then how to call upon them. You have to draw this huge pentagram and this crazy shit to trap them in, and you have your shield of gold and and all this kind of crazy ass shit for a ritual. And and I just look at the name, I look at the qualities, the planet that it aligns with, and I'm good. Then I'm like, okay, that's how I'm going to align with this energy. All right, I dig it. Ruled by Venus. Okay, what's today? All right, how can I best utilize this energy, faculty, in how can I be most appropriate with this energy right here? Goetia ain't nothing. It's nothing. It's fucking. It's all just a physical manifestation. That's it. That you create.
Yes.
That you can create and utilize. That's it. It's literally not outside of you.
And those who approach it with that mindset that it's outside of you, you can see them developing differently than how you have or how we have here.
Mm-hmm.
People who treat this evocation and demon stuff as you're dealing with monsters from hell, you can tell things have processed differently for them.
Yes, and for them, they are dealing with it because that is what they have created.
Yeah.
You create that monster from hell. Yes, I do agree that there is, when you tap into an energy that, when I tap into the energy of Venus or whatever, it is, I can feel a difference within my body. I can feel myself aligning to it. But just because I'm aligning to it doesn't make it outside of myself. I'm just simply paying attention to it now. Right. That's what's happening. And I think a lot of people mix that up with unfamiliar because they're like, oh, it's unfamiliar, therefore it's outside of me. No, it's just maybe you never noticed it before.
Your senses weren't granular enough to notice these details here.
Right. Yeah, it's
it's an interesting journey to see people go on those, because, you know, the other thing that oof, it's hard for me to communicate with people, but like, I kind of feel like they should have a warning if they really think they're evoking demons or goddesses literally, or doing the right hand path, because when you're doing that, you really are opening yourself up for others to control you and manipulate easily, because you're already expecting to be controlled and manipulated. As soon as you think something outside of yourself is there to help you, you are being manipulated. You are opening yourself up to being manipulated, to being a slave to something that you don't know about.
Granted, just to kind of make it balanced here, most of us, well, all of us are being manipulated all the time. And
yes,
most of us are already slaves to external forces, but you know.
Yes, that's true. And we're not outside of anything. Like, we're actually deep in it. So we're all slaves to the system, right? In one way or another. But you know, you can be like a slave. Like,
I think
you could be super dense.
That's going in the right direction. I think that the slavist of slavery has to do with being enslaved by the senses.
Yes.
Not particularly a person enslaving you, but we're slaves to these expectations that we get from these senses, running from pain, running towards pleasure. That's a slavery right there in itself.
Yeah.
If we never understand that, it will always express its dominance over us, right? Because you gotta ask the question, what's being enslaved?
Mm-hmm. Right. It's the body, right? Well, and to think the body and the mind, I guess, because I'm not the body, I'm not even the mind. But really, yes, it's a wormhole in itself.
That's what she said.
Oh.
We've got consciousness that is enslaved by the body. We got consciousness that's enslaved by this experience. I mean, technically, to be accurate, consciousness isn't enslaved or anything, because consciousness is just
right.
But this experience that we're having, we have gone from knowing that we are consciousness to believing that we are body. So that right there can be seen as a form of slavery. In truth, consciousness is never here, and once this body experience is done with, consciousness is going to go back to where it was. But since we're here in time and in space, we're unaware. So
and I think this is the toughest belief system to, by far, at least for me, to detach from, this belief system of the physical plane. Like, you're right, it is a belief system. This is totally a fucking dream. Like, it's not, this shit can change any minute if we so choose.
And it's
constant. And yet it is constantly. Correct. Right. And we just have to go along with it for the time being.
But the trajectory can always be adjusted, just like what I mentioned about earlier. You know, I keep my life pretty simple, but I wasn't born like this. Remember Shango was talking about, you know, having to go to the job, and you got the boss, you know, fucking you with his insecurities, you know, and you hate it. And you have to go to work to pay bills at the place that you hate. You know, that whole imprisonment and slavery there, that's a reality for most of us. I didn't want that shit anymore. I didn't want it so much that I charted what I did want and how do I get there. I don't care what I have to do or how long it takes. How do I get there? So likewise, this experience, this is a dream, but it's made out of dream stuff. So we have to deal with it, right? This body it's made out of the dream material, but you still are in it, you know? So if you're able to chart the trajectory, why not learn everything you can to do so?
That's right.
yeah, might as well be able to freely express yourself as much as you possibly can.
Freely express yourself as much as you possibly can. But hell, that starts with defining how you want to express yourself, what you actually are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can see how if someone doesn't even understand that aspect of it, there is no freely expressing myself because I'm constantly confused. I want to do what society says I can't, and they're going to think of me this way, but I want to do, that whole confliction there. No fruit can grow from that.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, and think about it too. We're already so trained to have so many questions on what is self. Who is self? Oh, I love myself. You do? Well, what's love?
What is love?
And who's self?
And how do you express love for self?
Mm-hmm.
A learned person, we start to ask the question, how is love of self not expressing? The fact that I'm even here now studying this information is an expression of love from true self.
Mm-hmm.
Love is liberation from this 5-cent slavery that we're talking about. That's what love is. Anything that's leading you away from slavery to the 5 cents reality is love. Now you can't be can't be yanked out the matrix like that and expect to be okay. We go through this process of gradually releasing and detaching. And it gets more and more subtle the more you at first it's the big chunky easy stuff like I'm not my wardrobe, I'm not my job, that's the big, it's easy looking back. But then you get to the point where it's like you're having to dissect every little thought, every little nuance, every little, how am I breathing right now? What intent happened for me to behave this way? I'm craving food. Am I hungry or do I just want to take then it starts getting real fine,
Mm-hmm. And even just focusing on your breath has been that's been a huge one for me because breath, I find, stops my thoughts. Like once I focus on my breath, that one pointed focus immediately interjects any thought that I'm having, which to me is kind of pretty profound because, mantras are wonderful and all of that. But if I don't know, for me, if my mind is distracted by earthly matters, my mind is going to automatically just want to keep going to those earthly matters. But if I can stop myself and focus on my breath, there is something about breathing in, like imagining yourself breathing in prana and breathing out. There's something within that process alone that changes as we know, changes your neurology. It changes because it changes your posture, and therefore your brain automatically switches modes, and your entire neurological system switches modes. So your active mind has no thought, but has no time to think of a defense system before the thoughts running in your head are interrupted by the silence, by that immediate calming down. So even just with practicing breath, and then when having mantras in the background and matching your breath with the mantras, that within itself then brings on a different meditative process that runs on a different frequency, but also a different emotion that I find you'll feel throughout it. I think I've been really exploring with the different mantras, like Gayatri mantras and all that, on how that feels when I'm just breathing with it and experiencing that change in mode, like what that's like in comparison to, say, a Mahalakshmi mantra or a Vishnu mantra or something like that, and just really experiencing that, and then just full on sober, no mantra, and being able to gauge where I am, where my middle ground is generally.
So it's like I'm testing out my frequencies. I'm comparing my frequency with the frequencies of the mantras to try and find and develop a new baseline.
Yeah. And low key, that's the whole point, right?
Yeah. That's it.
Hence why we have to repeat them so many times.
Mm-hmm.
Establishing a new baseline. This stuff can really be as complex or as simple as we want it to be.
Yeah, for me, I like simple. So, so I try to take it step by step with everything I do. Like everything is a part of that process. And I try, and a lot of it comes down to, I think, just gradual awareness. Mm-hmm. Be aware of what your physical body is doing and how it's creating the senses that you're experiencing right now, because that's going to give you a really big clue as to where your emotions are running and where your thoughts are going to run next.
Wow. Of where it's going to go next, of where your thoughts are running to. Do we ever stop and think that the current position of our thoughts and minds are actually going in a direction? And we can see that direction if we pay attention to right now. Like, nobody stops to think about that. We just go with the stream. I used that analogy with Jonathan earlier. This is a stream, and it's flowing whether you are or you are not. You're still in it.
Yes.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah. So some of the thoughts that I've been having are kind of hard to articulate because they're of a different nature now. But I was thinking the other night about how the body just does things. Okay, for example, I went to the bank to get rent money out, and my landlord came through, and I had it in my mind that I was going to catch him because he's kind of in and out. You know, he used to live here, but he got a new place. But anyways, I wanted to catch him when he came in to go ahead and give it to him. Now, usually I've got mantras going on all the time. But this one point I didn't. And I mentioned that I didn't go to sleep for like 3 days, but at this point I was sitting in my chair and I dozed off. I heard him come in. So I was like, I just knew it was him. Like, I didn't think, there's other people that live here, but I just knew it was him. So like, without thinking about it, I kind of just got up, grabbed the money, went upstairs, gave it to him. That whole process was automatic. Hey, what's up? Thanks, appreciate it. No, I appreciate you. I came back. But then there's other things that happen where I have to sit here and talk myself into it. Like, all right, come on, we got to go do this. Let's go wash the dishes. Let's go. I don't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? There's such this back and forth in the struggle. Yet that experience took no mental anything. It literally just happened. So later on that evening, I was thinking about how much of life do we actually have control over? Like, how much of this stuff is just a stream flowing and we are literally just observers in it? In that moment of me snapping up, grabbing the rent money, counting it, giving it to him, that was automatic. Like, I wasn't, because I realized when I came back, like, I don't remember any of it. I didn't even look at him. I don't even remember his face. Like, I just remember doing it. I wasn't aware because I was half asleep. But how much of our lives are actually in our control? Like, how much of our lives are we actually doing? Because has there been things where you don't really want to, where you should be doing, but you don't do it because you don't feel like it?
All the time.
And then there's other things that, you know what I'm saying, that work the opposite.
And for me, it's interesting because I almost feel like the things that we don't want to do or we have the grudge against is because we don't necessarily have, say, a control of the flow. No, we don't have a control over the fact that we're moving. But where we direct ourselves is something I think that we can be aware of and influence.
Yeah.
And the practice of influencing that is what creates that resistance. I need to wake up this morning. I need to do my meditations this morning. I know I don't feel like it, but this is going to help. And I know I'm going to love it when I do it. I just need to get to this moment where I'm there. It's because when I'm there, to me, that means that I'm like with you and your landlord, where I just wake up and do it. I don't even think about it. So I create a new autopilot, a new auto response that I add into the stream that I'm already in. It's essentially like lucid dreaming. Like that's what we're doing. It's like the dream is going on and we're wandering in it and we're just becoming aware of that.
Just like I mean, think about it. We're not controlling that dream. We suddenly become aware in it.
And yet everything in that dream is like familiar to us, even though we may never have been there before.
It's so familiar to us that we don't even question it.
Yeah.
I'm at a Wu-Tang concert. I can only name 2 Wu-Tang songs, but I'm at a Wu-Tang concert. And I'm vibing and reciting the lyrics.
Yeah. I'm like in an old Roman sci-fi town with like these crazy Salvador Dali white elephants walking, parading through the street, and I'm fucking checking out the clothes. Nice. I'm not even giving a fuck about all this other shit that's going around. I'm gonna hang out in the cafe that's downstairs that I find in the alley. Yeah. You know, like fuck with Prakriti. Like that's what it is. We are literally wandering through a dream, and so that's what this is. This is just what we call the conscious dreaming, but really we're not conscious. Or maybe we
levels. There's degrees.
Yeah.
I should say degrees actually, because it's not like a clear defining level, but gray granularity, right? That's granularity shit, man. It's almost like the more granular you get, the more that you see it's all one big thing. You know, we think of conscious and unconscious, but there's a gray area. Well, shit, it's all gray area. It's all one big gray area.
Well, and that's actually what they say, why the tree of life is the way how it is because if there weren't the branches within it, that it would all be just one big blob. Mm-hmm. And so there must be this division, there must be these branches, but in order for even that division to exist, they have to be connected and balancing one another. So we're literally experiencing that balance of between solid and then one giant fucking mass. Yeah.
That right there. This right here.
Yep.
And to an untrained eye, that's just black and white. White at the top, black at the bottom. But a mind who's been studying this stuff, we're seeing the shades of gray in between. There is a harmony that exists. And when we're not aware of the harmony, we're kind of subject to the harmony. We are slaves to that harmony. And that's okay. But there's another level of being where you understand that harmony, and that gives you a greater level of access to what happens next. The lucid dreaming is a great example. We don't consciously set up the background, the scenario of the dream. I didn't consciously set up a Wu-Tang Clan concert and this African princess who is showering me with love and money. I didn't consciously set that up, but those are all experiences drawn from my memory, right? And when I became lucid, then I was able to direct that path. That's just how life is. We literally create this life around us, but when we become lucid, now we're able to chart that direction. But it starts with awareness. In Ophio's book about astral projection, he talks about putting an emphasis on being aware, because me learning how to astral project from that dream, the main thing is if I practice awareness in my waking state, when I do dream, I'm also practicing awareness. And it's in those moments that I realize, hey, wait a minute, something ain't right. Like the dream that I keep referencing to, I triggered lucidity when I realized the lyrics didn't fit. I only knew 2 Wu-Tang Clan songs, but my memory bank chose one and changed the lyrics. So because of me being aware, I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right. The Wu-Tang Clan does not rap about the Kabbalion. Boom. Lucidity. And I'm able to change it now. Wait, this is a dream. Okay. I'm proud of myself because I didn't go for the African princess. I went for the knowledge.
Although, if you did go for the African princess, I'm thinking that was like Oshun. So you might have also just experienced a different part of it.
True.
Of the same thing.
It's part of it, all right. Maybe next time.
Maybe. But yeah, and they say, you know, and they say that we can never truly describe what actual self is. Anything. They say it's indescribable because in order to try and describe it, you would have to separate. You would have to have some type of reflection. It would need the ability to have something to reflect off of in order for it to identify itself. Mm-hmm. Because it can't. If one is all, then it's unidentifiable. There has to be some type of reflection. So for us to even think, like, I think that's where I was kind of grasping for a while, was trying to figure out, like, how can I find like my true self? How can I know who I am if I'm not any of this, but I'm all of this at the same time? Like, what the fuck does that mean? You know, what is that? I don't know what that is. And but really it's like what I'm kind of starting to grasp a little bit more of is that it's something that's not meant to be defined because it can't be. So we're in a state where we are in division because we are still relying on the reflection that we find within each other and everything else in order to identify with what we can possibly perceive as ourselves or as part of the self. But we're still in the stage where we need reflection.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we're still here, is because there is a reflection that we're looking at that we're like, okay, I think that's me. Maybe that's a part of me. Okay, but that's definitely a part of it.
Talking like that, it's rare, but you make me feel like I'm about to snap into awareness, like I'm about to wake up from the dream. It's kind of spooky sometimes.
And then we go into another one.
Hopefully not this time, but yeah. I mean, and I used to get this when I was tripping or even like smoking, where there would be a certain point where it's like, am I about to wake up? And like a fear will kick in and I'll quickly go back down. You know, I felt it just now when you were saying that we need each other for reflection. And maybe there's a state where we won't need each other for reflection, where we become
right. Yes. Like, what if that's the next level? You know, what if that next level is simply merely being without the need for reflection? And therefore you would be sent into just mere sensory, but with sensory of what? That'd be a completely different system. Like, I think that there are levels that we reach with obviously that we reach with granularity. So we're in the densest part because we want the physical reflection. But what if the next level then is we become the reflection and therefore less granular, which means that is no longer necessary for the self-identification process? Because it's a continuous process, right? So that leads on to a whole new process of I guess outputs of information. Like, the only way as a sensory being looking at something like the astral realm, I would imagine that there would be some type of sense that we would be dependent upon within that realm, but I'm unfamiliar of which. I would imagine something having to do more with frequency. Like, we're already connected to frequency, but like then we become the frequency.
You've been hinting at this a few times tonight. So are you of the understanding that the astral body has its own type of sensory apparatus that is different from the sensory apparatus that the physical body has?
that's the part where I'm like,
what is your current understanding of, like, what are you thinking about this so far?
well, so far, yes, in one way, I do think that it has that it has a completely different system it runs off of. But there is something that connects it to the physical realm.
Right.
And there's something within that then that lays a gray area or a bridge that connects it to the physical. So I don't want to say that it's completely independent.
Right.
But I also would say that if I were to die and to go and to just stay within that realm as the next, I would almost imagine, being less granular, that would be more of an evolution to be non-physical. Therefore, that my existence would be running off of a different level and off of a different system than what the physical body would require. But the physical body is not merely eat, shit, and sleep and fuck. It's obviously so much more, right? It also includes a mind.
Is the mind physical?
And that's my question. No, that's my conundrum. Because the mind appears to be connected to the physical body, but at the same time, when the physical body isn't moving, the mind continues.
Right.
Right? So it seems that the mind is what is the gray area.
Gray matter, gray area. Literally.
Yeah.
Wow. Absolutely. You know, the mind isn't physical. We can't point anywhere and say, this is the mind. No one, you can't do that. That's impossible because it ain't here. The mind ain't here. So in a way, the physical body is just eat, shit, and, you know, hopefully fuck. That's the physical existence. But you're right there. And you know what? Tatwashuti talks about this too. This is all over the place. There's the physical plane, Anamaya Kosha. There's also the astral body. Now, the astral body is closer to essence. And what we know from essence is that on all the different levels, say there's essence is red. It's as pure as we can get, is red vibration. When it filters down, when that light shines, it's coming through filters. When it hits that mental plane, red becomes a little bit more defined. When it's the astral plane, it becomes even more defined. You know, it might feel a bit angry. When it hits that physical plane, now it becomes very defined. So if we take that step above, we're going a degree up. Now, in between astral and physical, there is a layer.
Yes, you are so right. That's the, yes, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, of course. There's a layer that sets up for the potential of the next stage, whatever it is. There has to be a space, like a place for the next frequency to be able to play on or to even exist or manifest. That's not Akasha, is it? No. That's not Akasha.
No.
That's,
I mean, if we call it something, the etheric plane is in between the astral and the physical. But there's a name, a Sanskrit name for these. Here we go. So there's Anamaya Kosha, which is the physical body. Then there's Manomaya Kosha. So Manomaya Kosha would be equivalent to the etheric plane. And then Pranamaya Kosha, basically the Tatwashuti page 72. There's 72 goetic spirits. Tatwashuti page 72. That one little paragraph, she talks about the different bodies, and she gives them in, first she lists them, then she puts them in order. But essentially, physical body, etheric body, astral body, mental body, pranic body, soul.
Yes.
And she's talking about how.
No, go ahead.
Tatwashuti, the process, the meditation of Tatwashuti, we're actually influencing all those bodies pretty much. Some of those bodies we can't even directly influence, but with the process of Tatwashuti, we're cleansing them, which leads me to really question and wonder if things don't start on the physical plane, something deeper is telling us to get this book and practice it. Something more subtle and of a higher pure vibration is saying, here's this book, now go do it.
Yes, I think that's the etheric.
Even higher. I mean, think this is what she's telling us, is that the highest level of ourselves, what is me? The highest level of that, it can't be touched. Like, I can't do anything physical to touch it. I can't do anything mental to touch it. It can only be touched inadvertently, but that's source. But that same thing is saying, hey, cleanse me. And that's reflecting down as, hey, let me check out Travis Mages. Oh, he's holding up some orange book. He keeps talking about it. Let me go get it. Oh, he's doing a book study. You know, there's something subtle that's pushing us in this direction, is what I'm saying.
And you know what? That within itself is, again, a physical manifestation of the process that you go through. There's like, first there's the thought, and that thought may not actually be attached to any specific thing that's detailed, but there is like an eye, or there is a orange book. There's an orange book. Okay, I don't know what this book is about, but there's an orange book. Then there's the step of recognizing that it's a book that perhaps I want to read. Then after that, it's a book that I read, that I am in the process of reading, or whatever, right? And then it just continues to set itself up for that next stage of development. But there's always that in between there. Oh my God, it's like an in-between mode almost. Like there's always like this, like, you know what blew my mind the most that they talked about in Tatva Shuddhi was that layer of like, there's like the all, and then there's this space that creates limits, or creates the potentiality.
Yes, Maya.
Yeah. It creates the potentiality. And then there's the mode for a frequency or something. But there must always be there's like a barrier there that is really just like the playing field for it. So all of our physical manifestations are a reflection of that process.
Yes. Yes.
Down to how we receive information, which is, I think, what you were saying. Wow. Is like,
I look back in the chat and Nathan was talking about, doesn't the koshas talk about this, which is pretty much where we just got to. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, that was it. I mean, yes. Yeah, that's the whole process. So when you become aware of that, right? This is where that awareness kicks in of the lucid dreaming. Then this is where you're able to then, as you see the process play out over and over again, you can then create your own fields for your own process, your own influence on these multiple processes that are going to be happening anyway. Like that's where you kind of get to fuck with the direction a bit more, where you get to apply your input when you recognize that, okay, this is like fucking law of attraction. Like they're all, like this is literally you aligning your frequency to shit. This is it. You're catching the wave.
This is major. This is major. I don't think any of us really appreciate how big this is. We're about to really dive into Tatva Shuddhi. We've been talking about it forever. We're about to dive into this thing. Everything spiritual that we've ever talked about is covered in this thing.
Yes.
Dig in. By the way, I got a secret.
Oh,
don't tell anybody. So once we begin to clarify and purify the body, there are ways of using astral projection and lucid dreaming to download even more data. Man, this stuff is getting good. This stuff is getting really good.
Are you there?
Uh-oh. Are you there? Hello? Did my internet cut off? Did I freeze? Oh, man, what the hell? Hello? Body. There are
I can still hear you. We can still hear you.
And lucid. Even more data. What's going on? Man, this stuff is getting good. Hecate?
Yeah, we still hear you.
Okay. Interesting. So yeah. Tawashoot is next up on the list after we finish the Kybalion. Where the energies come. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna run to the other room just real quick. Don't go anywhere. My computer froze after I showed that book. I don't think I was supposed to show it just yet.
I saw it, so
I'm still going through it, and I try my best not to really promote stuff that I aren't too aware of just yet. But that one kind of came across my eyes when I least expected it. But yeah, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, Travis.
Ding ding. Alora.
Yeah, I totally lost. The call just happened real quick, but I'm back.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I think that book might have been too much juice because it kicked you all the way off. I think it froze my screen for a bit too. Just a sec. Hello, hello.
Oh.
Hello. Greetings. Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay. This is from the Dharana Darshan, okay?
Okay.
The science of meditation transcends the totality of human experience. The aim of meditation is to raise the awareness to such a state or dimension where one no longer experiences the motion of consciousness and energy. It has been described in the Upanishads as a conscious state where the sun does not shine, the moon does not give light, the fire does not burn. And once the person reaches that stage, he does not return. So we were just talking of the astral or even of the ethereal body, but essentially the next level up outside of the physical. And that's where one experiences the motion, where one no longer experiences the motion of consciousness and energy. So here we are tapping into the processes of what we consider a flow, but what a thought to kind of realize that we're actually we're stagnation of consciousness and energy.
Maybe say that one more time.
So they say that you don't come back when you have been able to transcend the experiences of the motion of consciousness and energy. Okay. But they're also in an upper paragraph, it says, we are all living examples of stagnation of consciousness and energy. So in our physical forms, we are the stagnation of that energy, of the consciousness and energy. But we are aware that it is flowing.
Barely.
Yeah. So even as we become aware and we start to implement ourselves in the process, the goal is to become the process, or to maybe become one with the process, or to become aware that we are already one of the process. And then that's when we transcend, or we no longer are subject to the experiences of the motion of the consciousness and energy. So we're no longer experiencing it. We no longer experience the motion of consciousness and energy.
In other words, whatever the hell you call yourself rises above the experience of motion of consciousness and energy. So there's existence all over the place, but our awareness is here, you know? Learned in the Ophiel books, we've got a physical body, etheric body, astral body, emotional body, mental body, etc. But our awareness is right here in this physical body. To astral project, it's not like you shift your body out. You move your consciousness from this body to another level. So likewise, when it comes to this liberation, we realize something bigger. It's like being a kid, you know, and you're taught that Santa Claus delivers the presents on Christmas. you're still you're still subject to that mythology. You better behave or you're not going to get Christmas gifts. You're governed by that. But when you realize there's no such thing as Santa Claus, it's your parents, you rise above that now. You have a bigger perspective. So there's a bigger perspective of reality that once we come into the realization of it, things just can't operate the same. Just like, you know, we've been talking about the vaccine. We've been talking about all types of media manipulation. When we see it for what it is, we can't fall for it anymore. Likewise, this life here, once we really experience what it is, we go through this series of rising up out of it. You know, I can't say that I'm there, but geez Louise, I'm so much further than where I used to be. You know, you don't hear me talking about demons and stuff anymore because I've kind of expanded past that.
Right.
It doesn't work because I could use Santa Claus on my kids if I wanted to, but you know, there's better ways to do things.
Right. So to transcend, okay. So then if you were to, I wonder if we were to transcend into that ethereal state, right? Perhaps the next level then, or the difference of the senses would literally be not experiencing movement as we experience it. We would have no concept of that. And then in that sense, would we perhaps reach a new stagnation?
Where does movement happen? In Purusha or Prakriti?
Prakriti.
Does movement happen with Purusha at all, according to the text?
No. Purusha, well, that depends, because Purusha is the thoughts, or the it's like the, no. Oh. Because there's cause and effect, but Purusha is causeless.
There we go.
The witnessing consciousness. In Prakriti, the root cause of creation, composed of the three gunas. The process of manifestation begins with the infusion of consciousness, Purusha, into Prakriti, the unmanifest cause of creation.
Purusha does not move. Silent witness.
Yeah.
The deeper engrossed we are in matter, the more that that lens begins to tighten down into a single point. Purusha is practicing dharana on our individual experience. Hell, practicing meditation on our individual experience, becoming one with this little bitty piece of matter. But the more that we zoom out, the more that lens expands, right? And just like a camera, when that lens opens up, you can see a bit. You let in more light. The lens is becoming a widescreen now, as opposed to a macro lens. Instead of just seeing me and my experience and my traumas, I'm able to zoom out a bit more and see how everyone in my life relates to me and how everything that happens in my life is a part of me. How this whole room is me. This whole city is me. When you start to expand like that, you're naturally going to become liberated, because then you realize, oh, this is one thing. It's all Prakriti. Then you realize, whoa, this ain't even me. This is matter.
Right. I am not this. Oh, man.
And that's the process. That's the undefinable that's as definite as we can kind of get on that process, because it's undefinable. You can't define something that goes beyond, you can't define that.
There's nothing to define.
Right. There is no thing to define. So you have to, so there is only the process. There's only the process of that. And we're simply living that out. We're experiencing that out in this, what is referred to as, like, interestingly enough, in the book I'm reading, it's saying that the tree of life is actually a broken part of the process. That it's like a broken limb of the tree. It's not even the full, it's not in its full excellence.
Right. I think that's a Western thing, because that started popping up with the Golden Dawn. That's where I saw it first. And the tree is falling down and shifting. That's what creates Doth. I didn't see nothing like that in the Vedic, so I can't co-sign it, but I know I've seen a lot of that in Golden Dawn. I mean, that's Christian, right? We fell from grace. But I mean, that's a perspective. I'm not so sure if that's truth.
Like, why would it exist? How is it broken? Or how is it fallen if it's existing? Like, that doesn't make sense.
We're talking about an eternal, maybe your understanding of it is flawed, but we're talking about an eternal thing. What do you mean flaw? There's no flaw that exists in eternity. It's out of time. So that where's the flaw? Right. I'm just saying, how can something that is time, that doesn't exist in time and space, how can that be broken and flawed? That doesn't make sense. It's a Western thing.
Yeah, that's cool. Because I was kind of like, because I was thinking about that, like, if everything is cause and effect, and it seems like this is just pretty straightforward of the process of cause and effect, and if we're supposed to be seeing outside of good and evil, then what's up or down? What the fuck is the fall? Right. Like, that's not even how Tree of Life is structured. That's not even how that shit's structured. You can go up or down or all around or whatever. It's still a fucking process, and it's all linked together.
Up, down, left, right, backwards and forwards. Like that girl that said she read the Tree of Life. I mean, that she read Mystical Kabbalah, and she don't need this class because she done read it inside out, backward, forward, front, left, center. Obviously, you did not.
Yes, clearly. Yeah. So now we have to look at, we are identifying. So, and then that kind of brings a new aspect of identifying as Prakriti. Right? Because it's not just us, but Prakriti is a part of it.
She's even apart from it.
Right. So, I'm thinking about earlier when I think someone in the chat mentioned that you could even get so dense that then you become less dense again.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Zooming in deeper and deeper until you see the infinite space between particles, I guess.
Yeah, that made me think just now about, like, what if like beyond us, like what if we are that that Maya for yet another potentiality of another physical plane that we're not aware of. that we're unable to see. Maybe that's when things start becoming less dense.
It sounds good so far. Could you clarify a bit more?
When
you said
well, I'm processing as I'm talking, so we're just gonna go through it. But I'm thinking, you know, if there seems to be this constant pattern of all, then Maya or potentiality or plane for potentiality, then initial frequency, then the shit that then a continuing factor of those frequencies or different branches or whatever. But there's always seems to be a level where there needs to be that plane, right? Like we had just talked about that Maya. So what if to us, as we're starting to kind of figure out the ethereal, what if below us, right? If as above is so below, what if we are ourselves the Maya for another process that is less dense, that we are unaware of, and that we might characterize as below us, but not necessarily less than us in value or anything like that. But we're just unaware of it. That it's not, maybe it just doesn't manifest in this realm to us. Like we are the Maya for another effect or another cause.
Oh.
That was my dog.
Okay. Yeah, I am pretty certain as I could be, that there's like an infinite number of parallel dimensions that are like weaving in and out of the one that we're in. And I'm sure we're even weaving in and out of other dimensions, but it's almost like they're unbelievably perfect. Like me waving my hand right now just, you know, saved a million dying species of a thing. And it, alternatively, in another universe, it caused the complete destruction of, you know, a whole ecosystem. This type of thing is happening all the time. In my estimation, from what I'm seeing, is that there are countless other existences and other realities for different flavors of consciousness to exist in. But just in my head, it is still all Prakriti, you know. There's a dimension of dragon people, and there's a dimension of unicorn people, and all that shit we could possibly think of. But to me, like it's still all contained within Prakriti.
Mm-hmm.
Literally infinite possibilities, but it's all subject to Prakriti.
Yeah. And so Prakriti has to keep dividing itself in order to continue moving for Purusha. Like it has to continue to divide. Because that's its whole function, right? Is to reflect for Purusha. Is to reflect Purusha back to itself. So that division has to continue. So you know, taking morals out of it and simply the process and where we are in that process, our function or maybe our aim is to, that's where I could see where they're saying in the Dharana Darshan is to like become the process, to become so aware that you actually move beyond your own limitations of your role in it. Because we're not actually in it, we are it.
Yeah. We're not actually in this thing right here, but awareness being focused on this spot is causing it to dance in this way. Awareness is just focused on this spot. And since she's being observed, she does what she does. But when she really becomes observed, you know, because the Wizard of Oz, you know, that big green head dude, you observed him, but nobody really saw who he was. We didn't see behind the curtain. So we were up under cause and effect. But when Dorothy and them boys went behind the curtain and saw that dude, they couldn't even take him seriously anymore. He was a grumpy old little guy, grumpy old little man. He had to stop dancing. Same type of thing happens with Prakriti. When we reach that certain level, it's not the same anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's inevitable. We're heading there so fast, we don't even realize it.
Yeah.
We literally stumbled upon some nuclear information, and we have no idea how potent this stuff is. We're just talking about it because we're seeing a glimpse of it. But man,
I've already fucked myself in the head so many fucking times with this shit. Like in such a good way, you know, but like I've had so many revelations because it's about monitoring your movement. It's about fucking awareness. Like it is all about awareness. Once you become aware of the pattern and of the yantra that you are and that you continue to play out, then you begin to control. No, not control. Yes, no. Then you can step into the role as the observer that you always were of this dream that you're playing out. Mm-hmm. Like I feel like we're on like the next stage, at least for myself, is to use my awareness to become the observer more. And like that's where that detachment comes in. That's where that self-identification really starts coming in, is not trying to fight the process or not trying to use it in a way that gains me just earthly pleasures, but to actually recognize that I am the process as well. I am the movement and the stillness all at the same time.
Yeah. No separation between the two.
Right. Which is exceedingly difficult living in the human life because we are ruled by division still. Thus going back to we're in this physical plane because we need because the karma that's playing out for us at this moment is still utilizing this earth or this realm as a reflective process. We haven't quite mastered becoming the reflection yet. We're still identifying what that is.
Yeah. Awareness. I guess Ifedea was right after all. It is all about awareness.
So far.
Awareness becomes the tool that we use to navigate the playing field, because we can't understand our attachments until we become aware of them. And then we must become aware of the process of how to become non-attached to these attachments.
Right. And we can only become non-attached to them when we realize that we aren't them, but that instead they are the what ifs. They're like those parts in the dreams that like you're just like, wow, that was weird. Like, you know, like, what if this happened? Oh, well, I guess I would respond this way, but it really doesn't have an effect on me either way. Yeah. But it's happening, so I'm gonna go with it, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah, you know, or whatever. I'll just do it that way. But I think that might be
that might be the next step. Like what we were talking about the other day, where that guy was mistreating the dog, and I had that issue, and my friend who helped me kind of release that thought said, you know, like, you have to think about it as just another aspect of yourself. Like, that played out in your reality as a way for you to identify, like, what if this happened right now? How would Alora react?
Mm-hmm.
But that's literally it. That has nothing to do necessarily with you. It's just a way of how you would react. Like, how would you react? How would Alora react if she saw this happen? How would Alora react if she saw this kind of sunset? How does Alora react if she sees this or whatever? But that's all set up for the avatar living in that dream. It's an experience of the motion that's happening. But I don't necessarily have to identify with that. Oh, I'm processing while I'm talking. So, like, my mind's going in different directions.
That reminds me about how a lot of people, when they come into consciousness and awareness of a better way to live, the first thing we want to do is start preaching to folks. But a good way to counter that is to remain very aware of the whole concept of these maps that we've been generating, right? We talk about the map is not the territory, and our world is just a map of what's really going on. If you look at people's, when they're in their preaching phase, just look at what's being written here. We're projecting our map into the world. So when I say we gotta, everyone needs to do this and we should, you're only talking about yourself.
Right.
You're talking about That's kind of interesting. I know that. So when I see other people, you should not be and we should not be as a people. No, there's no such thing as a people. You can only talk about yourself. That should cut that preaching shit out. Or that should help you to come to the humility of saying, me and my experience.
Yeah. They're like, have you ever seen Flatland?
Yeah.
Or read the book?
Well,
okay. I feel like A Square, when he's like talking to his kid, like his kid had like all these questions, and then he like reaches the third dimension and he has this amazing realization that reality goes beyond of what he could possibly even imagine. There's like an up and down and around, this kind of shit. And he tries to explain it to his kid. He's like, remember when you asked me about the square root? Well, there's this thing and there's this guy and it's up and down and you go around. It's great. You're right. But like he can't explain it as clearly as he experienced it, even though he totally experienced this very real thing. Yeah. When he tries to explain it, it's like it comes out as jibble jobble. You have no idea what he's saying. That's how I think that's like my phase right now. That's where I'm at. I'm like, and then you go up and down and it's around and it's all one circle.
You ever had a dream where you could do anything?
Yeah, like I think, I think of these guys and I'm like, damn, they're fucking good. Like
precisely and articulate.
Yeah. But for real, like very, very, very like, and very descriptive, which is fantastic because I don't, man.
That's what happens. I mean, spend time in them realms, man. Like stuff gets very clear for you. Tree Marie sent me a video about how they were actually doing, and I mentioned this last meeting. They were doing studies on people who study Sanskrit and memorize the Vedic text, and they found that memorizing and studying Sanskrit expends intellectual capacity.
Oh, wow.
It's proven. And they're teaching these children at single digit ages. So Niranjanandananda, and who knows if the rest of these guys, we say that he's been doing this since 4 years old. He's been memorizing the Vedas and Sanskrit ancient texts since he was 4, 5, 6, 7. Of course his mind is clear. Of course he's able to do all this stuff. We just got into this thing at our age.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Oh, man. I got to start on that shit.
Mantras. That's what we're doing.
Yep. That is what we're doing. That's true.
That's why I'd quickly tried to move past the one-line mantras and start doing things like the Gayatri mantra and the Triambakam, what's it called? Mahamrityunjaya. Bless me.
I'm not going to say bless you, but happy movement.
Thank you. I tried to mute. I wasn't fast enough.
It's cool. Yeah. I'm like, oh man, mantras are so important to practice. All of this has to do, and yantras, good Lord, all of this has to do with self-actualization, you know, like this is what gets me when people are like, oh, I just think, you know, like this shit's dumb or whatever. It doesn't make sense. It's, you know, what am I supposed to do? Just fucking sit there and stare at this picture and all of a sudden my life is going to change? Well, yeah.
TV. That's what you do with your computer. You sit there and you stare at the picture and your life changes. Why is it far-fetched now?
You have thoughts. We subliminally programmed, at least I programmed myself. I can't speak on anyone else, but whoever brought up, I forgot who originally brought up the donuts with the vaccine, right? Krispy Kreme donuts. When you think of Krispy Kreme donuts, you think of those glazed donuts, the way how they look. That image pops up in your mind, whether you want to or not. If someone brings up Krispy Kreme donuts, there's an image that pops up in your mind. That's a yantra.
Right. I could see the logo.
Right. That's what we do. That is what we do. That is what we are. So we just have to bring that in then. So like, yes, staring at a picture will fucking change you. Will change you. Saying words over and over again will change your state of being.
That's what happens every day.
Yeah. It is that simple to implement. To implement and be able to become aware within this conscious stream that we are experiencing.
Absolutely.
If you can remember how to pick up a cup and drink it, that movement, you can remember a mantra.
That's simple.
Or a ritual or a yantra. It's literally that simple. That's the crazy thing. I think that's so fucking crazy to me, is that like that's how much of a trance we're in. That yet again is confirmation that we are in constant trance.
Yes.
Like maybe you don't need sleep anymore as much as you used to, because you have now become aware of that trance state. So there maybe that veil of switching in between is becoming less.
Ooh. I feel like time goes by so fast. That also makes it easier. But yeah, that constant trance state, and I get the feeling, because I did this too, I get the feeling that most people, when they hear something like, oh, you're in a trance and you're constantly going from trance to trance, I think that in itself makes us want to try to fight to not be in a trance. But I don't think that's possible, and I don't think that that's the direction that's most helpful. I think what we really should serve to do is make sure that we are employing this reality about our minds and try to choose the best trances to be in, the most useful, the most appropriate trances to be in, to recognize that, hey, maybe there are trances that are not appropriate to be in. Maybe I should learn to recognize when I enter those trance states and figure out what I can do to get out of them.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Figure out what you do to, oh, you're saying to get out of the undesirable trance states?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what does life look like when you're not in a trance? What does life look like when we're not in a trance?
I don't think there really is a life when you're not in trance. Yeah, I don't think there's life.
What does that look? Who can describe that? You know?
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, when people hear that, oh, we're in a trance state, we're constantly seeking to go in a trance state, we think, oh, I gotta get out of trance. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where is out of a trance look like? No, wrong direction.
Right.
Let's try to pay attention to what trances we are in.
Like, we even use that as, I mean, we even have everyday experiences of that. When we say trance, you know, don't forget about transcendence, you know, your personal growth. You transcend to a different way of being or whatever. Everything is trance. Everything that we know of is trance. Until you become the frequency that is the trance, that holds the space for it.
Right. Until you become the essence of that trance.
Mm-hmm.
Sound kind of, you know, woo, but that's what we're talking about. That's really,
yeah.
That's what the yantras and the mantras represent, the essence of these states. It's more than just saying the mantra and going into a trance. We're going into a trance so that part of us becomes one with that trance.
Yes. Yes. Yes, we become one with that. And part of that too is to not limit ourselves. Like, I have to, as I'm reading this, I understand that my age is a lot older than, say, someone who starts from 4 years old. But this information, you know, I don't want to separate it as like, oh, I don't have that much time left to study it, because that is now putting a limitation of time within the state that I am currently working on directing the flow as I become it. So, you know, like, for me right now, it's not even right now, always been like, the year, like 100 years is not fucking old to me. You know, like that, like, I don't, like, I 100% am like confident that I will live past 100 years, you know, that I've done it before or whatever, like that. This is not that when you gain, because I think one of those self-limiting beliefs that's very humanly are those conditions that we have amongst ourselves where it's like, oh, well, I'm gonna have to be here for lifetimes and lifetimes and lifetimes learning. And, you know, like, maybe, but like, who gives a fuck? Like, as of like, the reality is that there is, like, that doesn't fucking matter. Like, none of that shit matters. You are simply becoming aware of who you are. That's what matters.
The secret to mastery of time, to overcoming time, awareness, being in the now. Because it's that we now, this moment right here, this is a seed. Now is the seed for seconds. Nowness is the seed for months. Now becomes minutes, becomes hours, becomes days, becomes weeks, becomes months, becomes years, becomes decades, becomes centuries. But if we start at the seed, if we start it right now and fix that shit, the fruit only becomes excellent and pure. That
right?
Who was 123 years? I don't think he was 123. He may have been older than that, but I guarantee you, he's so in the now that it doesn't matter what time it is. It doesn't matter how old he is.
Yeah, because time doesn't exist in the now.
Right.
There is no past or there is no future. There is only the now. Time does not exist in now.
And it doesn't matter if you have to go to a 9 to 5. It doesn't matter if you have kids and you got all these other responsibilities. None of that matters. If you stay in the now, you can bypass a lot of these self-imposed restrictions. We age because we feel that we have to.
Yeah.
We age because of the horrible shit we put into our bodies, but that's added to by our mentalities. And before you say that I'm talking some crazy shit, it is scientifically proven that stress causes aging physically. Stress.
Yeah.
Right? It causes wrinkles, it causes gray hairs, it causes breakdown of organs and skin. And what is stress? Stress is an effect from certain thought loops. And thought loops are the flesh.
It's 3 o'clock.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
It's 3 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Are the fruit of a seed. And if that seed is there, it's going to cause deterioration. So if we fix that seed, that awareness, that now, the fruit surrounding it, that thought loop around it is purified. And that produces a body that helps to produce this physical body. And if you're living in the now, you're not worried about no stress and no time and none of that stuff. It makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't stop, but it also can be reversed a little bit. If you do some study on that, you're going to come up with some interesting things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I bet. Because if you're to look at what our concept of time is, or even what the now is, and then try to relate that to the flow. Like I remember years ago, I saw this Bashar like episode or whatever, and he was talking about how there's nothing ever than now, and then 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 in the now, you are changing dimensions now. Like he kept doing that over and over again. But the reality was, or what he was trying to explain was that we are always shifting realities. We're always shifting our point of view or moving. It's just a matter of, again, are we aware of it? And which direction would we like it to go?
Mm-hmm.
Now.
What direction are we in? Because the direction that we're in is going to manifest in where we're going.
Right.
Literally all about this moment. What am I attached to right now? What am I suffering through right now?
Oh, and as you said that, I felt like thoughts came up immediately. Oh, I have to have a fucking job.
I have to do this. I got to do this. I got to come up with this project or else.
Right.
I get to work on that. I really should be doing this. I got to do this.
Now. Mm-hmm.
What's going on right now? Now is all you can handle. Most of the time when people around me, and it's always females, why do y'all stress yourselves out so much? They're always so concerned.
For the movers. No, not all females. That's a lie.
I was so worried about these other things that are happening in a time space that isn't here. Like, oh, I got to do this tomorrow, and I got to do this next week, and I got to. Now, come back here. What are we doing right now? What is going on right now? Yeah, but when I got to wake up tomorrow, save that for tomorrow. Well, that's running away from responsibility. No, it's not. That's actually taking responsibility for your well-being. You don't beat yourself up if your body's telling you have to rest. That shit can rest now, recharge. Because if you push yourself to do some stuff and you're exhausted, it's going to be at a horrible quality. You'll be better off taking a nap, sleeping today, and doing it tomorrow. Not with the intent of being lazy, but with the intent of understanding that, hey, I'm exhausted, I need to recharge. But recharging also, it's not just physically, it's mentally too. Stop stressing. You don't need to do that. Let it do. That's something time to time I got to tell myself too. Jeez Louise. You guys are talking about being extra tired for these past few days. Venus going combust.
Apparently you're not tired. Which is interesting, but that's cool. That is interesting. I do think you're starting to transcend that dependence. Like you've had enough time isolating too. Like you don't have to deal with the environmental stresses so much anymore.
I did at one point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're still in a city, then you still are on some level.
Some level. I do my absolute best to reduce that as much as possible. I go to the store every now and then, but you know, it can also be delivered. I had such a wonderful conversation with the last lady about yoga. She was just convinced, you know, and she's going to start doing her meditations again.
Oh, nice.
Everything just arranges so perfectly.
Yeah, I'm finding like my path is definitely blessed. Like even with like I do, you know, not as much in comparison to yourself or to a few others, but I definitely play the mantras and I definitely do my work. And even just how I choose to implement that, I get all that I wish.
Mm-hmm.
All that I wish. Now it's now tapping, and I'm training myself to actually tap into that energy where I can just spend those days meditating, training, you know, having freedom. And like today, I was planning on going to work on Sunday, because that's like going to be my new schedule or something. And I have a weekend. And my boss was like, no, he's like, go ahead and have a 3-day weekend. We'll see you on Monday. And that hasn't happened for like over a month for me. And that just happened today. But it was because like, I know it's because I moved and directed that flow to it. I'm coming to this job so then I can have less stress, so I can do my meditation, my training, and my peace of mind. This job is what's going to help me get my independence. I am not going to use this job for anything else really. And like that, and it's already functioning and going in that direction. It's already, the process is already unfolding as that's, you know, being played out or whatever.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Setting up it. I mean, one way to even think about it is as if how the body is like an anchor for the spirit. You know, the body is here, but if we get the anchor just right, the spirit now has a way to flow freely. That prana has a way to flow freely. Likewise, when it comes to like the job, you know, I did not want to be there, but instead of bitching and complaining like everyone else, I did my best to set up my 9-to-5 work experience to allow something better to flow in, you know? So since that was my trajectory, that was my aim, along with a few other things, that led to a point where it was like, hey, I can't be wasting money on this alcohol no more. Not if I'm trying to liberate myself. How much money am I wasting on this booze? So that had to be cut out. So not only am I able to direct money to a place to help me achieve my goal, but now I'm also liberating my time, because how many hours did I waste drunk as fuck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Utilizing everything that we currently have to put us in the right trajectory. That's how we do it.
Yeah, it's using your focus.
utilizing that focus there. Like I have some extra minutes or whatever. I'm going to meditate. I'm going to check in with myself. Even within this moment right now, I'm going to check in with my breathing. How am I breathing? You know, I recently caught myself, actually, no, that's a lie. A friend caught me. When I get excited, I was getting excited and I was telling him about stuff. And he was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Well, because you're having trouble breathing, or you're like real rapid, or you're not breathing." And I was like, "What?" And then I became aware of how, like, when I got excited about something, I would try to like force these short bursts of air instead of breathing fully in. And that really brought my awareness to how I was not only presenting myself, but how I was using my own pranic energy to communicate or express myself, and how that was setting up my limitations. Yes, maybe I'm excited about this new subject, but the way how I'm expressing it is within itself a limitation. So allow me to liberate even that small part and see how that now plays out. How does it play out now as I express the same mode, the same idea, but in a different manner?
That's so powerful. Even something as small as the breathing and paying attention, being aware of how we're breathing right now, breathing in, breathing out. We should we should NLP each other more often whenever because as soon as you mention, "Oh, I just pay attention to myself breathing deep," everyone does it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot resist that. When someone says anything about stop right now and pay attention to the breathing, I could say, "Oh, Laura, stop right now and pay attention to your breath." Or I could say, just right now I stop and I breathe in deep. Everyone's gonna do it. We should do it more often because it does help. It helps.
Yes, absolutely. I try to implement that as much as possible in my everyday. That and tone of voice. Like, I'm trying to calm down my tone of voice more. Because I like that I'm very airy, that I'm all like, but like that uses a lot of air. That uses a lot of that creates sort of a disconnect for me. And I recognize that has an emotional attachment in it because I'm trying to express a certain emotion. But while I do that, I limit my breathing. So I'm trying to calm down my tone, even like the way how I say words and stuff like that, as often as I can, so I can match it with the rhythm of my breath.
Yeah.
And then, because if I'm in rhythm with my breath, then my emotions become more calm, or they become more tranquil and peaceful. And that's the overall life that I want to, that's the flow that I want to go in. That's where I want to go.
That's trajectory, right? And it starts with the seed. And what more of a seed can we get than the breath? Holy cow.
Right.
You telling me
I'm telling you, that shit has changed my life. I can't stop thinking about it. It relates to everything that we do.
Yes. You mean I can change everything just from paying attention to my breath in the moment? That's too easy.
Yeah. Why in martial arts, when they deliver a punch, do they go, "Huh," right? Because there's an act of breathing in. When you don't breathe and you perform like a punch or a fast hit or something like that, your attack has less force because there isn't force coming from you. Can you imagine that? The act of letting go actually gives you more power.
We're talking about harmony still, right? Because there's always an in and out. Like this whole body is the freaking fish tank kind of deal. Always in and out. So if we're able to flow with that and in between that, we stop relying on our own internal gathered energy from the food that we eat. And now we're relying on the energy of the universe because it's automatically flowing night and day, unceasingly. So if I'm moving with my breath, and I breathe in and I breathe out, you're only using the natural flow. Snipers are taught to take that shot in between breaths, you know?
Yeah,
We're,
it's true.
If we just pay attention, we can see the timing is now.
Yep. That's how you deal with pain. What do they do with women in labor? Right? And that's some of the most intense pain that humans can experience. Like that's a whole human coming out of the woo-woo, you know, coming out of the yoni. That's fucking that's a whole other thing, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Like shit gets broken, bones get broken, all that kind of stuff. Just breathe. Just breathe through it. You'll be okay. And they make it through.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's that whole practice that I've been having with my training where I practice eating the pain. I'm practicing literally every time I get to that moment where I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to give up. I tap in with my breath and I envision all of that pain coming up through as like a gaseous form into my mouth. And I go, and then I eat it. I literally eat it and then breathe it back into my body, into the parts that were painful, as redressing the problem as healing energy, as rejuvenating energy. And the act of practicing that puts me in a different trance, different state of reality, and I am no longer connected to the body parts that are in pain. And I practice my timing with that, so then eventually it can be for longer durations of time that I can handle it. Because again, it's not fighting against the flow, it's becoming the flow.
Wow. To not rely on external band-aids, but to utilize what you've already got going on. Really putting the power in your own hands.
Mm-hmm. Truly.
You guys have no idea how much I needed to hear that.
What are you thinking?
Yeah,
I'm just experiencing my own flavor of pains and just getting wrapped up into the thoughts of the and then like, oh, that means I gotta find another place to live. And it's like, oh, my parents want me to go back home. And it's like, oh, I don't want to go back home. But what do you want to do? I don't know what I want to do. I never know what I want to do. And it's trying to find that central, like, what is my moving force? Like, what is that? You know, like trying to think about it just has me in these loops. And it's just like the breathing thing. I tried it today when it was getting kind of serious and it was getting better. But then I could see how attached my thoughts were to wanting to feel sad and wanting me to stay in that mode. And I had to like physically distract myself pretty much.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Travis.
That's what I mean about that list of, well, then this, and then that, and then this, and then that, and then that, and it goes on forever. That's an awful place to be.
Yeah,
we were talking a bit earlier. I think you were on. I don't know if you were able to hear, but we talked about values. And we talked about useful and appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because there was time, I think I had to move back in maybe twice. And it was awful to make that decision. But then, you know, okay, I mean, I'm here.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Those loops and stuff, they seem to happen when you're not applying it to your value system and the useful and appropriate. So every decision that we make, if it meets the criteria of being useful and appropriate, then it's a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all based on your core values.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if it's like the Aquarian in me, the Western astrology side, like always feeling so detached to where it's like I haven't had to like define my values or my boundaries until it all like backfires in my face. And then it's just like, oh shit, I've hurt people. Like, oh shit, I'm not as good as I thought I was. And it's like those loops play over and over again in positions to where it's like, I'm not the victim, I'm the one doing harm. And then my mind wants to immediately play the victim mode. It's like, okay, well, I'm only the victim because this happened to me, you know, and I'm only doing what was done to me, but it still doesn't make it right, quote unquote. But yeah, it's been a journey, but like it's like a lot of this know yourself stuff. I'm trying to understand the know yourself part on the same point of relating to others. And I'm coming to realize that it's just like I still don't really know myself. Like I still, like even I've lasted, you know, this long with the chat and everything, and I've done the meditations and the mantras, and it's bringing me to a point to where it's just like, man, I thought I knew myself, but it just feels like self-righteousness was kind of standing in the way a lot. Like, I articulate things better when I write it, but
No, I mean, I don't know myself. Like, I think that's our whole process, is because we're starting to understand what self actually is. And we're like, oh, fuck, what's that?
Yeah.
And how do we fit into that with all these other things that are going on? Like you mentioned the thoughts and stuff, like what really helped me, because I get stuck in my thoughts a lot. And not a lot, it happens less and less, but definitely there are some things that'll trigger me to get stuck in that cycle or in those patterns. And like I was saying earlier, my friend really like kind of hit me from the side, and it helped me out a lot when he was like, it's just another, like literally those experiences is just prakriti introducing another aspect of yourself. So it's, what would Alora do if she saw this? Like, see it as something, it's not actually a person, you know, doing this to someone else, or it's not actually, like, that's not actually what's happening, or this situation isn't actually what's happening. It's the energies that are coming into your sphere, and you are interacting with that energy. How now do you choose to utilize that energy? And that really took me from seeing it as like the physical manifestation to going beyond that veil, you know, being like, oh yeah, that's just like, I'm just seeing it as a manifestation of that energy, but it's actually just that frequency. How do I respond to that frequency? Like, how can I be balanced with that, you know?
I see what you mean. It's like I'm trying to shift from a mindset of just like not running away from everything all the time. Like everything's get hard or troublesome or like less than favorable. Like my first thought is like escapism and like, you know, looking towards the sky and the stars and like, oh man, I wish I was back at that place I feel in my heart. Like, damn, like I want to go back home. Like, but what the fuck is that? It's just like, all right, let's bring it down to something closer. Like, what is something close to that feeling? And it's just like, man, I don't even know. And it's just like being asked what I want and still, you know, hitting myself with the like, I don't even know. I don't know. It's just like I know how I want to feel, but it's just like don't know what I want.
Oh.
Winter, stop. Answer this question. Answer this question. It's going to point you into the direction of a solution. So you must know your values. What are your values? What do you want out of life? What are the top 5 things that you find the most important of all?
I would say love. I want to say freedom. Expression. Passion. And yes, family.
Okay, so love, freedom, expression, passion, family. Of those 5, which are the top 3 important ones?
Love, freedom, and family.
Do you want money?
As an after effect.
So money's not really important to you?
I'd rather, you know, I get something. I'd rather I get money based on one of those things mentioned, you know. If it's
Let's be aware though also if and you know it doesn't have to be, but I'm just saying this. If money isn't in your top values, it is not going to be something that you're going to make an effort to increasing.
Yeah, like I've been offered a job from a family member, and you know, my family's like really, you know, excited that I get it, and they think I got it in the bag and whatnot. And you know, I've been training on it here and there, but it's just like I just don't feel motivated towards it. And I feel like a lot of stuff right now is just kind of harboring on the fringes of if I get that job or not, that I'm not really trying to get to it. But yeah.
So let's look at 2 of these values that may actually be in conflict with each other. You said in your top 3 would be family and also freedom. Could you see a clash with those 2?
Yeah, I think I have a lot of like baggage from family expectations still following me, even when I'm on my own. Like feelings of validation or needing validation, like that I'm doing something right, and that primarily comes from family. And freedom, it's like I've had to like lie to get a lot of the freedom that I wanted, and that's
You said you had to lie.
Yeah, like growing up, I had to lie a lot, and I got really good at lying to gain the freedom or to want to do what I wanted to do. You're breaking up. I can hardly hear you at the moment.
Are we talking about to family or just to people in general?
I'd say both. Both, yeah. I feel like growing up family, and then it kind of just bled over to like others.
So when you say that love is, that was the first thing that you mentioned, so it probably stands out at the top of your list of values. Can you get a bit more specific as far as love is concerned? Because you say love is one of your top values, but what does that mean?
Like
to be loved, to give love, to love things, to love a like what is love? Because that's a very vague word.
A reciprocal thing. I would say growth would be attached to that. Love and growth, if I can. Like,
so you're saying relationship with someone?
Yeah, that, but I guess in a more like not unrequited, but unconditional sense, you know, like through a thick and thin kind of thing.
So I guess to be a bit more specific, when you say that love is at the top of your list, what you're actually referring to is relationship with a person. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, to have strong relationships, because it just seems like I always seem to ruin a lot of them, even friendships, relationship wise.
Why would you say that it seems that you seem to ruin them?
Because in trying to remain kosher and not be bothered by a lot of things, I don't exactly express how I feel in a given moment. If it's something minor, like if somebody, you know, said something about what I was wearing and it made me feel bad, or if it was they were joking on me and it made me feel bad, it's just like, okay, I can swallow this because it doesn't matter. Yeah, but I guess it just all kind of builds up and I deal with it on my own.
Okay. So in, I guess, when dealing with people, there may be things that offend you or even cross boundaries that you don't address right away, and that builds up over time.
Yeah, but it's just like in that moment, it's like I always think it could be worse. So it's like I don't acknowledge it. It's like, okay, this is a feeling and it's gonna go away. And it usually does until I particularly activate. And then like all those feelings of being associated with loneliness or not being understood kind of like bubble up into one. And then those moments that I thought I put behind me come back to surface too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, because any of the baggage or traumas that are not being actively neutralized will always be there. And it sounds like this may be something dealing with a very frail definition of boundaries.
Yeah, definitely frail.
So if you're saying that you ruin relationships due to your lack of real solid boundaries, and that's what's preventing you from achieving your first value, which is love, then it would seem that one of the most important things you should be doing right now is strengthening your boundaries so that you don't.
Yeah. Yeah. It's difficult because it's like I only know what my boundaries should be until it's like I get the results, like, you know, reaping what I sowed, you know, I learned from experience, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. And reaping what I sowed.
Boundary? What is a personal boundary? What does that mean?
Things that I won't move past that make me uncomfortable or question myself. Like, yeah, boundaries with, I would say, sex, and boundaries with personal space, and
Good night, Hecate.
I guess life too. Like, how much I'm willing to share of my personal life.
So would you, the problem doesn't really make itself clear until someone actually crosses them?
It makes it clear when I see how my like boundaries hurt people, if that makes sense. Like
your lack of boundaries hurt other people.
Yeah. Because like I don't really I was like I know where they go like more so now that I've been through some stuff, but it's like before, like coming from a mindset of pleasing people to having to live on my own and just please myself, it's like a whole shift of mentality as to where I go with that.
So let me clarify here. Is it that your boundaries are being crossed or that you're crossing other people's boundaries?
I think it's my boundaries are being crossed, but I don't know how to identify. I didn't really concretely put my boundaries in place.
Do you know what that process looks like to do such a thing, putting your boundaries in place?
I don't, other than just being stern. I guess repetition.
Do you think there's a way to establish your own boundaries without offending anyone?
I can. It's just one of those difficult, like, you think it's a mountain in front of you, but it's really not. It's kind of just one of those over processing things. It's like I got old RAM in me and I need new RAM to run this hard drive, you know what I'm saying? It just really comes down to me just identifying them and sticking to them and not feeling like I'm missing out on something, a promise of something being better or funner or, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, it comes down to those things, sure, but do you know what it looks like to do it? Because a lot of times we know what we need to do, but we never do it. And that usually comes from not knowing how to do it or not knowing what it looks like when it's done.
No, I guess I could say I don't know what it looks like then. I don't.
So how would you find out what that looks like?
Well, seeing how many people get driven away. That's how it looks. It's just like, oh, okay, well, now I'm alone again. So, hey, I don't know, man. I really don't know what it looks like until it's like too late and then nobody's there to explain really. So, yeah.
Well, it's good that you have learned that it doesn't have to happen that way again. It doesn't have to.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's like, sick of feeling like a victim. And at the same time, it's like I'm sick of feeling guilty for my actions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like even making the declaration of, you know, I'm sick of feeling guilty. You know, I refuse to feel guilty anymore. And having that as a boundary, it's just like, wow, you heartless son of a bitch. How dare you not want to feel guilty anymore? It's like, It's like
What does feeling guilty have to do with compassion? Is it possible to be compassionate without feeling guilty?
Yeah, I think so. Which is why it's like I'm just doing away with guilt. It's like what you guys are saying about like living in the past a lot. And I just kind of went through that tonight, where it's just like I've made an impression, a bad impression in the past in someone's mind, where it's just like everything from then until now is just kind of like negligible. It's like I'm just that same person that made the mistakes in the past. And it's difficult communicating that I've changed without sounding like I'm not listening to the other person and what they're saying, but it's like knowing that I've changed and just wondering what to do next instead of trying to like keep things around the way they are.
Yeah. We're always rapidly moving in the direction of our values. And if your values include love, freedom, expression, passion, and family, then when I ask the question, is it useful? Is it appropriate? That is always going to go back to your values. Even if you haven't clearly defined them, this is what runs your life, your values. So if the values that you express are your values, is it useful to love, freedom, expression, passion, and family? Is it useful to feel guilty?
No.
Is it appropriate for love, freedom, expression, passion, and family? Is it appropriate to feel guilt?
No.
It's not useful. It's not appropriate. So therefore, it should not exist in your life whatsoever by your own rules, not by any outside person or religion, by your rules. You shouldn't be feeling guilty or holding on to past experiences that, you may have been a major player in. If they're not useful or appropriate to your values, it wouldn't make sense to hold on to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean about that.
We do attach, but you don't owe anybody. Like suffering doesn't pay any debts to another person.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been definitely seeing, a change in my habits too. As far as like what once made me feel alive is like I replaced that with vices, and it doesn't really pay off. It's like when I was having a good ass day today too, but pretty much I asked my roommate slash ex-boyfriend slash boyfriend wishful thinking me if he wanted to renew the lease because he only had a few days to answer, and it's like finally getting the answer of no, and it's just like, damn, well, can I go back home? I said I wouldn't go back home. Can I move all my shit back? Or if I'm not gonna go back home, find a place. It's like with that, I have to find a job or just commute every day 40 minutes, the one I currently have. And it's like all of this just pouring through my mind while at work. It's like I got fucking teary eyes while like ringing up customers and shit. And just listening to the Ganesha mantra while all that's going on, and trying to stay focused on the words. Each of them was like an hour long. And at work, I can get through like these mantras easily. And today, I was mouthing them and seeing how these obstacles, like I got, like I said earlier, like I got that feeling of like it's just another door opening and I shouldn't be sad, but I still wanted to cry and be sad and wallow. But like midway through the shift, it's just like I'm calm, but the sinking feeling still demands attention. But right now, I know everything's gonna be okay. And like at the beginning of the shift, like 2 people in a row had elephant necklaces on. And I was like, yo, like, get the fuck out of here. And it's just like, I knew that once I started doing these Ganesh mantras that I just have to be along for the ride, and I really just can't force it to look like anything.
Right.
And I don't know, man. It's just like I just really am still fighting myself of taking this L. Like in my head, I view it as an L of just backtracking and going back home.
So what part of that is an L? How does that equate to being an L?
Because I was so in the moment and gung ho and like really headstrong about moving out, and I'm doing it and I'm succeeding. But it becomes an L because I guess on the premise of why I moved out was because of so-called being in love, but then my actions didn't match and I fucked it. So it being an L is like me not being able to fix this current criteria to keep it moving forward and not relying on my parents so much, like really thinking I'd have it down packed by now. Because I realized in my mind, like a lot of my problems come from or a lot of my perceived problems or the things that hold me back kind of come from that attachment and that validation. It's like I'm noticing the things that make me feel good, but when I'm criticized or part of my actions are brought to attention, realizing how easily I snap or how quick I am to anger. And it's like recently I have been working on that. Recently I've been like reflecting on my actions, but it's like can't make anybody else see that.
And it's really not their business.
Yeah. Yeah.
You set the parameters for failure or success. You set the parameters. Do you want to take an L?
No.
Is there a way that you can redefine the parameters so that this is not the end, but a part of a bigger process?
Yeah. I see it as me enjoying my time with my family again, especially since they're getting older and I won't have them around very long. So just trying to appreciate it more instead of, doing the thing. It's just like, you did this to me when I was younger and I'm angry. Something like that is kind of taking it for what it is instead of what I expect.
You've got an opportunity here. Great opportunity.
Yeah.
Life is absolutely perfect, especially when it doesn't feel like it. You mentioned that you know that everything's going to be all right. Well, I'd like to add to that everything is already all right. It always has been.
Yeah.
Thank God our emotions are not the indicator, for whether things are working or not.
It's like for the longest time, I was like convinced I didn't have any emotion because I just really don't like crying or like showing weakness in front of other people. But like,
showing weakness.
It's been becoming more often that I have been, and it seems like that's when you confront pain. Instead of running away from pleasure, it's like, at least for me, it's like, I don't know, I've been just more sensitive, if that makes sense. Like less logically explaining my feelings away and more just like, I'm gonna cry now. All right. I'm gonna do that. So yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Is crying in front of people showing weakness? Are those two things equal?
When you grow up with siblings, it's not. I've come to associate it that way. Me personally, not really anyone else. Like if I see somebody crying in front of somebody else, I'm just like, same. Or like when a kid cries in the store, I'm like, man, I wish I could do that. Damn, he's just hollering. I want to do that right now. But it's just more so when I look at myself, I'm just like, don't be a bitch. Suck it up. Cry when you get home.
Whose voice is that? Whose voice is that?
Don't be a little bitch. I want to say it's mine.
Let's stop for a moment. Let's stop and go into your mind in that moment where you feel the tears coming, the emotion welling up. And I know how that feels. You know how it feels when it wells up and you start to feel it in the back of your eyes and you get all watery and misty and that little stinging in the nose and you feel it coming up, right? And you get that voice. Stop that shit. You're acting like a little bitch, right? Toughen up, suck it up. When you're there and you're feeling that, what direction is that voice coming from? Is it behind you? Is it above you? Is it in front of you? Where's that voice coming from?
Well, I have a headache, so I guess it's behind me.
Coming from behind.
Where my headache is, yeah.
Okay. Is it coming from above you, same eye level, or below you?
Can't really say. It's like lately, since I haven't been too concerned about, holding it in until I'm somewhere private, it's been more of a voice like, it's gonna be all right, just get it out. Like, but I can't really say where that other one, what level that other one is on.
That's fine. It's important, but not as important. It's not as important as recognizing that these voices are installed, inherited. Your mind is playing it out in a voice that you're familiar with. That's why I ask whose voice it is, because it's not yours. It's the voice of someone else who may not have said those exact words, but have given you those same feelings that those words evoke. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
A big part of this process of healing is identifying whose voice that is.
Yeah. It's like, that's another, I don't want to get into it.
I know you don't. Aquarius has always run from this type of stuff.
It's like, it just feels like I'm hijacking this shit to like be a therapy session. But it's like,
Okay.
I don't like being a center of attention unless I have like some sort of character on.
Not because I'm on the camera, so I'm the center of attention.
No, fuck you. True. Well, like I said, like it just kind of first goes, I guess, back to my mom and also like my first relationship, where everybody else saw it was toxic, but no one would tell me. And then now it's like I'm the crazy one for not realizing it was toxic that many years ago. But it's like, you
Does
weren't
somebody
there.
throw that in your face?
Hmm?
Does anyone like throw that in your face or even hint at it in such a way?
Yeah, in the way that if I knew how it felt, then why do it to them kind of way.
Okay.
Like if you went through that, okay, I'm voicing somebody else. So quote, it's like if you went through that and you know how the pain feels, then why would you do it to me? And it's like my answer was that because it was done to me and I had no other way of realizing how much pain it caused until, I could see what I've done for myself kind of thing. So it's like being told is another thing. Sorry?
There's a question to kind of back up a few steps. If this was done to you, then why are you doing it to me? So my question is, were you actually doing it?
Yes.
You were doing it. You can admit that, or like you were legit doing it.
I can admit that, yes.
Okay. Why do you think you were doing it? Besides the reason that you gave.
Again, not knowing what boundaries to have in place that suit me and trying to people please, feel validated, get a source of validation from another source if it wasn't coming from another.
Did it solve the problem doing it like that?
It just made more. And it's
So in times of stress, we rely on our programming. And if in a time of stress, that was the programming that you relied on, then that may indicate that there is still some work to do to change that if you don't like that response.
Yeah. It's like in hindsight, I have the hindsight now, and it's like been a year, and it's like I haven't acted on those past impulses that got me in situations. But I know to a lot, to many, a year doesn't seem like a long time. But to me, it feels like I can see the change myself. And well, that's all that should matter. It's just like everything else is just kind of waiting on me to decide what I'm going to do with it.
Do you think you're going to decide?
Yeah, I have to. I can't be homeless. No, thank you.
I guess the way to rephrase that is, are you going to decide, or is the decision made for you?
It's 4 o'clock.
Not really sure. It's like the decisions that I weigh always seem like it's this or that, one or the other. And other choices or decisions aren't immediately brought to my attention or my field of view. So it just seems like things are kind of chosen for me. Like, for instance, when I need, when I rely on a friend or my sister or, my mom, for guidance, they, tell me the same thing. It's just like, all right, so come back home, get your money up, save some money, work on yourself, get a new job, that kind of thing. But I just want to fight it. I want to fight it because I still want to prove to myself for some reason that I can make it and I can do it, even though I'm in distress. I just want to prove finally that, oh, look, I'm an adult. I can do things. But like back to square one, relying on others.
Let's go through time here a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's say you did prove it, right? Let's say you did prove it, to the parents, to mom, to yourself. What does that look like? What does it look like to be able to say, yeah, here I am, I've done it, rely on myself, I'm independent, I'm an adult. What does that life look like?
I guess it looks comfortable. It looks.
What's comfortable? Is it a leather couch? Is it an ugly plaid couch? Like what does comfortable look like?
Not being stressed or worried about making the wrong decisions, just being sound in what I know and comfortable with it. Can't describe comfort with comfortable. I don't have an image for it other than always picturing myself isolated in a cabin in the woods, but I don't have a visual for it.
I know. Hence why we're in this predicament. So if you don't have an image of how you would be able to show, look at me, I'm independent, I've done it. If you don't know what that looks like, then how can you possibly do it?
Yeah.
In other words, maybe you're not there yet.
Mhm.
In other words, maybe that's okay. What's the hurry? I would rather do it right than to just rush to say, yeah, I'm independent.
Yeah.
And when I say do it right, I don't mean right as according to someone's standards. I mean right in such a way that it's substantial. It isn't temporary. Because if it's temporary, it can fall apart easily.
Mhm.
There's a certain way where we can make it look like, you know, we're doing the thing. But if it's
Mhm.
not real, eventually it collapses.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
So I wonder, what does it actually look like to say that I'm independent, I'm an adult, I got my shit together, I am comfortable, I am stress free? How does that look? You've got to have some way to visually see it, to describe it, to engage your senses. You got to smell it, taste it, hear it, until you come to something for the mind to gravitate towards. It's gonna just be floating out here. I knew what it looked like for me. I wanted to be left the fuck alone. I didn't want nobody calling me. I didn't want nobody popping up on me. I wanted to have my own little quiet space, quiet home. I wanted to be able to dig through occult books and study all the damn time. I wanted to eat what I want when I want. I wanted to go to sleep when I want, because I was always late for work, always late for work, always getting in trouble for being late. Never really fired for it, but always in trouble and threatened. They always held it over my head, made me feel guilty for being late. But there's just something about me that doesn't like to obey time. So I wanted to be timeless. I wanted to wake up when I wanted, to sleep when I wanted, every day. Like I knew what life looked like for me. I'd wake up when the fuck ever was the best time for me. I would spend countless hours engaged in my study and my practice, getting closer and closer and closer to the truth. How would I know that I'm successful? Because I'm able to articulate it to other people. I'm able to create art and projects that reflect my understanding on the things that I'm studying. And on top of all that, I'll be able to get paid for doing that, right? How much will I'll be able to be paid this amount. I'll be able to take care of all my bills. I'll be able to, provide for my son. I'll be able to do this, that, and the third. I don't really care about a car. I don't care about a phone bill. All I need is an internet. I want 2 Mac computers in front of me. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw what it looked like to be independent, to be comfortable, to be successful. I defined it. And it didn't happen tomorrow. It didn't happen the next week or the next year. It took a few years, but it is now fleshed out exactly how I saw it. I wouldn't have none of this if I never had the concept for it.
Mhm.
And to make it even better, before it was, yeah, I'm gonna show my dad that I can make a living as an artist. He told me I couldn't. He said, there's no money in making art. It's wasting my time, that I need to get a career and get a college degree as XYZ. I'm at the point now where I don't care if he ever sees any of this. I don't care if he believes or if he's convinced that I'm an adult or that what I'm doing, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is now that I've found myself, I found my own maturity, my own comfort, my own peace, and I feel good about my life every single day. Do you have an idea of what you want? What are your values?
Mm.
Not just something I read in an NLP book or saw in a video. Like, this is real shit. What are your top 5 values? My values were freedom, money, and access to quality occult information. Freedom for me looked like I said, nobody's blowing up my phone. Nobody's popping up at my house. I'm free from the constraints of time and punching a clock. I'm able to do what I want when I want. That's what freedom looked like for me.
Mhm.
Money means I'm getting an income flowing that's directly tied into my work, which is work that I've chosen to do.
Mhm.
And quality information that look like, the right books, the right, courses or whatever that literally adds to what I'm doing. Like, I clarified these things. So when I asked about your values and you said love, freedom, expression, passion, family, what do those look like? You know, and I asked you about love, you know, and you got down to relationship with another person. And I kind of see where you're going with that, but define your values, define them, paint that picture for yourself.
Okay.
It's real.
Okay. It just, uh, it just, I just feel like a void, for lack of a better word. Like there's like this big empty void when I try to imagine what I want. And I guess that in turn makes me hard to figure out because I don't know what I want myself. So it's like, see where things go wrong or unfavorably.
That's the perfect place to begin. Everything starts in the void. I mean, even God had to start there, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. Void and darkness cover the face of the earth.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? I still do like my gifts, but I'm just like in a state of feeling like I want to be something entirely different and new and not rely on my old toolkit to like for the rest of my life. I want to form a new one and grow from that. And I can say that I've limited a lot of my perspective in the sense of like trying to make a living from my hobbies, the things I like to do, in a sense that I didn't really have a direction to go with it. You know, like I don't know how to explain it better. I just hate having my passions feel like a chore now. That makes me like not in love with it anymore. So
What makes your passion feel like a chore?
Forcing myself to do it, like you and Alora were talking about. It's just kind of why it hit home. It's just like, man, I gotta finish up this commission or else, you know, this person's gonna think I'm a unreliable artist. But it's just like, I know I'm gonna finish it, but it's just like having my own timetable makes me feel way better. Having my own like timetable and not, you know, reaching for deadlines all the time.
So what if there was a way to make art? First of all, do you like doing commissions?
I think it has to grow on me.
So it's not really something that you choose to do out of a million choices.
Nah.
So do you know of any other way to make art, make a living from that?
I do, but again, the whole thought loops, making it feel like a mountain to climb and having failures before that kind of like slow me down again, you know? Yeah. Um,
So are you aware of any other ways to make an income from art besides those that you've already tried and have a negative opinion about?
yeah, like selling prints, you know,
Okay. Do you know what
working
it takes to make good money off of selling prints?
an online presence, communication with people.
Are those things that you're willing to invest in?
Um, yeah,
You
I
are?
could work in, yeah, I could work on communication. It's like, even when talking to you, like now, it's like I realized how much of my time and effort I spend into pleasing others instead of dealing with myself and my 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 goals, so to speak. Like
Yeah.
procrastinating. I'm a professional procrastinator. Uh, I didn't do anything like high school or college until it was like 2 days before it was due, and still whipped out an A or something out of that, and it was just like, all right.
Yeah.
And that just kind of created a pattern. And also like always being good at stuff when I first picked them up, and then now having to actually try a bit harder to get better at it. It's like those two things in combination just make me want to give up together. It's just like kind of reframe. This is why I feel like I just want to be somebody new, or just be a new me, because it's like I see it. I see it and I can recognize it, but it's like, how do I perform that pattern interrupt? Like, how do I perform that pattern interrupt in such a way to where it's getting me results towards the things that I
How do
want
you
to
perform the
control?
pattern interrupt? Stop, start now. That is the framework of pattern interrupt. Stop, start now. Literally.
Huh.
That's what a pattern interrupt is. Stop the current pattern, start a new one, start it now.
Mhm.
If any of those elements are not in place, it's not a pattern interrupt. Just because I stop you, it's not necessarily a pattern interrupt because you quickly resume it again. But if you stop
Mhm.
it and then you implement a new one to start, then you give a time frame for it, that's a pattern interrupt.
Hmm.
So you talk about a new me, you talk about a different me. Do you know what that looks like?
Yeah, she's
I mean, if you don't want to tell, that's fine. But the important thing is, do you know what that looks like?
to be real, I don't. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. So in order for that pattern interrupt to work, you got to stop. Now you need something to start now. So if you don't know what we want to start, maybe the next thing to do immediately now is to begin creating what that thing is. That new me, or rather new you.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, so making art, becoming an artist, living off the income from that, or whatever, doing it in your free time, that can happen in two ways. The first way is you can directly sell your art to people who want to buy it, right? That's the first way. And that comes with a whole set of possibilities and rules and regulations. Then there is making a living off of something else and doing your art because you want to. That's a different possibility. Which one of those sounds more appealing to you?
Because I want to.
Okay. So that one sounds more appealing to you. And that one's pretty awesome because there's literally no stress other than what you put on yourself. Then something else is going to have to pay the bills, right?
Yeah.
This is why I would recommend maybe moving money somewhere up in that top 5 of your values, because in order to be able to do that, you're going to have money. So how?
Yeah, another thing I have to reframe is my view of money too.
What needs to be reframed?
My mindset of money.
What is your mindset of money?
I feel like it's I see it as a byproduct, and a lot of times I don't see it as something in exchange for something.
You said you don't see it as an exchange?
Sometimes I don't. Like it's easy for me to slip back into a mindset of it, oh, it's just paper or it doesn't mean anything, and not actually see what it represents as a current, as a current that flows, and it's something that is exchanged for its value. It's an ascribed value instead of seeing it as just paper,
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, just coming out of the mindset of being taken care of and needing to be validated, and just being with me and pushing forward.
Do you know how much money you'd like to have on a regular basis?
I do.
You do?
Yeah. I would say something like 40,000 a year would just be it for me alone. Like I could do 40,000 to be it. Now I'm barely making like not even 19,000. So if I could just like double that to where, I can save a significant amount and still live within the same means, and also open up more time in my schedule, have more of a regulated sleep cycle, that'd be kind of dope.
So in order to have 40,000 a year, what are you doing to bring that income stream? Who are you serving to bring that money in? Who specifically is giving that money to you? And what are you giving to them that merits that amount? We're talking about granularity here these past couple of months. The way to make dreams into a reality is to take them from the Akash and turn them into air, then turn that into fire, then turn that into water, then make it a solid reality. So if the Akash is 40,000 a year, how do we contain that concept into something that can become more tangible? Who's giving you that money, and why are they giving it to you?
I would assume somebody would be giving it to me because I am doing them a service. I am serving, not serving, but I guess operating a part of their branch. for their company or what have you, and God, in turn I get paid for it.
Okay, so there's lots of ways to make money, but I guess just to kind of boil it down to something tangible, either someone is receiving money and giving you some of it, or you are receiving money from multiple persons that you serve directly. So which of those seems more ideal to you? You serving someone who's managing income and giving you your share, or you directly receiving income from people that you're serving? Which one sounds more up your alley?
The second one.
So you receiving money directly from clients.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means you're gonna have to find a problem to solve. You're gonna have to find a way to serve humanity that merits receiving $3,333 a month. So have you? Your mind now has to shift from what job can I find to pay me that money? Because right now they're really only paying folks, like you said, however much you're making right now. That's how much people are getting paid generally. So if you want to make any more than that, you've got to do your own due diligence to find some type of problem that you can solve or some type of need that you can answer for humanity. You have to find those humans and solve that need. And the more of those humans that you can solve that need for, that as a byproduct increases how much income you bring in.
So if I were to reflect that in your position, like when you started all of this, it just started out of a want of just serving yourself, and did it blossom into that finding a problem to solve for others? Like, how did you know?
I realized that there was a problem that I needed solved, and when I couldn't find anybody to solve it, I solved it myself. Then I found that other people had the same problem. Lots of other people had the same problem. And since I found a solution that worked for me, I got really good at explaining how to solve it. And, people began to trust me in those areas, and I began to provide answers in the best way possible.
Okay. It's like it seems like it's counterproductive trying to like search for that thing that needs to be solved. And it seems like it coming organically, like in the way that it did for you, is like the best way for that to happen. But it's just like between like that and then, finding a problem to solve that that I think will be worthwhile. Like,
now listen, if you open that beautifully creative mind of yours, you will find that problems come in all flavors, all shapes and sizes. And the more primal the problem, the more people who have it. You feel me? And I'm not necessarily saying anything specific. What I am saying is there are many options, like how to design socks for people who love designing socks. That's a problem. Some people want to know how to design socks. There's no limit. It doesn't have to be, let's do psychic readings and tarot readings. There's so many things that you can do. Like, take the limits and the boundaries off of this. Thing that you have a certain knowledge in or skill set in, anything, you can take that to help people who have that same situation. Because there's a lot of things that are easy to you and easy to me, but that don't mean it's easy to everybody.
You're right.
I can sit here and read a couple of books. Some people are struggling to get through one chapter. I could, if I wanted to, sit here and make a course on how to read a book and retain the info. That's a problem that a lot of people have and are willing to pay money to solve. You see what I'm saying here? There's several things that you do right now, not things that you got to learn. There are things that you know right now that there are, let's say there's 2,000 people that want to know. And let's say you create a product and you sell it for $1 and you find them 2,000 people. How much money do you have now?
$2,000.
That's if you charge $1 for it. So when I say finding a problem that needs to be solved, look and examine your own life you got right now. What is something that is pressing, that is big in your life? You said you do art. I promise. I haven't seen what the hell you can do. You know that there are some people who want to do that and can't. Do you think there's a way that you might be able to teach something in that area? Just as an example. Yeah. What's something of your art? What is something you can teach me how to do?
I can teach you how to digitally paint with gradient maps.
Okay. So you can teach me how to digitally paint with gradient maps. Roughly speaking, how many people do you think want to know how to do that? This is a guess, assumption.
I think a lot.
Okay, there's a lot of people that use Adobe Photoshop. There's a lot of people who pay monthly for that. There's a lot of people just now finding out about Adobe. There's a lot of, how many art students are there? How many graphic design students start school every year in graphic design? How many people can't afford to go to school for graphic design but want to know how to do it? How popular is anime getting with new subcultures, right? You see what I'm saying? This potential is expanding here. So if you were to create a, just a little course on how to do it, or if you were to share information on that and say you just charge $20, how many people do you need to find to make your goals monetarily? Let's see, I got my calculator right here. And by the way, I've seen courses like that go for $100 or more.
Oh yeah, they be charging $50 a month.
$50 a month, right?
Yeah.
Now let's say that's expert level. You're not even going to say you're an expert, but you're pretty damn good. So you could charge your own price and you got evidence to show, right? Get away with, as long as you're able to deliver the result, you can charge what you want, because people aren't paying for the course, they're paying for the result. As long as you're able to deliver that result, you're good. Is this helping to get you thinking about this kind of thing?
It is, actually, because in my mind it just feels like, again, with the void, it's just like so much potential that it's crippling. And it's like, the time was like when I was like, what, 14, when I was making like costumes or something. It was like it just flowed. And it's like I'm seeing, like when I go back in my mind, it's like I see how like I've been bogging myself down with like becoming more dense. Is because of taking on, relationships and dealing with other people and kind of like putting my emotions in the backseat kind of thing. But it's like it has it helps. It's just like getting to that seed to start it and then keep momentum with it. It's like without wavering, like having too many hands in one pot at once. So yeah.
By the way, if you were to make a little program like that and say you were to charge $25 a month, you would need 133 people to make your goals. Is that a lot of people?
You said 25 a month?
If you just say 25 a month that you charge for teaching that, you would only need 133 people to meet your goals.
That's Not a lot of people at all.
Not a lot of people, considering how many people are paying way more than that to go to college to learn graphic design. How many people are just now discovering Photoshop for the first time? Adobe Photoshop is a booming business, and there's always new customers. Just as a side note, all you would need is 133 clients. That's all you would need to meet your monetary goals.
That's lit.
So we just took it from a vague concept to an example that is actually workable, right? All you would need to do now is to sit down and analyze yourself. Okay, so how you got to put yourself in point A, which is not knowing how to do it, and then put yourself in point B, which is being good at it. And you would literally sit there and create each step in between. And you package it up in a digestible format. I've seen you share your screen, so obviously you know how to do that, you know, and you've got such a wonderful voice. So talking over it would help to keep the customers coming back. You need to learn how to promote it in the right places, because how many forums do you go to about doing what you're doing with the art stuff?
A lot.
Right. Forums, Facebook groups.
Yeah.
Now you know where the customers are. So all you have to do now is create the product and connect it to the people who want it. You don't need to spend $1 million on Facebook advertising. I have never spent no money on a Facebook ad or a YouTube ad, because I know where my people are. Right? We're all searching for particular things. So now you've created your product, you've found the audience. All you need is 133 people. These Facebook groups have thousands of people, right? What I'm saying here is the steps to gain what you want are there. But first and foremost, you got to be able to define what you want, and then just dig your toes into the sand and move forward.
Okay. See, when you put it like that, it just seems like less suffocating.
It is less suffocating. I've done this. I've literally done those exact things I just said. And I'm about to do it again without my name on it this time.
Yeah, man.
Oh, and by the way, if you want to learn how to do this, just like there's videos on learning astrology and Rahu Ketu and all that stuff, there's videos on this, there's books on this, there's information and people who give the details on how to do this. If it's what you want, though.
Yeah.
You've also got me here who would be more than happy to help, because I love teaching people the things that I know.
Bet. That's what's up. It's like I knew from like early on I didn't want to work for somebody else. And then now it's like I'm forcing myself to like fit into that mindset of working for somebody else, because I didn't really know how to like pinpoint that, you know, get down to that. It seems so like big and grandiose, like, oh, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna need ad revenue, and I can't have ad revenue if I can't afford it, and this, that, and the other. So
you don't need paid advertisements. it don't even make sense until you know what you're doing. There are ways to do it. Like I said, I ain't never spent no money making a YouTube ad or a Facebook ad. And when I spent a little bit of money on an Instagram ad, didn't really work. The best way to that's the easy way. That's like paying for a chakra cleanse. There's also the trenches way to do it. If you want to really cleanse your chakras, you got to dig for the right books. Then you find chakra shooty. Then you find Tatwa shooty, and you get it done. Likewise, if you want to find customers, they are where you are. There's Facebook groups, Reddit groups. There's all kind of groups where people congregate. It's easier now than when I was starting it. You can just bounce in one of these groups, and you've seen people advertise in their little bullshitty ass ways. They just pop up in the group. Card readings now for $10. First of all, who the fuck are you? Second, Travis already taught us how to do this ourselves. But anyways, you can just pop into somebody's group, get to know some people, add some value, make a little name for yourself, start promoting, you know, magnetic marketing. Hey guys, here's some free stuff that's relevant to your interests. By the way, check out my ASMR videos where you can hear my sweet voice talk about digital graphic design, gradients, gradually have people start coming. You start building that little collection of people who enjoy what you have to deliver, and it grows from there. If you're going to be living at home with folks, it means that there are things that you don't have to be worried, stressed out about for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Which means you can focus a little bit more time on doing something like this. It don't take long. Right now, TikTok is still hot. That's why I'm about to jump onto it soon.
Ooh, thing about going back home is like limited internet. It's like, oof.
Well, I mean, maybe you can dip into, increase the net bill or something like that.
On the country, but I can do what I can. We'll see what options I have.
I mean, do y'all get phone service?
Only with Verizon.
What I'm saying here is there's possibility. Don't let anything stop you and just can't do it. There's always a way.
Okay. Yeah.
If nothing else, that might be an excuse to sit down and actually read.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you don't, but I'm saying that might be a good reason to kind of go a bit deeper.
Okay. Okay.
I love it. This stuff is, I love it because it's doable. You can do it. You can do this. If you want to, you can do this.
Yeah, I can.
There ain't no excuse other than, really ain't no excuse unless you just don't want to.
Nah, I've definitely been distracted. I can wholeheartedly say I've been distracted. So it's just like, just stopping in the middle of my crying and being like, you know what? You've been doing the remove obstacle mantras. Like, stop crying. Like, you're all right. Get it out. You're all right. But this is just one of those things. And it's just like, hey, at least magic's real and it's working. So why are you so upset? Like,
right.
So yeah, it's still that humbling, trying to humble myself. I remember like D.H. Thorne said something in one of his videos where it was just like, magic becomes the mundane. It's like the more magic you do successfully, it starts becoming mundane and you start wanting to look for something like bigger and more grandiose to be it. But like, you've already done it. You've been doing it. Your sigils have been successful, this, that, and the other. But it's like
more than other people.
What'd you say?
Dare I say even more than other people's?
Yeah, and it's like just trying to like bring myself back to base a lot of times where it's just like, okay, this really isn't, reality. It's just those emotions and hormones being pumped in and trying to not let them assume control, and also the past on top of that too. So it doesn't seem as scary now that you put it this way. I swear I popped the same pimple like 3 times. Yeah, it doesn't seem as scary. Like, really, that it boils down to is packing up all my shit again. Like, that's gonna be annoying as fuck.
Yeah. I got no good advice about that.
That's gonna be fucking annoying as fuck.
That's the worst part of moving. Packing up your stuff and moving it. And then unpacking it.
Yeah.
I think this yoga stuff's finally getting to me because I'm about to get rid of so much. I just need like the same few black outfits that I wear and the very basics other than my books. I'm getting rid of everything else.
Yeah.
My computers, my books, a few clothes, but all this other shit's gotta go.
Yeah, I got rid of so much stuff when I moved out. And it was alarming seeing how much shit I kept in my room and like looking at past pictures or videos in the background of my old room. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then in this room, it's like, it's part of the attachment I have too. It's like, man, I finally got my room the way I wanted it to. Finally, like, you know, got it. And it's just like, all right, now I gotta take all this shit, try to squeeze it into my room at home. But it's not gonna be an issue once it's done. Just those mental gymnastics again.
Mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
Do you have, look, can you write something down for me?
Yeah, I just broke my lights, but I think I can see. Oh, yeah, I just bought some LED lights and I had the most trouble putting them up. Take them back down. Yeah, okay. What's up? I got my notebook.
Hey, listen, I'm going to give you some homework.
Okay. Homework.
What I need you to do, Miss Winter, is to write down your top 5 values. Now, you gave me a list of love, freedom, expression, passion, family. I need you to start from scratch. And I need you to write your top 5 values according to where you want to be, who you want to be. You got to define this thing. All right. So I want your 5 values. Also, I want you to do this, which is develop a clear image of what life is like once you've achieved those values. You feel me?
Okay.
What does life look like when you've achieved those values? What's your day to day? What does your couch look like? Right? This little chair, right? I keep seeing these cool internet kids with their little gaming chairs. I wanted one, right? I saw myself with the gaming chair, with a little backdrop, with the light. See yourself. What does your day-to-day thing look like? What are you doing? How are you serving the world? Can you find a problem that you can provide a solution for? That's the third thing. Can you find not can you, but what solution can you find to a problem that is something that you have within you?
Okay. So I write down top 5 values according to where and who I want to be. Develop clear image when I achieve those values, and find a solution to a problem within me.
Yes. When you have those things solid, that's the engine to the ship right there. Because now you know what your values are, which means that you can say, is it useful? Is it appropriate? Useful and appropriate to what? To my values. Is this useful for where I'm trying to go? Is this appropriate for where I'm trying to go? Where am I trying to go? Well, now you got this clear image of you with your hair how you want it, your outfit how you want it, right? How much you're making in the bank, what you're doing on a daily basis, the type of food that you're eating. Get as precise as you can. Your diet. I don't know if you're probably not social, you probably don't care about other people, but what kind of other people could you be seen in the company of, or at least compared to? Like, what's your image like? Because if you're going to be dealing with online stuff, then inevitably you got to have some kind of social thing. But the more that you can visualize this thing and get it concrete, get it solid, the more real it. Oh, we're talking about magic here. This is magic. We bring it to manifestation by utilizing our subtle senses.
Okay.
And of course, in really people who begin to make wealth and lots of money, it's usually connected to solving a big problem that humanity has. And that doesn't mean like cancer or, producing giant crops. People have issues. I spoke about earlier how everybody is dealing with trauma physically, emotionally, and mentally. So everybody's got problems. Plenty to choose from. Pick one that you know how to solve and then figure out a way how to deliver that.
Okay.
And if you're going to sell to people who make a certain kind of budget, then you're going to have to sell it to fit that budget. And if you got a solution for people with a bigger budget, you can price it for that bigger budget. But there's always a way.
Okay.
And do some ASMR.
Okay. Now you did some ASMR earlier with that bag of chips you're eating. I think I might steal that from you.
Hey, we'll pay for that too, by the way. If nothing else, if you just want to keep it PG, go look at them ASMR videos. And people have millions of views. Millions from just doing little shit like this.
What's up, guys? I just bought a bag of Lay's. I'm about to open it. Just crinkle it.
Million views.
All right. Yeah, it's just
Don't give me no excuse.
I got this.
No, it's just
Hmm.
do or do not. There is no try.
You're right. You're right.
You already won. The Christians say you already got the victory. The victory is already achieved. You already won. You're already there. Let's just keep going.
I got the VICTORY. Ladies. I thought I lost, but actually I won. Yeah. No, I really thank you for taking the time to talk with me.
Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. I gotta go in the work at 11, so I'm gonna pop off and get some rest.
I see.
Yeah.
You should check the chat. A new question just came for you.
It's on YouTube? Or
victory is mine. Victory is mine. Yeah. Victory today is mine.
Let me pull up YouTube.
I told Satan, get thee behind. Victory today is mine.
Here's the question from.
Hit a J.
Hit a J.
It's the last question. You might have to tap live chat.
I have it up. I just don't see it. I see Alchemy Gold's at 434. Let's see. Close, open, close, open. Maybe I have to keep it playing. Okay, now you're singing on the YouTube. It didn't pop up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll read it then if you don't see it.
No, I don't see
it. Hit a J says, help, I'm addicted to beating my dick for real.
Oh, damn. That's unfortunate.
Yes, it is. buddy, my friend.
And how would you like if somebody beat you?
Yeah, how would it feel if you got beat every day?
Yeah.
Ruthlessly.
With no remorse. What was the question? I said, what was the question?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, damn.
That was the question, for real.
Oh. Okay. Yikes. Oh. See?
Win some, you lose some.
Put some icy hot on your hand before you masturbate. And that way, you won't have to beat your dick that hard ever again.
Well, that has to do with analysis in the moment. I mean, I don't know if he's trolling or if he's serious, but just in case he's serious. When these feelings do occur, before you commence with the beating, analyze yourself. What triggered it? What caused it? Right? Because your thoughts happen in loops and patterns. You flip a switch and all these loops happen. What was the switch that put you on this loop of, getting into the process of beating your dick? What happened first? There's always a trigger. And if you can learn to pay attention to those triggers, now you start to gain a bit more power, right? Because right now it's unconscious and you're helpless. You don't know what's flipping the switch. Sometimes you flip it yourself. It might just be as simple as you accidentally touching it. And that little stimulation might trigger a chain of events in your head that leads you back to the Pornhub intro. But if you analyze these triggers, you have an opportunity now to neutralize them before they develop into a chain. That goes with all behavior. If you can analyze yourself, be aware in the moment and pay attention to the triggers, you can manage your behavior in that way. But if you're unable to manage your behaviors, then you are powerless. I don't know how you feel about being powerless to a mindless meat suit, but I, for one, don't like that. Victory today is mine. Don't mean to keep you, Winter. If you got to go to bed for your work, then please have a sweet rest.
All right. I'm probably going to keep it on the background to sleep to you guys' voices, so have it seep into my subconscious. Deep sleep.
So can you help me with NLP, please? I will help you with NLP when you learn to manage the dick beating. Once you get that under control, yes, I will help you with NLP.
Oof.
Then what do you think you're going to be using that NLP for?
Dick beating.
Talking the store clerk into more lotion.
Ew.
That, sir, is unacceptable.
There are better options than lotion.
Yes, there are much better options.
But I guess that's not the issue at hand. Let's go. Later, guys. You have a good night. Morning.
Good morning. Not the issue at hand. Oh, damn. Victory is mine. Victory today is mine. Nice. That makes me a bit more excited to get back to work on some of the projects that I've been working on. I should have been a 10,000 there a month, but I got so wrapped up in studying these books that I didn't want to put in the hard work of being an entrepreneur. All that has changed now. I'm back on my Grizzy.
That advice you were giving Knight hyped me up.
Yeah.
I wrote down the homework too.
It's useful.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wrote it down. I was like, yo. I already had the was asking myself about my values, but yeah. Like when you talked about the like what did you want to be? Basically like that feeling and that like what you saw or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in high school, how old was I? Probably like 14 or 13. I want to say like let's just say 15. but there's this Zac Efron movie called 17 Again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen it, but he like there's this scene where he like basically comes back to high school with the aviators and an R8. And it's just like, it was a badass scene for me. And I literally like, because when you were talking about that, it triggered that memory as the same as that post that you said about like being the person that you like you're the person now who you thought you were going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. Like that's basically this past like month for me was that. So I've just been like, I don't know, there's no more stress. Like I'm just like
Yeah.
like things slowed down.
No more stress.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's like in basketball where it's like everything else slows down and I'm able to like manipulate it.
Yes. And Laura was talking a bit earlier. We were talking about time, right? And how now is the seed for the next hour, the next week, the next month, the next year. Now is the seed for all the future sprouts up out of right now. And in order to really harness that seed and guide the growth of that garden, we've got to practice awareness right now. And a lot of that starts with the breath, with taking a deep breath and breathing and centering and being here right now. The more that we're able to do that, the more we're able to direct the trajectory of where things are going. We've lived a lot of years not being right here. We've lived many years being somewhere else.
Yeah.
That green book about the traffic, it's got some good info. All of his books do, really.
Oh. Bandler's green book?
Hmm?
Talk about Bandler's book?
No, the green one about traffic. I think you got the PDF for it, and it mentioned Arizona, like right in the beginning of it.
Green book for the traffic.
You got it before you moved on a PDF.
Oh, shit.
Same initials as Richard Bandler, though.
Yo, what? Yeah, I mean, I'm like, I'd have to look at the PDFs I have. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, shit. I told, man, I have to go. Yeah, okay. What the fuck? I'll have to go through. I have to like finish that.
Yeah. Good ideas in that trilogy. Oh, there's so much information. So much information. Good morning, Mystic Moons. .sysdev says, hello, Travis. Is it better to implement firstly the Kabbalah, then yoga dharana? Are the effects different? Well, one thing to remember is that everything that we know of spiritually came out of yoga dharana. So it's good to study Kabbalah because it gives you a nice framework to work in. But ultimately, ultimately it behooves you to study the origin of a thing, because then you can understand where it ended up. So if it originated in yoga and dharana, you'll be able to connect the dots and to fill in a lot of holes and gaps that are left in Western occultism. So studying yoga and dharana will help you as a byproduct understand Kabbalah and what they're trying to convey there. If you want my advice, I would recommend going straight to the yoga and the dharana and then coming back to Kabbalah. That's what I'd recommend. He says these systems are different and the yogic stuff seems way more subtle. Right. Hida J says, how are you going to help the children in Africa, Mr. Magus? That is literally not my job. I've got absolutely nothing to do with the children in Africa. Nobody has hired me to do that. No one mentioned it before you just did. It is not useful or appropriate for me to be concerned with that. But if you have suggestions, and that's also assuming that they need to be helped. Who said that the children in Africa need help? Kevin Wise says, good morning. Hello, family. Skull Unicorn Books Top Hat. I like that Mystic Moon. She says, how will you help Africa? How will you help Africa? Maybe that's your job. What a day, what a day. But yeah, there's so much internet business out there that can be done. Like, there's more lanes than just tarot readings and chakra cleanse. Like, if there is any kind of issue that mankind faces, you can make money providing help with that online. And I think
just. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I was reading that part when you told Knight, like, what solutions can you find the problems that you have, like, for that homework. And then on page 30 of the source book of magic, it literally talks about fucking structuralized outline format, and it has like under states, it has experiencing problematic, unresourceful, and or emotional states. Language, experiences cognitive errors in self-talk and languaging oneself in a negative and distressful ways. And like that's all my coworkers.
Negative self-talk. Who would have thought that it causes so much problems?
I mean, he just goes down the list of like parts, identities, states, language, thinking styles, meanings, strategies. And those are all problems.
What page was that again?
Page 30.
30. Okay.
Those are all problems that I can help to solve.
The problems are limitless. They're limitless. Like, most people just think that there's these specific lanes that you can only do. Oh, I gotta, all this, the stereotypical, but it's endless. If you can come up with a solution to a problem that people have and provide that, you can find the people who have that issue and connect the solution to them. There you go. And of course, the more that you study, you can acquire new skills and get even better at what you're doing. You don't have to be qualified as the best or an expert. You just have to know how to get the result.
Yeah.
And then use that income to fuel, the dreams that you want to do. And if you can't I didn't mention this to her, but if you can't figure out a solution to a general problem, you can do affiliate marketing. If you just study what we've been studying as far as influence and marketing and what makes the human mind tick, you can go out and do affiliate marketing and sell other people's stuff and get a slice of the profit. Have you ever heard of that?
I mean, I heard of that concept, but I didn't know there was like a whole fucking market like that.
Oh yeah, joint venture, JVZoo. There's a lot of so really the stuff that I've been teaching here or we've been talking about, you can use it to make a lot of money. Or basically, if you go to what they call joint ventures and say I made a yoga class, which I'm probably going to do. I make a little yoga course, but I didn't know how to market it. I would host it on that website, and somebody who just knew about how to market to people would come to me, take my course, and he would make ads. He'd make Facebook ads. He'd make YouTube ads. He would make little one-page websites, and people would come and buy it, and we'd split the profit 50-50. So he might be extremely better at me at advertising and reach 10,000 people. And even me splitting it 50-50 with him, I'd make more money than if I just did it on my own.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Kristen?
Hey, how are you?
What up, Kristen?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Are you taking advantage of the Venus Cassimi today and yesterday?
I thought Venus went combust yesterday.
Venus is Cassimi yesterday and today.
Wait.
Cassimi is when it's exact with the sun. But on the 27th and 28th, it'll be combust. But today and yesterday are the good days to take advantage of, because the 27th and the 28th, things are going to not be as good. So if you're going to invest today, but do not mess around the 27th and the 28th. That's when you can get burnt. For right now is an amazing time to buy in, especially with like Dogecoin and BitTorrent right now, but do it today before the 27th. When things are low, the market's low right now. People panic, but you want to buy when things are low. That's a good thing. So if people are into that, they should do that. But also, like, the typical, go buy a lottery ticket, work on something creative. Venus is super activated right now. And then we got Jupiter moving into Aquarius, out of debilitation, which is great. But there's going to be some major change that comes, some kind of event by the end of March that causes some kind of change. So whatever that is, I don't know for sure, but it's something.
Maybe that's why I was able to take care of my financial business a little bit earlier than expected.
There you go.
Better than waiting. That's good. I love how things naturally fall into place.
Yeah. The last time when Jupiter was Cassimi, remember the 27th, when I said Jupiter is conjunct the sun exact, that's when GameStop happened. So now it's Venus's turn, and Venus is also about money and luxury and land, home, security. So food. Oh, I wanted to tell you guys something. I tagged you and Amar both. So, in my town in 1969, way before I was born, there was a famous tornado that came through Michigan and all down Lake Erie through the whole entire top of Ohio and just ripped the shit out of the whole coast. And it killed many people, but just in Lakewood, it killed 7. Typically, we don't get tornadoes like that. They always hop over us because we're on the lake. But this was devastating. Over $1 billion in damages and loss. And Well, anyways, everybody, this is nuts because it was 4th of July. Everybody was at the park because we all sit at the park here at the Edgewater and watched the fireworks. People were on the lake, on their boats. Everyone was on the beach, and it was 8 o'clock because the fireworks were at 9. Well, people started saying that the sky turned really green and quiet, and all this lightning started showing up, and it was like strange lightning that they had never seen before. And then the storm just tore through, and trees were uprooted. People were being flung into the air. A pregnant woman and her child were crushed by trees. It was terrible, right? My dad was there. Like older family members were there, but they were kids. Anyways, a friend in my town found an old newspaper of that catastrophe. And I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to write the fucking chart out for this day and find out what was happening. So I'm like, I know Ardra was involved for sure. So I charted the actual storm's birth, which was 8 o'clock here in Lakewood. And the sun was in Ardra. The moon was in Mula. And the ascendant was Purva Bhadrapada, all Shiva.
Wow.
All about destruction and water and storms. Yeah, I was like, oh my God. So I did a post on my Facebook and I tagged you guys in it. But something else that I was thinking about is my son and I have always had reoccurring dreams since I was a baby, since he was a kid, of dying in a tornado, and just all my life, and just always being like, and I thought maybe it was because of Ardra now, since I learned about my Ardra. When I was thinking about, in terms of past life, what if I died in that tornado that was in my town? I mean, I don't know if that's accurate. I'm just like, what are the chances? So I was like, that's just so weird that it would be in my town. And I have this like affinity for tornadoes. And the way I see it is real similar to what I read in the newspaper. So the lady I was talking to about it, she goes, you should research the people that died and see if you have any recollection. I don't know if that would even, happen if it was something from my past. But I just think it's pretty interesting that my town, who never really has tornadoes, like we don't get them, had like the worst storm ever back in '69. And they found that, oh yes, they found the, this was like a couple of days ago. And I kept having dreams about storms and like water coming like through ceilings and stuff. I had a dream that the house that we were in, it was getting like rained on, and the water would come through the house, and then the house fell down around us. And then like just other really insane storm dreams. Well, last night, my son Gino, who has I don't know if you know what Alice in Wonderland syndrome is. Do you guys know what that is?
Where you are feeling like you're growing or shrinking?
Yes, typically, but it's during sleep, and it's not hallucination, it's actual perception. So your real reality is unrecognizable, and you're like stuck in this nightmarish alternate reality because it's not a dream. Your eyes are open. It's just terrifying. It's terrible to see your kid go through it. He hasn't had it in years. Like he hasn't had the episode in years. And usually it would come before really big storms or him not sleeping for a really long time or being super exhausted. So last night he comes walking down the steps, and I didn't even recognize at first what was going on with him. And he was running through the house. I'm like, what are you doing? And he ran outside to my husband. And then my husband came in and he goes, oh, he's having an Alice in Wonderland attack. So we had to like walk with him and hold him close. He kept reaching out to hold us, but he couldn't. He was reaching out because he thought we were really far away, but he was right next to us. So it took like 20 minutes to get him chilled out. And then his eyes, they looked like there was like a veil over his eyes. They were wide open, but they weren't clear like they are when when you're awake. It looked like there was something over his eyes. It was strange. So when he came out of it, got him some water, and he went right back to bed. He's been sleeping ever since. But last night we had a insane storm here. And I don't know why he has them before storms. And I know usually people have pain before storms, but like to have this episode before storms, I don't know what that's about. It seems strange.
Almost predictive.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering if there is something connected with how he died, if he did die in a storm, the way, him and I have dreamt that scenario since he was little, since I was little. And I never told him about my dreams. He was having them all the time. And he was always afraid of storms. I'm like, where is this coming from? I never told you about my dream. And then, he learned about my dream. So now we just feel like maybe it was something together in our past life. And also we share the same birthmark in the same space, the same spot. And, sorry. Anyway, so I was wondering if maybe this was some kind of trigger from some past life trauma or something to have it before storms. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain an episode before a storm unless someone would know the scientific reason why. I know people have pain before storms, but like some people say that this could be because of epilepsy, Epstein-Barr syndrome, vaccine injury, which you already know he's been vaccine injured, but he's been healed from that for a long time. But I just feel like maybe it's residual. I don't know what the deal is, but I just think it's strange that it happened right before a huge storm again. All when I've been looking into storms and everything.
Yeah.
And the charts for that tornado that hit.
And haven't we entered into hurricane season?
Pardon, what was that?
Haven't we entered into hurricane season?
Maybe. I think tornado season's now. I think maybe, I'm not sure because I'm not by hurricanes.
Yeah, it's tornado season. Hurricane season is like September and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know. I feel like storms are going to be, and I know storms come every April, but I feel like a big ass storm, bigger than normal, is going to happen this year, at least here. The last time a real big one happened was like 2013. And I think that was like Hurricane Sandy or some shit. The same year as Hurricane Sandy, there was all those big storms and everything. We had like 70-mile-per-hour winds and stuff up here, but it still wasn't like that tornado back in '69. But I feel like there's going to be, at least the astrology even points out to being some significant storms coming in April. So yeah, he doesn't have any Ardra in his chart either. Like I would chalk it off to, okay, he's got Ardra in his chart. Maybe this is why he has the connection to tornadoes and storms, but he has no Ardra. Not like me.
Does he have any of those other Shiva nakshatras?
I'm looking right now. I think he might have Mula. He is he's got K2 on his moon. He's Maga moon. So hold on one second. You know what I should probably do? His tropical chart too. Maybe there is something there that I'm missing on his tropical.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Do you guys have a problem with Indastro changing your password all the time?
Hell yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you do at
I have
least.
to put it in manually every time because they mess it up. There's lots of glitches on their page that I'm finding.
When I made a new account, that problem stopped for me.
Oh shit. What was that? What just fell? We got a huge storm happening right now. Something outside just like crashed. Where's the Jeep?
Probably that's their roller thing on their porch.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. This is my favorite time of year though, because I get such good pictures. And I usually communicate with the storms when I'm taking the pictures. So, he's got Ashwini Sun, Hasta Ascendant, Magamoon. Oh, Purva Bhadrapada Mars. Ashwini Mercury. Let me see. Purva Bhadrapada Rahu. Okay. And Purva Bhadrapada Uranus. His Neptune's in Indonesia. Oh, and Pluto's in Mula. Okay.
Ashwini, Bharani, Kritika, Rohini, Mrgashira, Ardra, Punarvasu, Pushya, Aslesha. I'm gonna have them all memorized within
Good.
2 days. I got the first 9 down.
Anuradha. Ashwini. Oh, you already said Ashwini.
Yeah, I'm trying to memorize them in order so that I don't know
okay.
constellation they're in.
Yes. Well, it's easy to remember once you start correlating with what sign, like when people say what sign it's in, you'll know, okay, so it's one of these 3 nakshatras.
Right. But mostly for me, I want to know where the moon is, because if I know that the moon is here, then I'll know that it's most likely in, right now it's in Maga. Yesterday it was in, Aslesha Maga comes after Aslesha, doesn't it?
It wasn't Aslesha yesterday?
Yeah, Maga comes after Aslesha. It was in Aslesha today. Yesterday. Yeah. It's in Maga now. Okay, I should have known that. Maga was next.
Yep. After, because it's Leo.
Yeah, I'm going to have them all memorized. 3 groups of 9.
Yes.
3 groups of 9. I got the first 9 memorized. That website that you were asking about that Nathan sent us.
Yes.
They got it laid out there with the nakshatras lined up around. I've been looking at that with an effort to memorize them.
It helps when you write them down. That's usually how as soon as I write them down, then it's like in memory for me.
Mm-hmm.
Write it out, like even like flashcard, even just one time. That's why I say to map out the charts. It starts to just, because you get a photographic memory, you can recall it. Excuse me. When I was in middle school and before there was Google, and I would try to memorize my raps, I would write them out 3 times each. My what's his name? Ice Cubes. Today was a good day.
3 times.
3 times, and I'd have it down pat. Know all the words.
That's what I've been doing with the mantras. Yo yo na racho dayat. Om bur bhuva svaha tat savitur varenyam.
Oh, y'all, I'm about to go to sleep.
Oh, bye, Amar.
I'll catch y'all
on the flip.
Have
a good day.
Is today Thursday?
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Or that's what. I'll see you guys on Sunday.
Yes.
All right, bro.
Yeah. Peace.
Peace. Accevitur Vordanium.
Oh shit.
So yeah. Argo Devasya Mahi Dingo Yona Prachodayat. This one's for you, Alchemy Gold. Uh-oh. Are you in a gas station?
No, that's John's phone. It did sound like that door, huh? Didn't it?
Yeah.
Are you still doing the Mrityunjaya 1100 times?
All day, every day. And during
Same.
sleep.
Same. I feel like, I don't know. I have to say, when I first started it, remember, I don't know if I told you, I had that really weird dream of that man that's, he was like really, he said he would destroy everything or some shit like that. Do you remember me telling you that? He was like a rubber man or something. It was like weeks ago. Anyways, the first night I played it, I had the really weird dream, and this like weird looking man who was like made of rubber. He said he would destroy everything. And he had this weird, like, open mouth, and like he buckled when I touched him, like a rubber suit would buckle in. It was weird. But since then, I've had like amazing, very like informative dreams. I feel like messages about what, like I get a lot of water coming in, which is usually your emotions. But last night I had a dream about diving into really far down through these beautiful rocks and mountains into this pristine, clean water that was super deep. So that was cool. And then somebody held my hand in my dream. I don't know who that was, but it was somebody. And then I had that dream about, well, I thought it was Saturn, but I most likely was Shiva, like we were talking, because of the description of him, which was pretty interesting. Have you had any like dreams or anything that you could remember?
Lately, no. I mean, I come back with the feeling, but the past few days, they haven't been as clear as they were a few weeks ago.
Ah, really? I wonder if, well, when, like I said, when Venus goes Cassini, like I said, she's getting charged, but it can have a tendency to overcharge. So it can feel almost draining, like it's too much. That's why the 27th and 28th should be like resting days, because that's when she's combust, because she has just moved out of her charge, but she's still right in the middle of, like, she's still sitting there. So she's being overcharged at that point.
Yeah, everyone was talking about how they were tired, but I haven't slept in 3 days.
Yeah. Neptune. Wait, where? Neptune is between, oh wait, what did I say? Hold on a minute. Not Rahu and Ketu, but I have to go back and read my own report. Right. Oh yeah, the full moon is going to be in Hasta here on the 28th, but it's going to be opposing the moon. I mean, it's going to be opposing Venus, not the moon, because Venus will be with the sun.
Ooh, the 28th.
Yes. So, you know, Hasta does deal with healings and things with the hands, but we also know it deals with hidden things like and mafias and secrets and secret groups and societies. So you've got Mercury with Neptune. So there's going to be something about like secrets or deception or things that we were confused about coming out or learning. But there could still be some more fog because anytime Neptune is with Mercury, that still keeps people kind of confused. But like I said, there's supposed to be something with media, and Trump's chart yesterday and today is like being lit up like crazy. His 10th house is being activated like it's never been activated in his whole life. So whatever happens for him is going to be interesting to see. People will be like moving around and traveling again soon.
You weren't here earlier, but we were discussing how they're actually giving people free Krispy Kreme donuts.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I saw that. No. Free donuts for the vaccine, babe. Yeah.
Oh, he was wanting one?
Yeah, a donut. He's one who is 4 pounds and can eat anything in the world and not have a problem. His metabolism is high. Yep. But yeah, I think it's well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you just reminded me that I have a smoothie.
Oh, there you go. I just think it's funny how people are missing the whole irony right there. Here, have some side of diabetes. Take this vaccine for your health, but have some diabetes with it. Like, it just, I don't know. It just seems crazy. Crazy.
It's beautiful. It's hilarious. I love it.
It is the way of the world, right?
Hey.
But those who are meant to get it and experience that are going to. Those who are not, are not. And it is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm sure it serves a purpose. I mean, yeah, of course it serves a purpose. It serves a purpose.
Everything does. It might not be the purpose we think or we assume or we have any clue of what it is, but everything does serve a purpose. Even the most cruelest thing in the world serves a purpose.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure just about everybody in my family that I don't have immediate contact with has
Yeah.
gotten vaccine at this point.
Oh, man.
I'm proud of it.
Yeah, they are too, man. You know,
And that's great.
Yeah. You know what's there are certain things that I see in charts on like the world chart that I don't like posting on my Facebook page in general because I feel like the whole thing with doom and gloom of Mercury retrograde, I don't like to do that. Not only because it just puts you in a different lower perspective, but it just brings in fear and unnecessary fear. So there are some things that I don't post or talk about, but I see them coming for people. And it's going to be another 2016 coming up. But that's also because all these cycles are ending. Saw that, like I said, all these, I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of people are passing away right now. And that's because all of that last cycle is ended. So now we're starting a new one. So all that clearance is taking place. So there's people that are finishing up their cycles.
Another 2016.
Yeah, 2016, there was a lot of deaths. Tons. If you go back and look, there was many people dying. And people are like, oh, that numerology, it adds up to 9. 9 equals, completion and death. But if you look back to that, and that was like, if I'm not mistaken, that was after that great eclipse. And I did a whole post on that back in 2016 about after every eclipse. This is nuts too. I'm thinking about it now. Soon after these big eclipses over United States or over Europe, after they would cross them within the next couple of years, there would be a plague. And it's from 2016. I have to tag you in it. And it's everything I said that I researched and saw has happened. So, and I didn't know as much about the Vedic astrology at all back then. This is just me looking back at the different times that these typical eclipses happen, because I did know that it said that you should never look upon the sun during a eclipse because it's in the sun's disgrace and you're not supposed to look upon it because it's a curse. And if you look upon it, it'll drain your body and all this kind of stuff. So I was researching all of that. And then I was like, I wonder, I saw a report that NASA during the eclipse was going to send viruses and bacteria up into the stratosphere above where people will be looking up. And I thought to myself, why the fuck would they do that? I mean, they were trying to see how it behaved. And then I looked into any kind of outbreaks or plagues that took place after eclipses like that. And it turns out that after those big eclipses that crossed the whole entire United States or Europe like that, within a couple of years, there was some plague. So and now I know it's a pattern, an astrological pattern too.
So are we due for an eclipse soon or something?
We already had it.
When?
We had the eclipse. In 2016, we had the big eclipse that went across the United States. It actually went through your state.
Yeah, I thought you were saying that one was coming up here soon.
Oh, no, we've had the big eclipse already. So now, and we've now had the plague, the so-called plague, the COVID plague. So all of that is played out, just like it has in the past.
I remember that day vividly.
Yeah, so do I. My kids and I had a little picnic on the outside. There were all these moons on the ground. What looked like little moons on the ground, little half moons. But it was light. It was interesting. But yeah, remember the year all these famous people were dying, like lots of, I'm trying to think. It was 2016 when that was happening. Yeah. David Bowie, George Michael, John Glenn, Gene Wilder. Did Prince die in 2016? Alan Rickman. I mean, tons of people. Well, I know tons of people die every year, but it was like unprecedented. Yeah, Prince died that year. Muhammad Ali. That Anton Yelchin. Yeah, like the list is so damn long. just keeps going. Carrie Fisher, Debbie Reynolds. Watch out. And young people too, younger. You wouldn't think they should have been gone yet. Yeah, still waiting for alien invasion. That's most likely. There's something that's going to be connected with so-called otherworldly things, whether it's Project Blue Book, Blue Beam, or it's legit talking about unidentified flying objects, or if they're going to go full-blown alien on us. I don't know, but that talk is definitely going to be coming up this year, more prevalent in the front of things. Trump is supposed to be, and I think it might be through his media outlet, he's going to be telling secrets that people don't believe at first, but end up being shocked by the truth after a while. And I wonder if it has something to do with maybe things he learned in the White House, or I don't know. But there's a lot of stuff to do around secrets and otherworldly events. A lot of 12th house shit.
A lot of 12th house shit. Isn't that the basement?
Well, I mean, I could be. I would say that the basement's more like the 8th house, because it's the deep, the underground, the subterranean. While I know it's the feet, the 12th house is the feet, so I mean it can be, but it's basically it's literally 1 foot into this world and 1 foot into the next. It's almost the crossover. It's the bridge between this and the other world, or the afterlife, things like that.
Attic, not basement.
There you go. Yes.
Yo na prachodaya. Beautiful. Yum.
Al Dickey, snakes can represent wisdom too. And then you want to look up, what does red and yellow make you think about? First of all, how do you feel about red and yellow? But then you can look up what those colors specifically mean. But the snake doesn't always mean like a deceitful person or someone that can be dangerous. It's basically, think about how you felt when you saw the snake. But I'm someone who also has lots of snake dreams. What was that?
Red and yellow snakes. So Kristen, if you care to join us, the very next book study that we're going to be doing is Taught with Shooty.
Okay.
That's the orange book that we've been raving about, that I've been talking about for several weeks, if not months. But yeah, This is really important, I would say, in understanding the Vedic stuff and connecting it to an actual ritual that can be done regularly for self-purification. Way better than a chakra cleanse from a Facebook oracle. But yeah, we're not going to be jumping into it immediately, but very soon, probably in another month or so.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know. I'd definitely be there.
Snakes and wisdom. Snakes also have to do with renewal because, you know, the shedding of the skin. But
Shedding the skin, yeah.
seem like they're mostly just chilling. Bhuva swaha tat saviturvarenyam.
What the? One fucking shot. Keep forgetting. Sorry, dude.
I made this cannabis soap the other day with lots of super expensive, awesome oils in it. And when I poured it in to mix it with the lye, the usually you have a moment to pour it into the mold before it sets up. Sometimes it can be like it can accelerate, and of course it had to accelerate. So it was like soap on a stick is what they call it. So it's like real thick oatmeal, and you had to push it into the molds just to get it. It was a freaking mess, and I'm trying not to touch it too much with my hands so I don't get a freaking buzz. But I was able to save it. It's not a pretty looking soap, but it's a good soap. I had to make it for somebody. He sent me a massive jar of RSO, Rick Simpson oil, so I could make soaps with it.
Oftentimes, the best things for us are not very pretty.
Absolutely.
That doesn't mean that pretty things aren't good for us.
Right, right. Oh, sloth. Oh, that was Mike. That's right. I was like, did I send you the tea? I forgot I sent it to Mike.
Which tea was it?
I have to send. I made him a specific tea blend of some of my teas for because he made an order for some soaps, and I sent him a meditation blend for him so he can be able to settle down and get into the modes where he can meditate. So I had put Tulsi, holy basil, blue lotus, blue pea, roses, lemon balm, cardamom, ormus is in it, and of course like rose essence. There's a couple different, I wrote it down, I can't remember all of it, but something of that nature. And I haven't actually talked to him since he received it all. I have to get an order together. I'm sending something out for you too. I have the coaster I made for you, the unicorn coaster. Mm-hmm. It's finally all the way cured. It seemed sticky for a while. I didn't know why, but it's humid up here, so that's apparently why it takes longer for things to set up all the way. And I'm going to send you some tea as well. I'll list the ingredients in there.
Uppity Unicorn sent me some of her information recently. She's asking you a question in the chat now.
Oh, okay. Let's see. How much for a reading? Yes, I'm on Instagram. Hold on, let me see my name. I always forget it. It's Witchy Woman Beauty. And then yeah, you can connect with me there and we can talk about a chart, the kind of chart readings I'm doing right now. I'm doing a few different chart readings, but I'm not doing the big ones right now. I just don't have the time for that at the moment. But you could still get a significant reading. That's cheaper too. So just give me a message and we can talk about it. Oh, there she is. Okay. Oh, cool. That's cool, Dickie. That's fine. I have right now I'm restocking my whole website. So literally in a couple of weeks I will be fully stocked and my website will be showing that, and then you guys can go in there and sign up to their email and you can get through there, or you can go right through me, either way. But when you're in the website, when you sign on to the website, you should sign on to the email. That way you know when new things are coming. Just DM me and I'll give you the information. Okay. Yeah, Dickie, as soon as the chat's over, I'll send that information. So, Trav, you said have you ever been to those outside, too windy. Have you ever been to those ghost tours in Savannah? We talked about this, right?
I've not been to one personally, no.
Would you go? Yeah, he lives in Georgia. I know.
Would I go? Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I wanna come down there this summer and see you and maybe go do a tour or something. Or I have wanted to go to Savannah forever. I know you don't really get out of the house too much, but I'll have to pull you out.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah. We got a camper and stuff too, so we can like camp. It'll be cool.
Thanks. Yeah, there's some other things to do as well. That won't be hard to look up.
Cool.
Been a bit.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's been a bit since I've been there. Probably about 3 years, maybe. I don't know, 4 years. But
cool.
Last time I went, I think, was to see the Dragon Ball Z movie that came out not too long ago.
Oh wow. Okay.
In the IMAX.
Cool. Yeah, IMAX. That's fucking awesome. We have an IMAX theater too, at the Science Center. A big. It's like. I don't know if all IMAX theaters are like this. Are they curved like that? They're all curved. They're like a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure. Yeah, the one at our Science Center is like that. It's insane. It's awesome. What I'm trying to do is plan ahead, so I don't just like say, "Hey, I'm coming up next week." So I'm trying to plan ahead now of when a good time will be to come. So I'm like looking up details and stuff. So I will be messaging you about that. So we could definitely plan, because I definitely have to. I want to come down there. I want to go by the water. You're right. Are you by the water?
Yes.
Awesome.
Hopefully all this mask stuff will be over by then.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What the hell is that? Okay.
What's going on, Mike?
There he is.
Yo.
Hey, Mike.
Hey. Oh, Kristen, what's up?
Hey, how'd you like your tea?
I have not drinking any of it yet.
Oh, okay.
We were searching around for some of those, those mesh tea balls.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
So we just finally found some.
Nice.
And, so this weekend, I definitely wanted to start drinking it and everything.
Cool.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Oh, looks few in number. Were y'all about to get off?
I
Johnny?
actually just got on myself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been getting into lately?
Shit, man, just been fucking working, man. Just been busy lately. Getting some things settled. I just had to fucking crank out this damn trailer and had to do it in an awkward position. So that shit is making me out of breath.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm all right.
So I have a question for you, Mike. Have you been feeling any kind of yesterday and today are the days for Cassini, the sun, the sun and Venus, Cassini. So it's important investing days.
You know what? So
especially since it's low right now.
I haven't done anything. I was actually waiting until after the 26th.
Don't. Let me tell you something. I know you don't do it the 27th, the 28th. It's the worst days. That's when Venus goes combust, and that's going to be bad. If you can do something today, do it. Today is the day that it's the same alignment, similar alignment is the day that GameStop happened. So keep an eye out for something. I know Dogecoin and BitTorrent, those two have really good charts, astrologically speaking. And of course, so does Bitcoin for the year. But I'm just saying, those two, know more than I do. But I'm just doing, adding the astrology to it from my perspective.
Oh yeah, I know that. See, on the 27th and 28th, the market is closed unless it's cryptos. So I usually don't even trade on the weekends anyway. Maybe if I see some setup on Ripple or something like that. But I usually use my Saturdays for analysis.
Okay, good.
So really, I'll be getting back in the swing of things next week. It's been a kind of roller coaster these past couple of weeks, but not in a bad way. It's just been up and down and stuff. But I'll just be getting back into really the swing of things with my account and stuff like that, full body. So I won't be available as much because I really have to focus. Hopefully for the next 6 months, man. I need to. And I know Indastra had sent some message talking about just the little readings that they do give and stuff like that. And they said something about the 26th. I know my wife was looking at it and she was saying that a lot of things look more favorable for certain signs or something like that after the 26th or whatever.
Venus. Specific ones with Venus, people with Saturn strong on their chart, Venus strong on their chart. So Libras and Taurus. I mean, basically everybody except for like 2 signs are going to have, everyone's really going to have a really good hit in their own way. But obviously Taurus ruled signs. And that also, like if you've got, look where your Venus is. Your Venus, see where that is. And then see what sign your sun is in. But you also got to look at your aspects. So most people are going to have a really good placement. I think it was, let me think. Maybe it was Cancer. Cancer might have to look for, like, they could have money, things going on, but they can also have issues with health. And I also think it was, what was the other sign? Cancer, and I can't remember at the moment. I have to think on it. But there's only really 2 signs that are gonna not benefit as well as others. So everyone really is gonna can benefit from it. To what degree, it also depends on the strengths of your planets. So, do you have anything in Taurus?
Let's see.
Or Libra?
Let's see if this damn thing will load.
I mean, you also have Barani, which also is Venus.
Now you asked if I had anything in which
Taurus or Libra.
Taurus or Libra. Which house would that be in? Or just anywhere where you see Taurus?
Yeah, anywhere, any one of your any Taurus or any Libra in your chart. So like, do you have Venus in Taurus, or do you have like Mercury in Taurus or Libra or Neptune, anything like that?
So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11th house. It looks like Mercury in Taurus and Jupiter in Taurus.
Oh, That's really
10th.
good. You got Mercury and Jupiter in Taurus.
Yeah, I think that's the 11th house. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4,
And
5,
it's the house of gains.
9, 10, 11. And then the 10th house, it's got Sun in Aries and Venus in Aries.
Well, it's the one for, so you, yeah, no, this is a good thing for you. Your 11th house of gains is Taurus, and you've got Jupiter and Mercury there, both benefic planets. So I would definitely take advantage of today in some way, something, even if you could pick something to put some money on, just one thing, whatever it is, it's going to end up being lucrative because of its being today. Even if it's not instant, it later on will be lucrative. It will turn into something good. Just seed something today, anything you can. Especially being in your 11th house of gains. Yeah, that's good. And you are a Bharani nakshatra, don't you have Bharani?
Yes.
That's another Venus connection there. So
yeah, it
and
actually
you
is in Venus, Bharani. My Bharani. On here it says the Sun is Bharani, and then the Venus is Bharani, Venus C. I don't know. I'm
your
on
Venus,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm on that Cosmic Insights app. That was the quickest one I can get to, but it says Venus C.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is in Bharani, and that's about a 4. And Rasi is Aries. That's it.
Nice. All good. Aries is going to benefit too from the alignment. So that's all good. And that's usually because of having the it's because there's a Venus nakshatra in there. But yeah, those are all good alignments to benefit from, to at least seed something. That's why I remember when I said on the 27th of January, we were supposed to do something that day, whatever it was, just seed it, do something. That was when the whole GameStop thing took off. So if we can, just to seed something, even if you can't, I mean, not everyone can put $1,000 on fucking stock or a crypto, but even if it's buying a lottery ticket or something, just do something for yourself.
You know, I'm gonna look at that. I wanna analyze that GameStop stock.
Yes.
To see what if it did it took off for buyers. Obviously, everybody talks about taking off is usually more of an uptrend. So I wanted to see what time frame actually was carrying that trade for it to take off, like everybody was saying, because a lot of times you can see why big moves happen in the market, and it usually is from the higher time frames. Actually seeing that that activity from the lower time frames, if people are stuck on the lower just looking. And my mentor used to call them eclipse trades, where the higher time frames would line up with the lower time frames, and you'll see specifically why these things take off. Everybody thinks it's it's a freak thing that happens, but
there's a pattern.
You definitely see why, and it happens to do because people with bigger money who hang out on the higher charts or the higher time frames are have enough of a discount for them to start taking the market the way they need to take it, and that's what causes all of the excitement after these people have taken their positions already. So I'm gonna definitely check that out.
I have a question for you. You know how Tesla said that Dogecoin is the coin of the people. Don't you feel like he's being smart there, manipulating the whole thing on purpose? People will follow what he says, though, and him putting all that money into Bitcoin like that because he's trying to drive.
Yeah, one of the things my mentor always used to drill in our head is that whenever you hear of an opportunity, it's usually too late.
Too late, exactly. It's already happened.
Exactly. You you want to get into the habit of anticipating instead of participating. And
proactive.
So because of that, you can see those markers of anticipation if you know what to look for. And definitely it's kind of that whole pump and dump kind of energy going on, because you don't hear a lot of you don't hear a lot of the reason why when people start promoting specific things, especially with Bitcoin, you'll see that people are promoting, oh, you need to get into it. You know, and there's this big hype and then it goes down. That's because they need people to be on the other side of the money in order for them to sell. So if you are trying to buy, if you're trying to if you're trying to sell your stock in something, you need buyers. So this is where all the hype comes in. You get that influx of people who don't understand that this isn't any random thing. It doesn't just happen. It's there's a structure to it. And then what happens is that when those people start buying, those big players who have billions of dollars, they're selling to you. And that's how they offload their positions. But if they don't have the liquidity to do it, they're stuck in their position. So this is where you get the hype moments. So whenever things are pretty calm, that's when you really want to look to see if there's any buy opportunities or anticipate a buy. And then when the hype starts happening, that's the time when you really want to, of course, do your analysis, but start looking for places to exit, because that's where a lot of the big players are doing it. It's basically a whole switcheroo. You know, it's very backwards. So, and this is why I don't get hyped up about I don't give a fuck. First of all, I don't care what coin, what opportunity happens. A chart is a chart, and every trader tell you that. Every chart reads pretty much the same. The only difference between Forex and stocks is more gaps possibly, but every chart is the same. And if you know what to look for, the same principle applies. So it doesn't matter what market you get into, it's going to be the same types of applications regardless.
Same patterns, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. I'm still super new to this, but I could just from point out emotional reaction for myself and just seeing it and applying the astrology to it. And then when he said that, I'm like, and people were saying, oh, it's the people's coin. And I'm like, you know, he just wants you to buy that, right? Because it's going to benefit him. No, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I don't. It seems to me like that's what he's doing.
Yeah. It's the same old game, and people just still don't learn.
You know, I think, I think it's funny. It's kind of similar to selling, selling weed or something. The same principles. I feel like, I don't know, not everyone has sold weed, but you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of the same principles. It's super, super just makes sense, you know, flipping your money. Flips the product.
Yes.
I'm going to be getting your, that program that you sent me information on, your friend's program soon. As soon as we get our returns, I'll be doing that. I still haven't gotten my stimulus yet. I don't know why, but
I need my stimulus check.
Right?
He made a second song about getting his check.
Who did?
The stimulus check song, dude.
Oh, I didn't know there was one of those.
Yep.
Oh my God, I can't wait. You guys don't know who Evan Peters is, do you? From American Horror Story? Probably not. You guys are way too busy.
No, I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, he's set to play Jeffrey Dahmer. So I can't wait. He plays a good crazy person.
So Jeffrey Dahmer's getting a movie?
Yeah, he's had a few movies though. They should get an Ardra native to play. I wonder if Evan Peters is Ardra, because he is Ardra. Jeffrey Dahmer is Ardra. Just like Freddy Krueger.
Didn't he perform lobotomies on people that he would kidnap?
Man. Oh, I think you're right. He would, because he would eat people. He would eat parts of their. Yes. He like dissected them and everything because he was actually super intelligent, and he was very interested in how the body worked. And because he used to do it with animals, he would take roadkill home and then dissect it and investigate. Might have Critica in the 8th house. I need to look at his chart again. Oh, that's pretty.
Dead bodies.
Wait, I'm sorry, go ahead. It says man shot after throwing shoe at roach.
Man shat?
No, man shot after shat. My bad. Man was shot after throwing shoe at roach.
Well, wait, I don't understand.
The man was shot after throwing a shoe at a roach. I don't know, but it happened in Detroit. Someone said, wait, so who had the gun? The roach, he was about it. It's messed up.
That depends if the roach was in his house or in somebody else's. Because if you rolling like that, you need to be paying rent, Mr. Roach.
Yes. These beautifully insane citizens of planet Earth. Beautifully insane.
Indeed. Holy shit.
All deranged. Is it not bizarre to think, just for a moment, just to think that everyone that you know is dealing with some type of physical, mental, and or emotional trauma. Everyone you know is dealing with the trauma. I didn't say work on and healing. No, I said dealing with, like they're managing it. They're coping with it. They're covering it up, right? And just about all these people also simultaneously are putting on a facade as if they got their shit together and everything's okay. But we know damn well that everybody is dealing with some kind of trauma. And not only are they dealing with trauma, but we see and we know for a fact that the physical, mental, and emotional trauma filters through in everything that we do or say. What we eat, how we see the world, how we see other people, all that is first going through the filters of trauma that we're dealing with. This is everybody who's not doing work on themselves. So how the hell can we trust or, rely on anyone for anything, knowing that everyone on this planet is deranged?
Agreed.
How can I expect anything from anybody? How can I hold anyone accountable? Why would I not deal with people? Not out of fear, but from an understanding of what do I have to gain from dealing with a planet full of insane people? Like, there's nothing to do but stay in my house and study. This place is a madhouse.
Teach yourself. That's what I say. There's only so much you can get from someone else. I mean, someone else can help lead you somewhere, but at the end of the day, you owe yourself. You got to do it yourself. You have to. There's nothing, no one can learn for you. I've been doing, I've been doing the NLP exercises with that that guy, Sydney is his last name. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And some of those, you know, his little techniques of like making a scene big and then putting it over your body and then taking it off and making it small and then throwing it behind you, and them things, those exercises are so on point. But I feel like there are you know, you can learn about this from other people and hear us talking about it or hear you talking about it, but until you go in and implement it yourself and do it yourself, you're not going to have that experience. So like I was reading up on NLP and everything like that and reading it, and there was like, okay, now I have to apply this, because just reading it or hearing about it's not doing anything for me alone. It's not enough. I have to like apply this thing in my life. So I feel like it's similar to that. Like there's you got people out there you can learn from or listen to or take things from, you know, but at the end of the day, there's no one that's going to teach you like you're going to teach yourself. You have to do it yourself. You have to. You just have to.
It's true. First and foremost, you know, if you continue down that path of listening to people like Snyder.
Oh yeah, Snyder. That's it.
You're going to see that at some point you're going to have to deal with the traumas that I mentioned, the physical, emotional, or mental traumas within self. Because if those aren't dealt with, they cast a wide web over everything that we do. It obscures truth. They're filters for real.
Mm-hmm.
If I was racially inconvenienced in my life, you know, someone did something to me that, you know, really left an impression about race, everything that I do that deals with anything slightly connected to that subject is going to have that filter. If I had a bad experience with men in my life, filter. Bad experience with women, and attachment or abandonment or rejection, everything dealing with women is going to come out of that filter. No one is exempt. And if an individual is not doing work to neutralize that within themselves, you can't escape it. It's insanity. You're dealing with insanity. Don't point no fingers at nobody else. You got work to do.
Yes.
I don't care what they're doing. I don't care what they're talking about. Are you working on it?
Yep.
I think that's really the beauty about NLP. It shows us that's at the core of it. It's not about mind control. It's about mind control of your own self.
Yes, yourself. It's really, that's it. That's it. Control of the self. You're not going to be able to control your outer environment or your mirrors, your other people, if you can't even control yourself. And it's not so much as controlling other people as it is just having, you know, I don't know the word. It's just having, you know, control of yourself, you know, wits about it, and just not being led by triggers, unconscious triggers, because they're all at the unconscious level. You don't even realize it. It's not like a physical thing that you're realizing. Sometimes it takes people to point it out. I just think his techniques, they're simple, but they are effective. And it's just amazing because they talk about using your imagination to, take care of these things. It's just like when I talk about how you have to get in a meditative state to really change the physical, because people that try to change the physical in the physical have to work against the physical. So it's harder. It's much harder, to where if you're getting into this sleep state or meditative state and you're in this non-combative subconscious state, you can then move easier. That's the transcendental meditation. That's what that's about, is you're able to drop into this unconscious self and then move easily and remove these patterns that are unserving. That's where all the change is done, in those quiet, soft moments of, fighting back your own physical urges.
Yes. I like how Niranjan Ananda put it in his book about Jnana Yoga. He talked about how a lot of this is actually dealing with management of the subtle behaviors of self. That's what we're working with. The management of our subtle behaviors. Because it's in those subtle behaviors that everything else is built on top of. Those subtle behaviors. That's what's being controlled. The subtle behaviors.
Yeah.
Them happen on autopilot without our awareness. They're subconscious.
Yes. Yep.
Those are the things that really create our personality and who we think we are and our character and all that.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? When you think about it, that's the so-called influences, you know, the planetary influences are so they can easily grip us when we're on that autopilot and steer us in these themes. You know what I mean? So I feel like that the meditation and the NLP is like a way for you to steer the perception, you know, to where you're not in just autopilot and in the most severe reaction, you know, fight or flight state of mind. You're in a little bit of just accept. I don't know. There's like a peace that comes. Nothing has to be any way. And then once that happens, you just let things go. There's not like, this has to be this certain way. And because of that, you know, what we talked about, you know, when we want things to be a certain way, it's when we cause more of an issue for ourselves.
Yes. You know, which translates to attachment.
Yeah.
Wanting things a certain way. We're attached to an outcome and to a pattern. Attachment is the seed of suffering.
Mm-hmm. And we might not even know why we're attached. That's the thing. We might not have any fucking clue why it's happening. Something in the past that made us, you know, triggered, and now it's like embedded in our head. We don't realize we're doing it.
Subtle behaviors that are being unmanaged. Triggers, subtle behaviors. Mind control, Jnana Yoga is management of the subtle behaviors. They're subtle. So what does that mean? That means they're almost imperceptible. They're
almost undetectable. Yeah.
They're almost unconscious. So if they're imperceptible, then how do we even manage them? Well, if you're too busy running around worrying about Bill Gates' garden and Krispy Kreme vaccine donuts, then of course you're not going to be paying attention.
Yeah.
It all starts at home. It all starts within. Nobody else. It don't matter what nobody else is doing. What are you doing? Snyder's NLP, he likes to say, is different from traditional NLP. Amar brought this up from his notes, and it was a really good note. That Snyder's NLP compared to traditional NLP is, with Snyder, it's how the neurology interacts with itself to create the experience, versus traditional NLP is how the neurology interacts with the language to create the experience. So regular, the neurology is interacting with language. So regular NLP deals a lot with words and how the words have an effect on the individual and anchoring through words, everything to do with language. And Snyder's approach, which is how the neurology interacts with itself. Now think about that. It's profound. We're paying attention to how our mind interacts with itself. Most people don't. That's not even a thing to anybody. It's not something. Right. We're so worried about the world. But this is all management of the subtle behaviors. How does the mind interact with itself? Until we're aware of that, we are consistently under a strange dream.
Yeah. Have you ever, I'm sure you have done the tapping.
What is that?
EFT tapping. It is something they use in conjunction with like sometimes NLP or reprogramming. You tap pressure points and centers, and you repeat the word. So it's like the words you say. Basically, you think of a traumatic issue or situation that you want to get rid of. You bring it forward. You think of the situation, and you tap on these specific centers on the forehead, on the temples, on the neck, on the shoulders, under the armpits, and then on the hand. And then you squeeze this pressure point on the hand, and then you do it like 3 times, and then you clear it, and you think of a positive, happy thing, and you keep doing it until like there's no pain or something. Until there's like no, until it's no longer making you anxious and there's no pain physically, or there's no emotional pain. You keep doing it until it removes it. So it's adding a physical aspect to it. It's called EFT tapping, and it's like accessing the pressure points while doing NLP and other things like that. See, EFT tapping is something I was familiar with from a while ago, but it's
like another form of anchoring.
Yes, and it helps to accelerate learning and healing and all of that. It's taking it another step forward, adding a physical aspect to it. But I used to do it I used to get really bad headaches, and it would work. I got to a point where I didn't have to tap my whole body. I'd only have to hit the inside of my fingers, between my thumb and my pointer finger, and squeeze, and within seconds it would be gone. So, and it becomes a physical, like your body responds to that physical. So it's, how we have unconscious triggers or responses. This is physical added to it, so we can remove them or heal from them. You can tap for addictions, for weight loss, for anxiety, drug abuse, all of that.
No, I haven't heard of that.
I think you would be interested in it. I mean, you got a lot on your plate, but it's definitely something easy enough where you can, add it to your NLP practices, because it just adds to it. I'll send you a video. I know you got a lot you're watching and doing and reading, but I'll send you a rather short video with the basic getting to the point bits, so that you can maybe try it yourself. Let me pull it up. Yeah, where's that? Your bangs?
Yeah, make sure we get all of it back here. One?
No, it's a couple. Okay. You gotta put a hat on.
Oh, yeah. That's why you didn't want to go that high.
Well,
Were you about
I
to
had
call it quits before I got on, John?
It's very possible. Was there something that you wanted to say?
Oh no, no, I just was chiming in. I came in a few times earlier and other stuff to do, but I'm gonna go ahead and finish my shift and everything, and try to catch you guys on Sunday.
Just to let you know, the next book study
Yeah.
that we're going to do after Kabbalion is Tatwashudi.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I might take some time off, probably like a month or so from doing this, so that I can prepare some supplementary materials, like PDFs and stuff like that, because there's a lot of people who do sign up for this actually, and I'm just trying to reach out to see what's going on. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, I don't know, but a lot of people are saying that they don't join the videos because they feel like they're like they're behind, or they don't want to look stupid or whatever. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some kind of thing that's almost like a little, what do you call it, like a little catch up kind of thing. What's the word? There's like a word
beginner friendly.
Maybe a primer or something like that. I don't know, but something that'll help to bridge the gap between someone who may have just started listening or just joined, and they're trying to connect the dots between the Goetia or Kabbalah to where we are now. So I'm gonna come up with something for that, and then we're diving into Tatwashudi, because that is an extremely powerful book when it comes to information and the ritual involved.
Mhm. Yeah, I know my wife. She's got her book, and that shit is highlighted and underlined like a motherfucker. So she's even enjoying it.
Yeah, and also with this extra month of time, what I hope is that maybe some people might read ahead. So when we do start talking about it, people can actually chime in with what they've read. That's my hope.
Yeah, yeah, that would be nice because actually kind of thinking about it, we've breezed through a lot of subjects. I mean, they're pretty proportioned, and things have gone pretty smooth, even with the how the process of how you've been going through these books and stuff. But we have covered a lot of material in these short but long packets of time.
Mm-hmm.
We may not meet every single day, but then whenever we do meet, shit, I don't know what your record has been, but damn near almost 24 hours sometimes, and but within that we unpack a lot, and I guess we benefit tremendously from everybody's minds coming together, which I think makes the effect of everything speeding up and the growth that everybody's having as far as just coming to some level of understanding than if we would have did it individually, I guess. So
You know what's funny about that? It's something I read the other day was saying that when you start to become higher levels, it was about Lucifer, the group, some kind of soul group or some kind of thing known as Lucifer. And apparently it's when you raise to a certain level of awareness, it no longer is it just enough to be, you're not going to be single anymore. You're going to end up finding a group, because now it's a group think, it's a group thing, and it takes a group to come together and everyone to bring a peace. And once they say usually on your road to enlightenment, many people fall away and you're alone for a while, and eventually you find your group that you raise with, the one that helps you to continue to grow with, and that's a sign of being on the right track or growth. There's something to do with Lucifer, something like that the other day, but I can't remember all the details, but it was in there, something like that. So it made me think of what you're just saying now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like to look at it as cells coming together to form tissues and organs and stuff like that. So Definitely, the more minds, the better.
Absolutely.
Essentially, we're like little computers, and this information that we're digging through is very, very. It's massive information, and it takes more than one processor to calculate it properly. So, this working together is helping us break down something that very well may be extremely difficult for one person to break down by himself. So we've got this multi-processor computer here to mine for these Bitcoins. How fortunate for mankind.
Let me drive you. There's trees and wires down. All right. Yeah, there is. Sloan has a bunch down. I already got a message about it.
That way, I'm going that way.
Yeah,
Sugandhim pushti vardhanam urvaruka bandhanat mrityur mokshiya mamritat.
I have to get the Tatwashuti book now.
I cannot speak of its praises any highlier than I already have. I'd probably say, like, feel if Tatwashuti, Samkhya Darshan, and the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, I think those three really go together well.
Whoa.
But mostly Tatwashuti.
I have a question. I don't remember if it was Dharna Darshan or the Tatwashuti that the last time you explained it was similar to transcendental meditation. Do you remember which one that was?
I think it was Tatwashuti.
Oh, perfect. This will be good then, because I was heavily doing transcendental meditation for a while there and got into doing other things and getting to this group, and I haven't done it in a while. I've been doing the mantras and stuff, but this will be cool. So this is obviously where they got the transcendental meditation from then.
Hell yeah. Yeah. From what you described that one night.
Yeah.
The elements dissolving and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes. Fun.
Yeah. Yeah, man. All this stuff can be tracked back down to the first book ever written that we still have. I'm now seeing parts of the Bible in the Rig Veda.
Oh no, yeah, you definitely will. There are hold on, I'm on top one shooting. Okay. There are lots of other ancient books in the Bible too.
Mm-hmm.
You even find parts of, well, the Sumerian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh. And then you find parts of the Book of the Dead in there. So I'm not surprised at all. It's astrology. So of course, it would be in there. Oh, I had someone kindly send me a Vedic day of the week correlation on Facebook. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you have one like in your studies or not, but I will send it to you in the messages if you would like.
Yeah. What do you mean? Vedic day of the week? What does that mean?
So you know how Monday is Moon Day and Tuesday and then Wednesday is Thursday. It's basically the Vedic deities associated with each day of the week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna send it right now. Send in Messenger.
I'm aware of the planets that are. Yeah. By the way, yeah. We think that that's a Roman thing, a Greek thing, but yeah, we're doing that already.
Yes. Yep. And what's? I'm sorry. Go. Yeah.
and those mantras are, represent planets, which represents, which are represented by certain deities. So I wonder if they correlate with the mantras. Thursday for Guru, or Brispataye, or whatever. I'll find out here in a sec because you just sent it to me.
Yeah, I just sent it.
Ooh.
Tuesday is Mars, which is Mangalar.
Yeah. Okay, so it does. Yeah.
Yep.
Mangalar, that's the mantra for Tuesday.
Yep. And then you've got
what? So Neil Patel does Vedic shit? No wonder he's so smart. Wow. I never would have put shit.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Bhudavar is Wednesday, which is Mercury. You know what's weird though is Mercury, Thoth being Wednesday, but Odin being Wednesday. See, those aren't. They don't. That's not a correct correlation. So I'm just. I mean, so I'm saying not that the Vedic got it wrong, but I feel like maybe it's strange to have Odin on that day. Don't you think?
I think it's strange that Westerners steal everything and claim it as their own to begin with.
Yeah.
I feel the same way, bro.
What's so hard about saying, hey, this is what inspired me to do this, or this is where I got this from?
Yes.
What's hard about
it? Man, can't agree more.
So if you're someone that does that, then I literally can't trust anything because I don't know what you actually created and what you stole. So fuck everything you got. Take that, Western culture.
I think a part of it too is that a lot of people try to monetize a lot of things or be the first to bring something to other people that don't know about it.
Yep.
It's kind of a feeling of importance kind of thing.
Right.
Feel valuable.
Right. Yeah. Shango was mentioned something about that a little bit earlier. The Western mind, it wants to leave its mark. We want to be important. We want to let the world know that we were here and we were special. But that whole thing in itself right there points to an insecurity. That points to something missing. So now we want to fill that hole.
Yeah.
I'm important. Remember me. Why? Because I don't feel important. And I don't think that if I do anything special, then no one's going to remember me. Where did that come from? Who gave you that mentality?
Yeah, exactly. And I guess it also breaks down to your intent behind it. Are you doing things to be remembered, or are you doing things to help other people, to be of service? You can always tell the difference by the person and how they're treating you and just others.
It's easy. It's easy.
Yeah.
Getting easier to tell who to ignore and who to listen to.
Yes. Do you know who Corp's husband is on YouTube?
No.
You have to. I'm going to send you something and I want you to listen to that. It's a new MGK song, but Corp's husband is in it. He's a YouTuber, I guess. He plays like games and everything, but he's got one of the deepest voices like in the world. And they made a song together and it's fantastic. And for what, I don't know why, but it makes me think of you. Corp's husband. I feel like it's something that you would make. Let me pull it up. Tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I feel like it would be. What the fuck is wrong with the phone? Here we go. Share. I don't know why my phone is going slow as hell. Come on. Clip. All right, I'm sending it to you right now. Sent.
Has George been on the call? I haven't heard of from George lately. Have any of you all heard from George lately?
I haven't.
No, I seen him. I guess I seen him pop into the chat every once in a while on the Instagram, but no, I haven't seen him here. He actually sent me some music recently. He asked me to check my for my opinion on it. I haven't opened them yet. Should probably do that. No, I haven't seen him recently.
All right, Johnny. All right, Kristen, I'm gonna head out. Hope y'all had a great night and everything. I'll chat with y'all on Sunday. If not, I'll do it on Thursday.
All right.
YouTube chat if you're still on it.
Take care, Mike.
All right. Well, I'll let y'all later.
Peace, bro. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right. I think it would be a good day to I should probably go to sleep.
Yeah. Try to sleep. The next time you're free, message me so we can get together about that video.
Yes. It's high time I got started on that project. I watched some of it myself, and it's been giving me some good ideas. It's giving me a good direction to go into now. Yeah, I know that things change, and they change pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I really, we take into heart what Mike actually just said. It's really important and relevant about, I've been trying to remember that exact quote because I want to write it down, but something to the effect of, if you heard about it, it's too late. You want to anticipate instead of participate. That's what it was.
Yes, absolutely.
I know a lot of people are making courses, and you keep seeing the whole thing about online education is the next big thing. Well, I think that it's already starting to shift, and I'm seeing something different. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to catch on this.
Yeah.
Before it becomes a thing. I'm gonna test out a few things, but just from my calculations, this might be more lucrative than doing a course, and I think it'll actually be less work. So we're gonna see. Hopefully I can get that done with my little week off. But yeah.
Dang, she dropped off. What's up, man?
What's going on, Curve?
Chilling. I was doing some studying.
What's that?
You said what?
What's that?
His book called The 28 Nakshatras, The Real Secrets of Vedic Astrology.
It's good to see one that includes Abhijit.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking for, because I got into the other ones. But this one perfectly described. In the other book, it didn't say nothing about Purusha and Prakriti. And it was just saying like how the Nishaktras are basically like the Purusha, and the planets, which contains the energies, are basically Prakriti. So that's how like it comes out into play. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you hold on, I could read it for you real quick.
It's 7 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine.
Hold on. Where does it start compared to the Okay, so the nakshatra and the signs of the zodiac both begin from the same point. The beginning of the first nakshatra or constellation of the Swini, the first nakshatra, is the same as that of the first sign of Aries. Each sign contains the combined influence of nakshatras falling with it compared to the signs. The nakshatra or nakshatras possess a deeper effect. The signs are merely a heap, mass, or collection of influences, as their Sanskrit name suggests. The planets are the cosmic creative powers. Each planet radiates certain specialized forces. The planets make their impact on the zodiacal field. The specialized circle divided by the signs in the nakshatras is the negative or passive field of influences, while the planets are the positive or active fields. The signs and nakshatras create the necessary environment, while the planets are the precipitating forces. Sorry, I spoke too fast in my head before I said it. Prakriti, the female creative impulse, is the force that sustains the general background of the zodiac. Prakriti produces the basic conditions on which the seeds sprinkled by Purusha, the male consciousness factor, fructify and grow. The nakshatras and the signs of the zodiac are the passive creative potency, whereas the planets are the creative or generating forces. The planets are, sorry, I missaid it, but the planets are active causes, whereas the signs are and nakshatras are the material layer of the action. The nakshatras and signs constitute the horizontal arm, while the planets represent the vertical arm in the cross of cosmic creation.
I see. One for the mind, one for the body.
Yep.
And that's also, you know, it makes sense of how the sun works, right? Depending on where the sun finds itself, it's going to radiate certain aspects.
The book that you said to get, the nakshatras book, did it say anything about that too?
My bad.
You're good. Not to my, not that I saw at least.
Okay.
I'm not saying
Did it say?
I didn't see anything like that.
Did it say anything about fixed, soft, light, sharp, movable, dreadful, and mixed nakshatras? Like,
that's not in the nakshatras book, but that's in the Light on Life, and also Ayurvedic astrology.
Okay.
But as far as I've seen the nakshatras book, it's just about the nakshatras. That's what I wanted.
How you been, Kristen?
Good, hon. How about you?
Good.
The storm threw me off here for a minute. Couldn't log. It kicked me out, and it took me a minute to log back in.
Yeah. It's all good. We're wrapping it up anyways, right?
Yeah, we were.
You know, I keep forgetting to get that that Ayurvedic book about Orin therapy.
Oh yeah, urine therapy, Orin therapy. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, huh?
I forgot what it was called.
You're right, Orin.
No, the book itself. I'll have to
The Waters of Life.
That's the one with like the Shiva. I sent you a picture of it, right?
I'm not sure. I just know that there's the most common, the really good one is called Orin Therapy, The Waters of Life.
Yeah, there was one in specific that was like Ayurvedic.
Yeah, it should be that one. Let me see.
I'll find it.
Yeah.
It's got bad reviews on Amazon because, you know.
Well, it's, yeah, of course.
All of them do. But I think that has more to do with attachment than experience.
Yep. People hate to hear when you tell them that they all drank pee for 9 months. In the womb of the mama. That's what helped build you.
But like I said before, everyone on this planet, unless they are actively neutralizing their trauma, is insane. So I can't rely on anything that anyone says. Unless, of course, I know that they're working on themselves. But to have a subject like this, and then to hear the tradition, and to hear, you know, someone's experience, someone's opinion on it, like that's worth less than the donut that they're giving away for the vaccine.
Indeed. It's like going to a doctor or a weight loss doctor or somebody who's overweight.
Right.
You just don't do that.
Nutritionist, right? Your nutritionist.
Yeah. You should see how many of those are around, though.
I believe
like,
it.
Significant. I'm not talking about thick. I mean overweight. And they're like commissioners of health and shit.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like, the health of what?
Who? Yeah. What health? What kind of health are you talking about? This ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus.
Jesus, right? Ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus.
I found that. Okay, I already found that book I was talking about. It's got Shiva on the cover. There's one. It's got a 1-star rating, and there's one comment, and this is what the comment says. Right? Usually, I thought that Amazon only let you comment on a book if you actually bought it, but this person didn't buy it. The review is 1 star, and it says, "What the hell? This can't be real. I really hope it's not real. For the love of anything holy in the world, please make this not real." What are you talking about? What about the book? Did you read it? Do you know what it's about? You just saw the title and felt compelled to leave your worthless opinion.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. I'll tell you what, man. What? Sivananda said the best thing you can do, the best karma you can incur, the best thing you can do on this planet is to teach Vedic science. That is the best deed of all. And I understand.
Well, damn.
I see. If
Doing the right thing.
Yeah. If you're not doing that, I mean, really, it's like being really funky after, playing football and getting dirty and nasty, and then putting on a new layer of deodorant under that.
Ugh. Yeah.
Now we're smelling your funk with some fresh chemicals.
Yeah. The mix is the worst.
Whereas studying Vedic science is taking a shower.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. because you can't fix anybody. You can't heal anybody.
Can't.
You can't solve anyone else's suffering. But what you can do is help introduce different ways to lead somebody there.
Yep. That's the truth, man. That's the truth.
Sheesh.
People there, and then there are people that, can you just do it for me, or can you just show me? Can you just? It's like, the only thing I can do for you is walk you to the fucking water. I can't drink that shit for you.
Yeah.
I couldn't even swallow it and spit it in your mouth. That still ain't gonna do nothing.
Yep. Trauma.
Yeah, and I, you know what I feel, what I think a lot of it comes from, of the do it for me or help me. Help me is fine, but do it for me comes from abandonment or people doing things for them all the time. One or the other, where they want you to mother them or they want you to help them. They want that hand. And I understand that. But then there's other people who, it's like entitlement. They just, you owe me this. I don't owe you anything. You owe yourself.
Both of those have a common root in a person who is not well versed in experiencing pain. So they will literally go to the length of being, extremely codependent to avoid the pain of doing the work themselves. This is someone who's been given something all their life. So the only thing that they know is having it easy. To introduce something that might mean that you have to exert effort, that concept is too much pain. So again, are we running from pain?
And that's funny how some people see that as pain, whereas someone like you or myself sees that as nourishment. A chance to study and take it in is nourishment for me.
I give up everything else just to be able to do that on a daily basis.
Yes. You know what's funny is people would say, must be nice to be able to have time to do that. And it's like, I make time and I work my way around it as much as possible. And yes, it just happens to be that I'm in a position where I am privileged to be able to do things the way I am. I don't have a 9-to-5. I work from home. I have my own business. And so I'm able to do these things. I made the choices to do what I can so that because it was important for me to study and to learn things. So whatever I can do to implement it, I do. Even if I had a 9-to-5, we still have YouTube at our tips where we can play audible books and play while we're laying down, sleeping, working, whatever. There's you don't have to read physically. There's audible books. So there's a lot of things and videos. There's lots of amazing videos with information all over YouTube and other places to learn. So it's just if you want it. I understand though, some people have a lot to do. Like, for God's sakes, Mike, he's a truck driver, but he's in that truck listening. He's doing as much as he can for what he does, and he travels. So, if you want it, you'll get it.
Yes.
It might not come super fast, but it'll still come.
If you want it, you'll get it. There's no excuse. We make excuses, and some of them sound really good. But if you want something, you'll get it. And you may not get it tomorrow, right? But if you want it, time doesn't matter. I used to think it was a curse, but I understand now that it's a blessing to be raised by a man who was an Army Ranger and a drill sergeant. Because one of the best things that I got from my father was there's no excuse. You do it. There's no other option. You do it. You do the job. What's your task to do? I don't care how you feel. I don't care about any of that shit. If there's a job, it must get done, period. And I take that mindset with me all through my life. And I see that. And you listen to other people. I may have more compassion, or I might treat people with more compassion than maybe I received in my raising. But and not to say that I was, mistreated or anything.
No, right.
I'm able to observe other people and all the excuses that we give ourselves to not do the job. oh, well, this, and well, you just don't understand. This is my life story, and this happened. You do realize that none of that shit matters, right?
Right.
Oh, well, you just have to be in my shoes to no. You're making excuses that do not exist. If you
Yeah.
want it, do it. If it's hard to do, make a plan and make baby steps.
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs in that, where, well, what if this happens? I can't do that because of this.
This data.
Yeah, because you're right. Even if it's just a tiny baby step, one little thing, even if you can only read for 15 minutes once a week, it starts whatever, something. You're working towards it. Sooner or later, those little steps become gigantic strides that you have overcome. It builds up. It does. But most people want instant gratification, so they see it as a mountain. And so it's like, I can't get over that. It's a mountain. I know for my own self, I'm like, because I'm like, no, I need to be here right now. I should be there already. I don't have time to wait. That's being,
don't have time.
Yeah, that's being, I got time to wait on this shit. But I learned, like you said, I learned that the time is your friend, because, and even if you're just reading and you think I'm not going to know shit, but even in a year from the year before, and if you just keep up with a little bit of reading or a little bit of what you're into, you will be significantly smarter in that area just by a little bit of study. You're gonna, and then, because the thing is, you're gonna start seeing it all through your life. You're gonna think about it. Like for me with the astrology, there's not one thing I don't connect astrology to now. So it's all I'm thinking about. So what happens when all of your thoughts are thinking about one thing? You literally become this entity, this new knowledgeable, whatever entity. So it's, little steps go a long way. They really do. And time really is your friend. There's no rush. There's no race.
There's no time. There's only
now. Exactly. Yeah.
Only now. If we're not doing it, then you're not doing it.
Yeah.
I like to keep life in that position, because if it's not there, then we're putting the power in someone else's hand. Oh, they're doing this to us. Or they're doing this so that we can. None of that matters. None of it. Either you're going to do it or you're not.
Yep.
Yeah, the vaccine is making it. Well, then adjust your plans to reality. Like, there's no reason to suffer. There's no reason to have these roadblocks mentally.
Yeah.
We put them there ourselves. It's so easy.
Yeah, we really do. And then people get offended too, because it's like, well, you don't understand me. You don't understand my issues and my traumas. We've all had trials and traumas. It's not about not understanding you or not understanding that you've got responsibilities. None of that. It's about trying to enlighten you to the fact that we are in our own way. You can have everything you want if you get out of your own way.
You're attached to your problem. And when you're ready to let that go, we can talk. But otherwise, then you will continue to be a cattle and a customer, because that's what you choose to be only. Nothing wrong with being a customer, but that's what you choose to only be. Cattle. Right. That's what you choose to be. So I'm going to let you be that.
Yeah.
But you have gotten, you got the word. Whether or not you want to take it or not, that's on you. You can get that vaccine and get your donut and keep spending all of your money and keep being miserable and keep being, stressed out if you want to. No one's making you do any of that. If the kids are a problem, then take them to the orphanage. If you don't like the way society is being run, well, then go live in the woods. But your excuses are literally useless. Stop. If you don't like it, fix it. If you can't fix it, deal with it.
Yo, Trev.
Yo.
You're gonna be getting into the course or that's because I stepped in when you guys were talking about that, the online education basically with this, right?
Yes.
Bro, I really feel like in the beginning stages of it, man, you should really what is it called? Put some importance to, letting go of attachments and also guiding the people to know it's not like giving up your whole life, but you're letting go of attachments to figure out who you truly are and tapping into like, your essence. So, and it's not about, because like even when I first stepped into this group, I thought it was like, giving up everything and all that. It was just more likely like it helped me release the stress that I had attached to these things, and have a clearer vision so I can, fix my vrittis, basically my mind modifications to gain these things that I need. So I can, what I'm saying, go through these experiences basically, to get me to new stages. Because then once you complete the experience, I realize, like the spiritual, the spiritual level that you're at, it gets deeper after that, There's always new things coming in life as you experience the things that, you're naturally born with, which is these wants. But some of these wants, just like you're saying, you're showering off the extra stuff that you went through as a child. That's what this stuff is doing. Like you're showering all these impressions that you gained from other people. You know what I'm saying? That got you on the wrong path, basically. It's not really the wrong path, but really correcting your navigation system. You know what I'm saying? To go on the best path for yourself. That's all these releasing these attachments and all these things is doing. It's clearing up the way to make these things easier. And I just feel like, before they get deeper into this information, it's very important for them to wash themselves, So
Yeah. That is a good suggestion that I'm definitely taking into consideration. Because like you said, it doesn't matter about getting the deeper information if you're not purified, Of course, there's levels to it. Of course, it takes time to really get there, but even starting now is going to mean you're going to be better off than where you were before you started.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like diving into these astrology books, just, something I didn't really get at first when what Kristen said, like a month ago or 2 months ago, she said something like, a lot of these YouTubers that's speaking on astrology, the Vedics, they have such negative connotation. And what I'm realizing is the reason why they have negative connotations because they're getting it from other YouTubers. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not getting it from the books. These books don't have no emotion attached to the information they're giving to you. So like to take like to have a trigger towards it is to no point because it's just going to play out. You know what I'm saying? It's not good or bad. And the way they present it to you is most likely within your energy. You know what I'm saying? So eventually, once you come back and read it again and again, you're going to like see it like, oh shit, this does relate to me instead of me. You know what I'm saying? But it's releasing those attachments that kind of blocks you from seeing the truth of the information.
There's actually a lot of YouTubers. I mean, like Vedic, straight from India YouTubers that have negative connotations, not like people that are just getting from other YouTubers, but you have that too. But I'm talking about a lot of traditional people. They'll have a lot of the whole idea that Aslesha is an unkind, cruel bitch. That is an old connotation. That's that's because sex was seen as being evil. So you get some of the old time belief systems that wash over things that have to do with the religious part of their system. So, but if you go far, far, far back, sex used to be, sex was tantra, sex was power, and there was power in that. And that, without being gross, they even thought that the menstruation was like the nectar of life, and they would take part in that. So like in eating it and stuff like that. So it just depends. I find it depends on the era of kind of people, but like a lot of the old timers that you find, they have real religious perspective on the astrology. So some of this stuff is very Mercury retrograde's bad and Aslesha is evil, and just those black and white things without and there's floating rocks. So they see it as floating rocks. So then there's things that they are missing because there's not a wider understanding or perspective of it. But you're right, there also are other people that are just getting it from other YouTubers who are out there. But most of the people that I'm talking about are like the old timers who have that are like strict. They're strict to the religious part of the astrology.
Yeah. And I think when like people listen to the negative effects, they think like, oh, this is just going to happen forever. But if they actually get deeper into the information, they obviously have, you know, remedies. So if it's like remedies, then you should know you can fix it. Just deal with your shit. Just deal with your shit. That's it.
And it really does change by perceiving it differently. A different outcome takes place. You know, it's just like a murder is taking place. You've got the murderer and the one getting murdered. It's the same actions, but one person's in terror and one person's exhilarated. It's the same thing. So there is this planetary alignment happening. Some people were like, oh my God, it's Pluto. It's terrifying. I'm terrified. And another person says, Pluto is power. Yes, I'm so powerful now. I'm into the dark side. This is what I'm in love with. I like this. So to them, it brings empowerment. So one thing that seems bad could actually not be bad at all. It's really about how you're able to shift your perspective on those things. The things that seem scary, we know this in life. When things are scary, it's a lack of data. We're not sure really what it is, and it seems spooky, and I'm not sure, and it doesn't feel too good. So I'm going to label it as terrifying. But the more we learn about it, and the more we get to understand it, it's like, oh, all right, I'm welcoming this because this is going to help me. This is going to be good. And even if it doesn't feel good right away, not all things are meant to.
But I think it was in the Shooters. It said something about most people struggle a lot because they go against the flow. Yes. So it's like a lot of these energies that we're given anyways, we're able to handle it. It's just, you know, like if they're given to us for a reason, but it's like, you know, we're in the Tomasic side of handling things, and it's making us harder. It's making it harder mentally for you, not for the reality of what it is. You know what I'm saying?
It says that's where we create more karma, by trying to come against it instead of working with it, allowing it, accepting it, and just taking it for what it is. Kind of like watching from the perspective of you're watching a movie. Just watch it and perceive it in a neutral position. That's kind of hard to do, but it's possible. And that's that place where you're not creating anything. Now you're just at a perfect balance where there's no creating good or bad. You just are and experiencing. You're just observing completely.
Everything is perfect.
It is.
Attachments.
Claros. Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever heard of past life astrology? Use your birth chart to understand your karma.
Yep.
Was that one good?
Was it? What do you mean? Was it good?
Was it a good book by Judy Hall?
Oh, I didn't know about the book, but I know of the concept of doing it.
Okay.
Saturn and K2 have a lot to do with your past life. And they say when Saturn's in your first house, that in the life before this, that you died in a violent way, very young, and that you are now making up for that in this life.
Saturn in the first house. Oh, I have a friend that had Saturn in the first house. That's where I seen it at. Wow. Kristen, with Saturn in the seventh, would that have any correlation with what you just said, but like probably just opposite?
No, it's not the same because it's partnerships, even though those houses can aspect each other. Saturn specifically should be in the first house, the actual planet. Not that doesn't mean like Capricorn or Aquarius first house, but Saturn itself being in the first.
Okay.
There is a woman called Christine McConnell on YouTube. I'm obsessed with her. Well, not really, but I just love her. She used to have a show on Netflix where she would like sew things and bake food, and she lived in this beautiful Victorian home, but she was also like into like macabre and dead things and spooky stuff. A very like Mula type energy, but she also has like Rohini in there for sure. But she's got a show called From the Mind of Christine McConnell, and I'm one of her Patreons. But she, from her Patreon, because she was on Netflix for one season, but Netflix canceled it, which was ridiculous. But just from her Patreons, she makes bank, and she was able to buy a beautiful new Victorian house in New York and move there. And people just watch her make things, make art, fix her house up. Oh my God, she's like awesome. She's living the dream, man. Making art and getting paid for it. She's pretty awesome. She's pretty cool. I'd like to do her chart. I could tell what she has just by looking at her, but I'd like to see her full chart. I'm thinking there's this Lesha in there somewhere. She's very Dita Von Tess. Do you know who that is? The burlesque dancer?
Yes.
Yeah, they look real similar. And she's into like vintage and pinup style, and she's got the look. You could see that she's just she's definitely got Rohini somewhere in there because of the things she creates. She creates these beautiful houses, like little houses out of fucking food. That's a Rohini thing. And these houses, they look like, oh my God, they're amazing. They are amazing. You gotta look her up if you have a moment. But yeah, she's definitely a Rohini native. I just can't find her birthday information. Here we go. Yeah, I know. It's like July 29th. Yeah, she definitely has Maga in there somewhere. Do you know if they have blogs you can do on Patreon, or does it all have to be videos?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Really? So like if I did posts?
Yeah, you can absolutely do a business model with the type of posts that you make on Facebook.
I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know how to even start a blog. I didn't know. Someone said Blogspot or something like that. But I felt like, everyone has done. I feel like maybe that time has passed. I don't know. But I was like, I'd like to take because I could go a whole step further and give, because I only give so much to Facebook because the people on Facebook only know so much.
Right.
So they're like, I'm so interested, even though I don't know what it's saying. You know what I mean? So I can only give so much. But I could really give awesome layouts if people know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I have a Patreon set up, but I just was waiting until I would start to make videos. But maybe I should start off doing that. Make a, I don't know, post, blog, whatever it's called.
Kristen, you could even integrate a chat into Patreon too, like Discord. Like you could like everybody that pays, you could they're allowed to come into a chat and stuff like that and review ideas together. And then when they don't pay, it kicks them out the chat.
I see. So I could do some kind of like Vedic chat, Vedic talk, kind of like what we do here, like a little group where people call in and we, I don't know, do what I do, how people ask questions about their charts, something like that, maybe.
Were you here earlier when I was talking with Winter about, what the options of starting an online business?
No, I wasn't.
It's funny how this keeps coming up tonight. there's a lot that you could do that you're already doing now. Part of the reason why I, was trying to get you to watch that thing with me.
Yeah.
But the main premise, because one of the things about this online stuff is one of the big myths is, oh, well, that's outdated, or the time is up for this, or whatever. If you follow along with what these people are saying, then you're always going to be out of date. But the main premise is to find a solution to a problem that people are having and provide that solution. If you're able to do that, then it doesn't matter what platform you use, because people are coming to you, right? So even if you were to do blogs, if you're addressing a problem that needs solving, then people are going to come.
Yeah.
Assuming you find the right people.
Right.
They're going to come to that. So the main thing is, number one, first and foremost, what problem are you providing a solution to? That's first and foremost. You've got a lot of experience and a lot of information, but what problem are you solving? And you find and identify who has that problem.
Okay.
To identify those, now you just got to work on what delivery method that you're most comfortable with. Are you comfortable with video? Do video. Are you comfortable with text? Do text. You want a community like Curve was talking about with the Discord, we can do it that way. But there has to be a self-clarity first. What am I best at? Who am I helping? You know what I'm saying? And how am I helping them?
How? Yeah.
You have a lot of Vedic astrology information, but what problem are you going to solve?
Exactly. What niche there? I think it's smart to keep it simple.
Oh, it's very smart to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it would be not smart to not keep it simple.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I find often is I get excited in all the deep and detailed stuff, and I write it out mostly just for myself, but for anyone who was interested in learning. But I understand that only a fraction of people even have a concept of what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
So the very basics is going to be something smart. And I feel like lots of people are interested in the nakshatras, and that could be a really easy, basic starter, an explanation, and just going into this, understanding what the nakshatras are, something like that, something basic.
But first and foremost, what problem are you solving?
Yeah, well,
and look, I'm not being a smartass. These are the most important questions to ask, because
exactly. No, I know.
Even though people might be searching what is a nakshatra,
well, you got to give them a reason. That's just like when you give people, when someone says, "Sell me this pen," you just tell them, "Write something down for me." I don't have a pen. Well, I have a pen for you. Here's the pen. So you give them something to need or to want, some kind of a reason to be interested.
Or you identify a need that already exists. It's easier to go with the river as opposed to making a new one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's crazy because, like, now just from Trev saying all that, I'm looking at, the Vedic sciences as basically we said this before, but truly the original source of self-help. Like, that's the crowd that you would basically, you know what I'm saying? Anything. Exactly. Like, that's what the nakshatra is going to do for them, is help themselves. So yeah.
Self-identify, self-cultivation.
It's self-help now, but back then when it was a part of the culture, it was just being in alignment. But since we're so out of alignment, we need self-help. Like I mentioned before, everyone's insane with all this fucking trauma we've got. But, Ayurvedic or Vedic astrological counseling is providing a solution to people who have the trauma. Now, we know that this world is full of individuals who are traumatized. That in itself is a problem that I can easily see people needing a solution to it. Counseling is one option, education.
Yeah, I spoke about that the last time we were talking about doing when with the therapy, like with the child the parent was like losing her mind because the kid was mentally having issues and everyone turned him away. She didn't know what to do. And if she would have had an astrologer, she could have had some kind of insight into what to do. And I feel like that, that is a huge thing, like the astrological therapy or counseling. The thing is people are like, why do I need astrology counseling? Why would I need that? They still got to have an understanding of why it could help. So at the basic level, I would say something like, learn, maybe to learn who you really are, learn who you, at the core, your purpose, that's the other thing. People are always looking for their purpose. So something basic like that, even though it's a little less about purpose, but it's just your life map, your life roadmap, something like that. People are usually wanting direction. People that come to me for charts, that's usually what they're asking about. They want to know themselves better, or they want to know their purpose or their life direction. That's what they all ask.
Kristen, during your whenever you're doing consultations or meeting with people, is it like a therapy session? Like, are they talking to you? Like, of course they talk to you about their problems, but do they get deep with it and stuff?
Always. Even before I was doing astrology readings, I don't know why. Well, now I know why. Uttara Falguni. But it's something that seems to happen. People just speak to me. They feel like they could trust me and talk to me and come to me for advice or insight. It's something I have always done. So it's just the astrology made it even better. It was easier for me to now come to them without any kind of emotional connection to it, because I'm able to detach from people's going ons. But it's when I have a chart involved, then I can remove the guessing because it's in the chart now, so we can get right to where the core is, instead of us going through, maybe this is it, maybe that is it, maybe you can go and try this. Now I can boom, boom, boom. This is what's happening here. It helps. It really does. I mean, to be honest, after enough counseling with people, it's not much guesswork. It's intuitive, and you're right on track most likely. But the best thing is for the thing that I have learned is you can't realize things for people. They have to realize it for themselves. And I was for so long realizing things for people, and so they would latch on to me and connect with me and never move on for themselves and do for themselves. It would always be them linked to me, like a codependency. So I had to learn how to detach that to where they're recognizing it. We're asking them more questions instead of telling them so much. More ask, and Trav has even taught me to do more of that. Ask more instead of tell more, because when you're telling, they just want you to tell them everything. They get comfortable and used to you telling them how to fix it instead of them figuring it out, kind of. So, but with the charts, I could at least give them the data. This is what the science says. What do you think you should do? Kind of thing. What do you think would be the best alternative in this? What would you tell me to do? Kind of thing.
I haven't read anything on it, but would you guys say, because this is what I'm starting to assume, that Vedic astrology was the original, therapy sessions, going to an astrologer?
You're right.
Were the original therapy sessions, but they gave you exactly what you needed, and just like the problems that you're having now, people got more attached to getting the remedy and then probably getting off alignment again and then having to come back, you know what I'm saying? And not just realizing
that every family also had an assigned astrologer. So the astrologer was like the family shaman, it's like the family priest or shaman or spiritual advisor. That's the astrologer was. So yes, people became codependent. And then this is where, you know, you go into in other countries or other beliefs or religions or cultures, I mean, where they have the village shaman or the shamans of the area, and people start making money off of it, and you know, in other kinds of ways. And there are different kinds of astrologers and shamans who will like, yes, come to me and I'll help you if you give me this, this, and this, and I'll give you this potion or this, or this, that, or this remedy. So yeah, there's a lot of, you know, crookedness that have came with that, and imbalance and codependency. But you know, it's always been somewhat of a, you're right, like a counseling or a therapy to a degree. So it's just like old world therapy, if you will.
Trav, just based off of what you read so far and how deep you got into it, would you look at it the same way, or like how would you? Because like the way I'm thinking, like the reason why I'm asking is because in a way I have like a sense like replacing getting into this and then like trying to replace, you know, the modern day psychology and, you know, go back to it. That's why I'm asking that question.
Seems to me that this was used more of as a preventative, right? So the culture was different. I'm trying to emphasize that this culture is disharmonious from nature. Everything about this culture is inharmonious. So we're already fucked up. So to go back to the original ways like this, we're putting ourselves into harmony. So it becomes therapy. Now in the culture that this was created, the culture could not have created this if they were disharmonious. They couldn't have created this. A dysfunctional culture creates dysfunction. We see that every day. But
yes,
a culture that is in harmony and in balance with nature and the universe and everything that is, they only create good fruit, good seed. So I don't think at the time they used it for therapy. I think it was an observation of how reality was. Now we use it for therapy because we're so far removed from what used to be. But you know, it's like you have a bucket of cold water and you pour a bucket of hot water in there. It's going to change the temperature. It's going to bring everything up. So likewise, this Vedic astrology and Vedic Ayurveda and Vedic yoga science and all that stuff, Tantra and all that, it's very hot boiling water and our ice cold, you know, glass cups. It will change once the two are mixed.
Or crack the cup.
Yeah.
More than crack.
I would say it's more of a counseling than therapy, like because it was, the astrologer was always the family counselor, the one who gave the information. This is where the Vedics come from. Every family would have an astrologer, and he would be like the counselor or the, you know, the teacher of that, and he would have a few families typically. So, but I would say more of a counseling than a therapy. But an advisor, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're talking. If you're talking like psychotherapy.
No, when I say therapy, because like, instead of getting, okay, if somebody's like sick or hurt, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you need medicine for that, you know, natural medicine. But like getting into these books, and for people that, you know, that's in the beginning stages and just trying to understand stuff, I look at this as a tool to, like, you know, guide them, to like reassure them like, yo, chill, you're on the right path. This is what you're going through. Is just a part of your energy. You know, you're just getting them to understand it before they can come into that, their own realization. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it won't get to them in that moment, but as life plays out, it's going to be repeating in their mind, you know? Because like you made an impression, even if they you know, have a negative outlook on it, they still add an emotion to it. So it's going to be present somewhere. And when things play out, they'll realize it, you know? So I just look at this as like another thing too, I'm pretty sure like many people in this world, you know, got astrology presented to them. Because like most people always have like a negative outlook, like, oh, you got horoscope stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And many different religions just do it too. But I mean, many different cultures do it too.
Yeah.
But in just different ways. So this is generally like a big thing, and it goes everywhere, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I really look at it as a, you know, a like astrologers, we already know this, they're guides, but to give people the understanding of their energy so they can, you know, fix themselves, or however you say it, to get the things that they need to get complete done. And
absolutely. It helps to know yourself. And I see where Travis is saying, where in a healthy, balanced state of being, we bear fruits of sciences like the Vedas and stuff to help others to understand themselves. Now, where we're all out of whack, it's very it can be very therapeutic. It doesn't mean it wasn't therapeutic then too, but I feel like it was more of a, I don't know. I guess it depends on what the definition the counseling to therapy type thing, you know, the level of trauma and stuff. But I feel like even back then, there's going to be people who needed to learn. So it came from higher source, you know, beings of knowledge and all that. But it was still taught to people that were in need of learning about themselves, counsel of some sort.
yeah, and it's crazy because I believe, you know, when everybody was harmonious at first, you know, a lot of people knew about the information. But then when the kings and everything came along, don't forget, like, you know, they started restricting astrologers from talking to like the poor people. So yeah.
Yep. Only the kings and stuff would have them. The advisors to the king. Yep. You know, it's funny too. You'd have to have, there's a thing it's a fate line on the hand that runs down from the middle finger down to the palm to the wrist.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And if you didn't have that fate line, you were not allowed to be advisor to the king, because it's the sign of royal blood in the astrologers. So yeah, you weren't allowed to be without that. But they say when you have that they call it the fate or the luck line. And that if you have it in your hand, that you come from a line of astrologers. Royal blood.
Yeah, I was learning about the like K2 mount, the Jupiter mount, and all that on the fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And how they read it. I forgot the guy's name on YouTube, but it was interesting.
And you got usually they say, you know, the amount of Venus and the moon. Where is?
Oh wait, my fault. Not K2. Jupiter, yeah, Venus.
Yeah, yeah. No, but you know what? There's got to be a K2 and Rahu on the
I think
hand.
it's the bottom. Actually, yeah, I think it's the bottom. You know where the base is?
Yes, I do.
The bottom left.
Yes. Yep.
And the bottom
that would
right,
make sense because there is the moon.
Yeah, right under the moon, I think is K2, and right under Venus is Rahu, I believe.
Yes, yes. And you know why? That's funny. That makes sense because right there, when you have a bend right there in the wrist underneath and it's fleshy, those people tend to get dark. They tend to be destructive. And it's underneath the moon, which makes sense because of the lunar nodes. So, and I have both Rahu and K2 nodes on my hand. And instead of having a straight wrist line, it'll have two circles. It'll be like the shape of a bone. You know how a bone has a circle at the end, on both ends. That's what it'll look like instead, because it's fleshy right there. So that's your that's really cool.
You see, that's where my fate line starts, like in the middle of K2 and moon.
Yes, same. I have it goes all the way up to the middle finger and then it forks into a Y.
Yeah, mine does the Y at the end where K2 and the moon is. And then like it goes up, but like there's little spaces in between it, but it goes all the way to the middle finger though.
Yes, all the way to the middle finger. Yep.
There's just a space between like that 30 your old age, like there's like a like where is it the
On
heart
your
line?
lifeline, you
The
have a
heart
break.
line? Yeah, I think it's the heart line. The heart line kind of breaks it, kind of breaks the fate line. You know
Around
the
the
heart line.
around the thumb, the line around the thumb.
Hold on.
There's the lifeline, the head, and the heart. So you're talking about going through the heart line, or
Okay, well, which one's the head? The one that's connected.
at the top?
Okay, you know how most people's hands make a 7? Like it looks like a 7.
And I know an M usually. I'm guessing. Are you able to show it on your screen? Your hand?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, so right here.
Oh, okay.
Fate line kind of goes right here and it stops right here, but it like it's kind of dimish over here, but it continues to go all the way up. But it starts right there, if you can see it.
Yeah, you have oh, I see. And it follows your lifeline and it breaks up into the heart and headline. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and it continues to go up just a little, like you can see it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but so question, Trav, what do you think? So honestly, do you think, I remember we were talking about before when I talked about some kind of astrological, astrology therapy or counseling or something. Do you think that that could be something seen as a good service?
The better question will be, is that something that you want to do and you'll be able to keep it up?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm already doing it every day anyways.
That may be true, but is that something that you want to do and continue to do?
I'd rather do instead of charts.
Right. I already know the answer is no. That's why I asked you twice.
No, I would not mind doing the therapy over charts. I'm saying over doing people's charts all the time. But in what way is what I'm saying, I guess. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
I think I feel like if you connect, as they're talking about their stuff and you connect they're in a chart. If you look at their charts and you have it with you, and as they're talking and you take notes down and you compare and you see the remedies and you see where the problems can come from, I feel like that's how you can make it work. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, this is literally what I do almost all the time. I have people, friends and stuff, they message me, they got something going on. Can I take a look and see what's going on? And can I just talk with them and help them understand things? So I'm literally doing this all the time. Or people will have an issue, like, tell me your information so I can check your chart, see what's going on. It just makes sense to me to do that. And then I'm like, oh, okay, you got this going on. So I would, look at here and maybe, think about this and this is going on. And it seems to help. But the thing is, like Trav's saying, how can I make it practical to where I want to do it every day or often and stick with it and not be like, meh about it. How I am with, the thing is I don't have a computer with a system or a program to do the charts fast. So that's why I don't do the big charts right now. Because it's like I say, when I say it's 3 days of work, I mean 3 full 24-hour days of work. So
like
it is,
you
yeah.
keep up with every day. There's a lot that you can do. There's a whole lot that you can do. There's a lot that you're capable of. You can do amazing things. But what matters is, what do you want to do on a regular basis?
Exactly.
If it's not something that's simple, and if it's not something that you enjoy, you're going to hate it.
Yeah.
If I didn't like doing this, I would be miserable right now.
Exactly. You know, I thought about that. I thought to myself, I'm like, wow, he is every Thursday and Sunday, because I love coming, and sometimes I can't make it every time, or I'm not, and I don't come out till later because I got other things that are also happening. But I think to myself, I'm like, wow, you know, Trav makes sure he is there, like, he has to love this because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of stuff it's commitment. He's got other things going on and other things he's learning and videos he's doing and stuff. And then he's got this. I'm like, so he has to be passionate about it, because I know after so long, if you're not passionate about something, you get pooped out. You lose its interest. You're like, okay, I got to move to the next thing now. So, and that's something that I have a thing with. I do things and I do them to the max. I do them to the extreme. I do the hell out of them. And then I'm bored with it. I'm done. I'm like, I've did it. I finished it now. I got to do something else. So I had to figure out something I can implement. Now, this is the reason why I do a few different projects at once, so I can jump between them. My art, my soap, my astrology. So none of them get boring, because I just move around and I can do them all relatively in the same, time spaces. So if I can implement something where maybe I could do a little jumping around, you know how you have these videos, but you also have your videos on your YouTube channel. So you have two different kinds of things happening, or even three, because then you have the book study. So if I can implement an ability to change it up, but it still be relevant of the topic. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Okay.
You know, it also comes to mind too, and I agree 100% with everything like that you feel, because I get it. Yeah, because I've done things where it's like after a while, it's just like, okay, I don't even care about this stuff no more.
Yeah.
But what I realize is, like, in my journey, for some reason, because I have teacher in my Dharma, teacher and outcast in my Dharma. So a lot of the experiences I go through, I always, before I leave that experience for good, I always like have people that I have taught. So in a way, I feel like they're continuing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
And I just feel like for you, you could probably just even with, with the idea Trav has, if you guys come together and create like, in a astrology course or school in a way. And then like at the end of the course of their school, you can take a test. Like, you have a test for the people to take, like you give them a chart, and there's an answer for one time for everybody, but the new person that takes it, they won't know. So if they get it right, then let's just say they want an opportunity to make some money with you and you can trust them, but go through a little process. You're opening doors for people to bring in income and to try out and continue your business. That's how I look at it. It's an opportunity to even pass on what you're learning and just, you can let the people keep the full money, or if you want to make a little 5% to 10% for them using your platform to get some customers, there you go. You could build a team around it,
Yeah, absolutely. I've had people contact me about my soap, wanting to sell my soap online, wanting to do like oh wow, there's a hawk outside my window. Huge. So I've had stores reach out to me about my soaps, stuff like that. So it's something similar to that, where you're extending your expertise or knowledge outwards so other people can also make money off of what you're doing. I think that's a good idea.
I was talking to Amar about affiliate marketing, and that's essentially what.
Yep.
Create a product and you find somebody that knows what marketing is, and one person does the part of the job that you're not so good at, and you end up making more money than if you didn't work with that person.
That is what I was searching for when I first started my soap, and that's when that gentleman I told